Volume 1. Chapter 0, Prologue. Prologue. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. You have no other choice. Repeat. You have no other choice. Instead of complaining, I advise you to throw another punch. Yes, get angry. And angrier. Kill. Only then can you kill. Was it an alien invasion? Or God's judgment? The end of the world, yes, I have decided to call it the end, came too suddenly. Afterwards, everyone lived in hell. No, our lives became hell. On an ordinary afternoon. I was in school. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1. Episode 1, New World / Chapter 1, Ring of Rebirth, 1. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. This child was a fighting genius. He instinctively knew where to hit, how to hit, or to shove, to take down, to break or to grab their hair without any training. Even with his young age, his small height and physical strength didn't affect his ability. He was simply a genius. At age 5, he fought and won against an 8-year-old kid in a playground. In grade 2, he found and won against 3/4 graders. At first, the child's mother was worried. She feared that her child would get seriously injured constantly fighting against people older than him. This was a misjudgment. In grade 6, he fought with 5 16-year-olds who tried to rob him at a PC. Bang, won. The child's eyelid ripped and spilled a lot of blood. However, the ones who really got hurt were the middle schoolers. Among them, one became blind and another died on the spot. Since he was a minor, he didn't receive a criminal penalty even though he had committed murder. However, his mother was stricken with fear. A 13-year-old, a child who had just turned 12 in Western years, too, beat and killed a middle schooler that was much bigger than him. And he didn't kill him with brute strength. After investigating, it was discovered that the victim died of a concussion when the child threw him cleanly over his shoulder. However, the assailant had never learned judo before. It was then that the child's mother realized that his fighting ability wasn't simply extraordinary. If this child grew up, how dangerous would he be? Would he kill someone again? Would he live his life as a criminal? The mother pleaded to her child as she cried. Never. Never again. Do not hit anyone. If anyone hit him, to just get hit. If he experienced something unfair, to just experience it. To think about the sin of killing someone. To never hit anyone again. That he was a deadly weapon. Then the mother distanced her child away from any physical activity and the child was unable to watch any sports at home. The child whose mother was everything to him as he did not have a father faithfully accepted his mother's demand. Afterwards, the child who was prideful and loved sports never asserted himself. During physical education, he would lie by saying he felt ill and quietly sat down. Nonetheless, the child still grew tall and became muscular. Choi Hyuk was in his second year of high school. He wasn't good at studying nor did he have a lot of friends. 181 centimeters tall. His body was quite muscular, yet he did not exercise. He never asserted his pride either. He would usually sit alone and blankly stare out the window. Then he would suddenly shake his head as if he had a tic disorder. He looked like an idiot. If someone picked a fight with him, he would put on a sloppy smile and say, sorry. So he became the target of the school bullies. Choi Hyuk transferred to this school during the first semester of his second year. Looking at his healthy figure, the bullies were nervous that he would pick a fight, but when they realized he didn't fight back, they started to harass him as if he owed them money. There were 3 bullies in Choi Hyuk's class. Hey Hyuki! The know-it-all bastard, Lee Minji. Kang Miho nicknamed him Know-It-All Bastard because he was a know-it-all even though he wasn't good at fighting. 170 centimeters tall. Thin. This fellow would always greet Choi Hyuk with a fist whenever he met him. He claimed that because Choi Hyuk was big, he liked the feeling of hitting him. Punch. Ugh. When Choi Hyuk lowered his head after getting hit in the guts, Lee Min-ji put him in a headlock. Hyuki. What did you have for breakfast? He said affectionately while hitting Choi Hyuk's head with his fist. I couldn't eat today. Ha ha. Choi Hyuk would go through this every day, and every day he would put on a sloppy smile like today. Anyways, I saw that our Hyuki glanced at Min-ji when you came in today. Do you want to fuck her? Should I let you fuck her? Young Min-ji. 170 centimeters tall. She was popular because of her slim figure and innocent face. She was the only female student that would talk to Choi Hyuk. She was first in school as well as the class president. She was also the only student to bring up the topic of the harassment Choi Hyuk endured. Of course, she eventually abandoned him as well. Ha ha. No. It's not like that. What isn't it? What isn't it? Ha? Aren't you hard right now? Lee Min-ji punched Choi Hyuk's lower belly with his fist. Since he didn't have any friends, his classmates would act like they didn't see anything. Until first period started, Choi Hyuk stayed in a slightly bent position and was dragged around in a headlock by the much smaller Lee Min-ji. After the first period ended, the boss, Kang Mi-ho, called Choi Hyuk over. Hey! That! Kang Mi-ho. 190 centimeters tall. Thick bones and developed muscles. He was the best fighter in school after the Choi Jun-sung. He demanded today's math homework from Choi Hyuk. Yeah. Here. Ha ha. Choi Hyuk awkwardly laughed as he handed him his homework. Did you show your work properly this time? Last time Mi-ho copied his answers, he was punished by the teacher. That day, Choi Hyuk was called over by Kang Mi-ho and was punched 3 times in the chest. Yeah. I personally answered them. Ha ha. Good job. Kang Mi-ho said before turning away. There weren't many cases where he would personally hit Choi Hyuk. When second period ended, the students became hungry. Gil-soo. Gil-soo. Where are you? Gil-soo. Here you are, you fucking bastard. Slam. As soon as the teacher left, the fellow who made his way from his seat in the back calling out Gil-soo, and the one that hit the back of Gil-soo's head was Bae Hyun-sung. 175 centimeters tall. Liked soccer and was agile. Was good at swearing and lost his temper easily. The kid who got hit in the head, Yang Gil-soo, was ranked even lower than Choi Hyuk. 162 centimeters tall. Dark-skinned and thin. Would often tremble his hands. Fucker, buy me pizza bread. When Hyun-sung said that, Min-ji stuck next to him and added in. Me too. There would occasionally be days when they would give him money, but seeing how they said, buy me, it looked like he would be buying today as usual. During the break after second period, no one would touch Choi Hyuk. So Choi Hyuk would blankly stare out the window. He was picturing Lee Min-ji in his head. He recalled Min-ji swinging his fist at him. Unexpectedly, he wasn't angry. Why is his punch always like that? It was a simple question. There wasn't enough power behind Lee Min-ji's fist. It was because his footing was sloppy. When he swung his fist, his shoulder didn't turn enough. There was nothing to say about his waist, and his uselessly large swings couldn't hit his target properly and would waste his energy. His wrist would shake as well. Honestly, even though he was hit in the guts, it didn't hurt a lot. Like always, he would only act like it did. At least Kang Mi-ho's fists are quite good. Well, Kang Mi-ho's fists didn't meet his expectations either. Choi Hyuk's mind drew up the most effective punching method. His muscles that weren't noticeable even when he took off his clothes wriggled. Even if he didn't exercise, his muscles would develop when he imagines it for short periods of time. No. No, I can't. Choi Hyuk slowly shook his head. Not these thoughts again. To clear his mind, Choi Hyuk blankly stared out the window. Desperately. He looked at the blue sky. However, he would eventually think of those thoughts again. Would it really turn out to be a proper punch like I imagined? If I fought, would I really win? He would then become startled and shake his head again. With a guilty conscience, he desperately attempted to clear his mind. Crazy bastard. Are you crazy? You're a murderer. What do you mean fight? You have to atone your whole life. Choi Hyuk appeared to be foolishly looking out the window, however, there was an intense conflict raging inside him. Still. I'm curious. Choi Hyuk sat supporting his chin. His shoulder muscles wriggled and moved. Everyone looks so weak. Looking out the window, Choi Hyuk compulsively shook his head again. The class president, young Minji, looked at Choi Hyuk with a pitiable look. If he didn't shake his head so much, he might not have become a target. Then she looked back at her notes. So irritating. 1. PC Bang, a place where you can pay an hourly fee to use a computer, usually for games. 2. Koreans are 1 when they are born, so people are 1 to 2 years older than their true, Western, age. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2. Episode 1, New World / Chapter 2, Ring of Rebirth, 2. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. The third period was the same as any other day. Suddenly, everything changed. At first, Choi Hyuk thought that the student next to him was pushing him. That wasn't the case. The student was being pushed as well. The middle of the classroom distorted and the students were roughly pushed towards the walls along with their desks. Shrieks, screams and smashing sounds were mixed together until it suddenly became quiet. In the middle of the classroom, a ring that took up half the classroom started to appear. It was similar to a boxing ring, however, there was a semi-transparent wall that wrapped around it and it was floating at waist height. As soon as the ring had completely materialized, the sounds erupted again. It hurts. Female students who had severely collided into something groaned. There were many students that were easily injured as they didn't exercise regularly. Even in this situation, everyone looked for their phones. The frame cracked. Someone threw a fit. Behind him, others sympathized with him. Mine too. Mine as well. There were only noises of people supporting their phones. The classroom door wouldn't open. It really won't open. Although the know-it-all bastard, Lee Minji, tried his best, the sliding door wouldn't budge. It didn't even wobble. Move. Lee Minji was surprised at Kang Miho's shout and moved aside. At the same time Minji moved aside, Kang Miho ran and kicked the door. If Minji didn't avoid it at the right time, he would have been hit instead of the door. Kang Miho raised his knee up to his chest before striking out in front of him. It contained the full force of 190 centimeters tall man. However, crash. The sound wasn't refreshing. The sliding door didn't even move a bit. How could it be like that? Choi Hyuk was completely surprised. It did not follow the laws of physics. He felt an enormous sense of inconsistency. It looked like Kang Miho's leg hurt as he walked with a slight limp. Although he quickly stood like nothing was wrong, his expression darkened. Quiet. Quiet. Stay calm. Kang Miho, go sit in your seat. The stocky authoritative teacher who appeared to be in his 40s tried to control the students. However, it wasn't an easy task to complete amidst the confusion. Teacher! Something's written in front of the ring. Once a student near the blackboard shouted, the students all gathered towards the front of the classroom. The ring was in the middle of the classroom and it was too cramped and chaotic for 30 students to gather around it. Only after everyone had pushed him away with no concern did Choi Hyuk slowly make his way to the front. There were words written on the semi-transparent wall. Fortunately, there were no students taller than him besides Kang Mi-ho, so he had no trouble reading from the back. The Ring of Rebirth. Karma will be distributed when you climb into the ring. The first person to climb up can choose their opponent. Unless someone substitutes for the chosen person, that person will stand in the ring. Only when you kill more than one person on the ring are you permitted to leave. You can kill up to 5 people. You have no choice. Kill. Only then will you kill. Murder? Kill someone? A female student was astonished. Fuck, is this real? Goddamn, fucking damn. What a fucking scoop. Bae Hyun-sung shouted with a loud voice. Quiet, quiet. Stay still until we fully understand the situation. Although the math teacher wanted to keep the situation under control, the female students protested. How are we supposed to understand the situation when our phones are dead? The math teacher, who wasn't good at handling female students, couldn't find a solution. It was only chaotic, there was no one that was properly analyzing the situation. Choi Hyuk quietly sat in a corner. At a glance, he looked like he was scared. However, his thoughts were complicated. If what is written is true, what should I do? The students had already checked the windows. They wouldn't open. Nor would they break. They didn't even budge. If I can't leave here, will I starve to death? No, before I die, how would I get rid of my piss and shit? It was a critical problem. Quiet. Bae Hyun-sung, you bastard. Aren't you going to sit? The math teacher seemed to have made up his mind as he personally grabbed the students' arms and forcefully sat them down in their seats. He didn't even let the female students off. Although Bae Hyun-sung and a few others had a dissatisfied look, they still had the common sense to not pick a fight with their teacher. And the math teacher had a strong build. A scene unfolded where students listened to their teacher, sat down in their chairs and conversed with each other, while constantly checking their phones. I don't think that it'll be solved like that. Choi Hyuk's heart slowly started to beat harder. Would it really be solved by waiting? What if, like the words written on the ring, we could only leave by killing someone? Choi Hyuk forcefully tried to control his thumping heart. Would I have to live by killing someone? Choi Hyuk couldn't forget that day his mother cried endlessly. He never fought after that day. It came to a point where he would shake his head at the thought of hitting someone. It had already become not a belief or a decision but a hardened habit. Choi Hyuk made up his mind. If everyone plans to starve to death, I will too. But what if they didn't? What would he do? Choi Hyuk hadn't thought that far. Perhaps he had unconsciously avoided that thought. However, his heart was constantly beating dangerously. His hands were trembling. Rather than fear or anxiety. No. Choi Hyuk shook his head uncontrollably. And the humans who could never stay put started to become interested in the ring. Can we really get in? Lee Ninji said while pushing down on the semi-transparent wall with both hands. When he pushed with his hands, the semi-transparent wall pressed down like a rubber ball. Fuck, I'm telling you that it's as those words say. That we can only leave after we kill someone. Bae Hyun-sung sought approval from Kang Mi-ho. Kang Mi-ho didn't say a word. Lee Ninji! Don't touch that! The math teacher yelled at Lee Ninji. After glancing at the math teacher, Lee Ninji pushed the wall harder and said, "We have to see what this is. and I have to go to the washroom. Swoosh. After pushing the wall past a certain point, it suddenly let Lee Minji in. As soon as Lee Minji entered, the semi-transparent wall became clear. Lee Minji. The math teacher sprang up, but Lee Minji was already in the ring. It was like he was standing on a stage. He calmly looked at his classmates before dancing frivolously. Although the math teacher's face became red with anger, he could not step into the precarious ring. You come out here right now. He could only shout. Lee Minji acted as if he couldn't hear him and continued to dance. Kiki, this stupid bastard. Bae Hyun-sung chuckled. After dancing for a while, Lee Minji tilted his head as he stopped. He blankly stood there staring into space. What is this? Power, speed, control, dot. Lee Minji, who was mumbling to himself, suddenly jumped in place. Crash. The student's eyes looked up at the ceiling. Lee Minji just did an 80 centimeters sergeant jump. It was on the level of top-class basketball players. Lee Minji was surprised. Wow. I am exploding with power. Is this what they call karma? Everyone became surprised. It was because, even though he was somewhat of a bully and a know-it-all, they knew he didn't have that sort of physical ability. The blank Lee Minji suddenly smiled playfully. But since I'm in the ring, I will need an opponent. It's weird just standing here. I'm going to test it out. With a slightly excited voice, Minji indicated. Gil-soo, get up here. Everyone instinctively looked at young Gil-soo, the one who was ranked the lowest in the class. At first, Gil-soo was still. However, suddenly, as if something was pushing him from the back, his feet headed towards the ring. Wow. Fuck. I'm getting goosebumps. Bae Hyun-sung exclaimed. Ha. Ha. As if something was pushing him, Gil-soo was constantly being pushed towards the ring. No. No. Don't. Yang Gil-soo's face filled with fear. Everyone, even the math teacher, was stricken with fear as they blankly watched the scene in front of them. At that moment. Grab. Someone grabbed Gil-soo's waist. Everyone grabbed him. It was the class president, young Minji. She was trying her best to prevent Gil-soo from being dragged towards the ring. Choi Hyuk followed behind her and pulled on Gil-soo. Only then did everyone wake up from their stupor and tried to help Gil-soo. However, crash. Gil-soo was eventually sucked into the ring while everyone else bounced off the transparent wall and rolled onto the floor. Gil-soo must be happy. Minji hugged your waist. Inside the ring, Minji chuckled while spectating. Hyuki grabbed you after Minji. You have no real friends besides your fellow gopher, Hyuki, right? Or maybe not? Maybe Hyuki was coming onto her? Lee Minji shameless put his arm around the trembling Yang Gil-soo, who was stricken with fear. Very relaxed and natural. However, the one who was the most frightened was, in fact, Lee Minji. It's real. It really happened like it said it would. Lee Minji tensed his trembling knees. I don't want to die. That was why the first person to enter the ring was the frivolously acting Lee Minji. It was a simple calculation. Although he would act rashly as a bully, he knew better than anyone else that his fighting skills were nothing to look at. If it was like the written rules, then no one would be able to leave unless they killed a person. It would be the end of him if he dawdled and was chosen by someone who was stronger than him. So he was the first to enter and had chosen Yang Gil-soo. It worked out well. It really did. On top of that, Lee Minji currently had his arm around Gil-soo. The best position. He had already personally experienced his strength rise when he entered the ring. Yang Gil-soo probably got stronger as well. Even if it is Yang Gil-soo, there's no need for me to look down on him and suffer. Let's do it in one shot. One shot. Lee Minji slipped his arm that was around Gilsu's shoulders and wrapped it around his neck. Crash. Gasp. He took him down onto the floor and fiercely started to strangle his neck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3. Episode 1, New World / Chapter 3, Ring of Rebirth 3. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. Someone screamed. Kya! Lee Minji was attempting to kill Yang Gilsu in front of everyone. The malice he revealed made everyone astonished. Gilsu's dark face was dyed red. What do we do? He might die. A female student was on the verge of tears. That was human nature. If Gilsu was beaten and killed on some hill, they might have only clicked their tongue and felt sad for him. When they saw him dying in front of their eyes, and since they didn't know if the next person would be them, it felt more shocking and horrifying. The small 162 centimeters tall Yang Gilsu was pitifully dying underneath Lee Minji. Although the math teacher shouted, condemning him, Lee Minji, who was engulfed in excitement, couldn't hear a thing. Awk! Awk! Yang Gilsu, who looked like he was about to die, grabbed Lee Minji's arms with his trembling hands. Then there was an unexpected change. Yang Gilsu, who was laying on the floor being strangled, was getting up. He was pulling away Lee Minji's arms as he stood up. Lee Minji gave up strangling him and brushed away Yang Gilsu's arms. Rip. When his clothes ripped, it revealed a distinct mark on Lee Minji's arms. An unexpected situation, everyone focused on the ring. Even Choi Hyuk. You fucking asshole. Yang Gilsu let out a horrible shriek as he rushed towards Lee Minji. He was in a state in heightened adrenaline. I beat Lee Minji in strength. Look at that asshole cowering and running away. I can win. I can kill him. Asshole. The sorrow and anger that had built up for a long time exploded. He swung his fists as he ran towards Lee Minji. Crash. Yang Gilsu's fist was extremely sloppy. However, the fist had somehow managed to hit Lee Minji's shoulder and he flew about 3 steps back. A ridiculous punching power. Yang Gilsu grew more confident as he rushed forward. Choi Hyuk, who saw this, couldn't help but frown. No, you have to take a defensive stance. He could tell just by looking that the sudden burst of confidence would lead to his defeat. Yang Gilsu may be stronger than him, but Lee Minji was faster. Lee Minji's arms and legs were longer as well. He twirled around while avoiding Yang Gilsu's brute force punches. Punch! He would land a hit whenever there was an opening. In Choi Hyuk's eyes, Lee Minji's fists were pathetic, but perhaps it was due to karma that his fists were unimaginably strong. Punch, punch. However, it looked like Yang Gilsu had great endurance as well, since he was able to endure taking a lot of hits. Unfortunately, the problem arose from somewhere else. Pant. Pant. Ha! Minji, asshole, just one hit, one fucking hit. Unlike Lee Minji, who avoided until there was an opening, Yang Gilsu's brute force punches quickly drained his stamina. His fists hopelessly slowed down. On the other hand, Minji's movements became more relaxed. Choi Hyuk couldn't take his eyes off the fight. If it was like any other day, he would have already shaken his head to clear his thoughts, but today was different. He was completely immersed in the raw, desperate struggle unfolding in front of him. His long-suppressed talent and spirit longed to see more of the fight. Lee Minji, who was carefully circling around a panting Yang Gilsu, suddenly burst forward and struck Yang Gilsu's face. Crack! Yang Gilsu was too exhausted to dodge. He was hit straight on. Gilsu's teeth flew out and blood spurted from his mouth. A distinct stream of blood. Kaya! Another scream erupted. Afterwards, it was one-sided. Punch! 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 Lee Minji laid Yang Gil-soo down and crazily beat him with his fists. He was covered in blood. Save! Yang Gil-soo's faint pleading voice painfully pierced the spectator's ears. However, Lee Minji constantly hit him again and again as he endlessly despised him. This crazy loser bastard. Embarrassing. Crazy bastard. Overrating himself. At some point, Yang Gil-soo stopped moving. Someone mumbled. He's dead. Yang Gil-soo's corpse turned into gray ashes and was disappearing. Those ashes circled around Lee Minji before being absorbed through Lee Minji's nose. A murder had occurred right in front of their eyes. A fearful silence came down. Every scene of the fight imprinted into Choi Hyuk's memory in slow motion. Fresh blood. The last breath of a dying man. The chest that wouldn't rise again. Choi Hyuk's memory was returning to his time in grade 6. Death. The middle schooler who had died too easily. The one who easily died was the middle schooler, but his mother was the one who was actually torn up. This was the first murder he had witnessed since then. This time, it wasn't by his hands but someone else's. However, the attitude of the murderer was too different from himself. Who? In the ring, Lee Minji stretched his waist as he let out a sigh. Lee Minji felt a strong sense of excitement. He exuded a more composed demeanor. I got stronger. Power is overflowing. Was it that the more people I kill, the stronger I become? Lee Minji thought. I killed one, does that mean I can leave? No, was there any guarantee that this wouldn't happen again? What happens if I leave and I have to fight someone stronger than me? Lee Minji decided. I have to get stronger now. His survival instincts pushed him into a corner. He had a hunch. A hunch that this murder game wouldn't end here. Since it said that I could kill up to 5 people, if I could get stronger. He had already killed someone in front of everyone. Nothing would change now. Lee Minji decided. Let's fight once more. I need to pick a weak one, so I don't get tired. Someone weaker than Yang Gil-soo, at the very least. There was no man like that. Lee Minji chose his target. Yoon Jirim. Come. A crying female student raised her head up in surprise. Her face was completely pale. At that moment, the students who were watching Lee Minji realized the meaning behind the Ring of Rebirth. Lee Minji, he had definitely been reborn as a murderer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4. Episode 1, New World / Chapter 4, Ring of Rebirth, 4. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. Thud. The chosen Yoon Jirim moved forward as if she was being pushed by something. No. Minji. Don't do this. Please? However, he showed no mercy. The girl was slowly dragged towards the ring by an invisible force. Everyone was silent. What to do? What could I do? Those thoughts never entered their minds. As if it was a nightmare, they blankly watched Yoon Jirim getting dragged across the floor. Like before, there was only one person who moved. The class president, Young Minji. Young Minji grabbed Yoon Jirim's shoulder. Everyone wondered. You're trying to pull her back? You failed last time with Gil-soo. However, she wasn't trying to pull her back. Young Minji pushed against Yoon Jirim's shoulder and used that momentum to leap forward. I will fight instead, she declared just before making contact with the transparent wall. Swish! The transparent wall let her through instead of Yoon Jirim. Now then, did everyone recall one of the rules of this game? The first person to climb up can choose their opponent. Unless someone substitutes for the chosen person, that person will stand in the ring. Young Minji came forward as the substitute. Yoon Jirim, who was being dragged forward, flopped on the floor. Young Minji lightly jumped up onto the ring. As soon as she went on, she lightly checked her body condition by clenching her fists, swinging her arms, and even running in place. I am Minji. You wanna fight me? Young Minji didn't reply to Lee Minji. Lee Minji smiled suspiciously. She was always like that. She would consistently ignore Lee Minji. Whenever Lee Minji saw young Minji, he couldn't stand the feeling that she was looking at him like she would a cockroach. Lee Minji slowly scanned her slim thighs and waist. He didn't pay attention to outsiders anymore. The true nature of a person would be fully displayed once they had power. Lee Minji said with a crooked smile. It's good that you came. I've always wanted to fuck you. Let's do a live show. Young Minji, who was checking the changes in her body due to karma, suddenly stiffened. She smiled. With an innocent and charming smile, she said with a slight lisp. Fuck off. Young Minji and Lee Minji's fight was normal. After getting stronger from killing Yang Gilsu, every aspect of Lee Minji, including speed and power, surpassed young Minji. Young Minji kept a defensive stance until her collar was grabbed by Lee Minji. Lee Minji became relaxed when he became certain young Minji was not his match. He grabbed her collar and attempted to rip her top. Minji, let's take off your clothes. However, those were his dying words. Crack. Young Minji's hand stabbed into Lee Minji's temple. In her right hand was an awl she had taken from the toolbox. Skreek. Young Minji pressed her left hand on Lee Minji's shoulder and pulled out the awl from his temple. It was stabbed in so deeply that they could hear the friction between the metal and his bones as she pulled it out. Ha! Lee Minji tilted over after letting out his last breath. Wet blood oozed out of his temple before he turned into ash. With that, it ended. Whew! Young Minji let out a short sigh. Her shoulders shivered as if she was appalled by Lee Minji's ashes permeating her body. As if nothing had happened, the ring was clean. The students fell into a state of shock once again. The awl they would always see in the toolbox, if they stabbed that into someone's head, they would die. There was no one that didn't know this, but the shock was completely different when they had personally witnessed it. Young Minji expressionlessly walked out of the ring. Thanks, Minji. Yoon Jirim, who was still on the floor, expressed her thanks to young Minji. However, young Minji coldly laughed. For what? What are you thankful for? You're going to die anyways if you act like that. Yoon Jirim's shoulders stiffened. Young Minji simply passed her. Slide. The classroom door opened. She said without looking back. Do you think I stepped in to save you? Do you still not understand the situation? Kill while you can. The ones who die are in the wrong. Then she exited into the hallway. Rumble. Following behind her, students rushed to the door. What? It's blocked. Open it. Move. It became noisy, but there was a transparent wall blocking the open classroom entrance. They were still unable to leave. Assholes, you're fucking loud. It was Kang Miho who had used the chance to enter the ring. 190 centimeters tall. The student who was the best at fighting after Choi Junsung. Isn't that right, Choi Hyuk? He picked Choi Hyuk, who was known as the tall loser. Get up here. Choi Hyuk's head creaked as it turned. He had a strange smile on his face. A single thought repeated in his mind. Lee Minji and young Minji killed as if it was nothing. If that was the case. He who had killed a middle schooler 5 years ago. Lee Minji who had killed Yang Gilsoo and Young Minji who had killed Lee Minji were all murderers. Kek. A laugh sounded out. What the hell? A beast was born among chicks. Whenever the beast touched a chick, the chick would easily crumble. The ones who would easily crumble were them, was what his mother said. That it wasn't the weak who were bad but himself. That was why the beast pulled out his teeth and lived among chicks with his arms tied behind his back, while enduring as the chicks who didn't know their place pecked at him and walked all over him. But a chick had just called him out. He said that he looked weak and that he would kill him. You? Kill me? Ha 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 ha. Choi Hyuk laughed. He felt refreshed. It felt like the chains that were tightly wrapped around him were breaking off. He was trying to kill him. He thought that since he was weak, he could kill him. But are you really stronger than me? No matter what, he didn't feel that he would lose. It couldn't be confirmed rationally. He last fought when he was in grade 6, it was too far in the past. All this could be an illusion. However, I just need to confirm it myself. And the weak will die. He probably wouldn't have any regrets. Choi Hyuk walked onto the ring with his own 2 feet. On the ring, Choi Hyuk's arms and legs were slightly trembling. Kang Miho laughed when he saw this. This bastard cowering, fight with confidence. You're the only one in the class in the same weight division as me. Ha ha. Okay, . Choi Hyuk continued to laugh awkwardly. His arms and legs were trembling from extreme excitement. It was neither fear or anxiety. Choi Hyuk was trembling in happiness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5. Episode 1, New World / Chapter 5, Ring of Rebirth, 5. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. Kang Miho. He had the most outstanding physical traits in school. His 181 centimeters height that made Choi Hyuk look small, thick bones and muscles developed through regular exercise. However, Kang Miho was also no match against the 175 centimeters tall Choi Junsung who didn't work out. From the start, Kang Miho didn't have the courage to fight with Choi Junsung. That's right. Kang Miho with his incredible physical traits just didn't have the balls in critical moments. Kang Miho wanted to appear more manly and intimidating, but that was only his wish. He was the type who, in the face of real danger, would stay back and read the situation. He called out Choi Hyuk because he wanted both safety and reputation. It'll be embarrassing if I beat a small fry to death. So Choi Hyuk, who's big but weak, is best. No matter how much of a loser Choi Hyuk was, it looked better killing him because he was tall. At the same time, he thought, but I don't know how much stronger Choi Hyuk will get once he gets karma. Not long after he stood in the ring, he received something similar to a system message and karma was distributed to him. Because of this, he personally experienced how strong a body with karma truly was. Kang Miho's eyes became colder. He made up his mind. I'm going to tackle him as soon as he gets in the ring and beat him to death. Kang Miho was planning on beating Choi Hyuk to death before he received karma and before he could adjust to his new strength. Since that was safer. That was why, as soon as Choi Hyuk entered the ring with trembling hands. The moment Choi Hyuk laughed, ha, okay. Crash. Kang Miho charged. His strengthened body flew out like a cannonball. The students spectating the match responded late. A tackle as fast as an Olympic gold medalist's. Before Choi Hyuk could finish speaking, Kang Miho's hands were already wrapping around his waist. Kang Miho was assured of his victory. Crush. What is this sound? However, at the critical moment, Kang Miho felt something was weird. A disturbing crush had sounded out too close to him. Where did this sound come from? With his face smashed in, Kang Mi-ho, along with that thought, turned to ash. Choi Hyuk's body reacted the moment Kang Mi-ho lowered his stance and lunged. First, he firmly planted his left foot on the ground. Then used that momentum to twist his waist and his upper body was pulled forward. His right foot arched as he thrust his knee upwards and his right thigh exploded with power the moment it made contact with Kang Mi-ho's face. Bang! He used his whole body to propel his knee up. No, it shot up. Choi Hyuk's knee instantly smashed Kang Mi-ho's face. Even Kang Mi-ho's charge reinforced with karma was used against him as his face crumbled like tofu. An explosive counter knee kick from Choi Hyuk, who had never learned martial arts. With that, it ended. While absorbing Kang Mi-ho's ashes, Choi Hyuk let out a small sigh. I won. It suddenly started and ended before he could do anything. The adrenaline pumping through his veins had nowhere to vent. He was dumbfounded at the quick conclusion. His guilty conscience of killing a man collided with his cynical ego that believed that those who intended to kill had nothing to say when killed. However, he didn't feel it. It didn't feel real. Instead, a sense of disappointment swept over him. Choi Hyuk read the message that appeared in front of him. It was like a system message from a game. Great accomplishment. You have killed someone with karma before it was distributed to you. As a reward, you get 10 points to allocate however you want. Your karmic stat has increased by 3. You have entered the ring of rebirth. Karma has been distributed. You have killed someone. You have absorbed a portion of your opponent's karma. Karmic point has increased by 1. Dash. Choi Hyuk. Asterisk human. Asterisk karma points. Power, 5 plus 1 up. Speed, 7 plus 1. Control, 22 plus 1. Endurance, 7 plus 1. Stamina, 9 plus 2. Recovery, 10 plus 1. Asterisk free karma points, 10. Asterisk retribution, 4. Dash. On average, he had 10 for each stat. However, his control was extremely high to the point of being strange. And the absorbed stats from killing Kang Mi-ho were indicated on the side. Seeing how stamina was plus 2 while everything else was plus 1, it seemed like Kang Mi-ho had high stamina. The points would be distributed differently for each person. And Choi Hyuk could feel the thing had squeezed into his body. Something sticky like honey filled up his insides. It was an unfamiliar feeling, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was probably karma that was circulating his body as it bonded with his body more securely than his muscles and tendons and allowed him to move explosively. His altered body. The adrenaline in his body. Choi Hyuk instinctively wanted to test his body, however. That's enough. Are you going just kill people now? His perseverance that he increased his whole life was barely able to suppress his instincts. Choi Hyuk carefully examined the people surrounding the ring. Since he had killed someone, he could simply leave the room like young Minji. He just needed to step down. But his thumping heart grabbed at his feet. He wanted to fight more. He wanted to prove himself. On the Ring of Rebirth, Choi Hyuk was unable to decide whether he would step off or not. Just then, he saw Bae Hyun-sung looking away. The last remaining bully. How unlucky. His instincts started to justify cunningly. He would probably kill someone and live. Does that make sense? He felt offended. For the man who tormented Yeon Gil-soo and him to live? By killing another student? Grit. That makes no sense. Choi Hyuk knew that he wasn't an apostle of justice. That this was his self-justification to fight longer, he was aware of it. But before he knew it, he had already called him out. Bae Hyun-sung. Come up here. Save me. Fook. I mean, we were quite cool, right? Bae Hyun-sung went down to his knees and pleaded as soon as he got in the ring. But Choi Hyuk frowned. What's that? He caught sight of black and red flashes reflected in Bae Hyun-sung's eyes. It felt sinister. I'm really sorry. It's really all my fault. He was already in a bad mood because of the strange flashes of light, but seeing Bae Hyun-sung stoop so low pissed him off even more. He didn't call him up here for this. Come at me. You're going to kill someone anyways. I won't. I won't kill anyone. I will just stay here quietly. Even though it was obviously a lie, since Bae Hyun-sung was acting like this, Choi Hyuk was at a loss for words. Killing was Choi Hyuk's lifelong trauma. Ever since that incident, he avoided resorting to violence. His devious instincts enjoyed fighting, not killing, so when Bae Hyun-sung begged for his life, even if he knew it was a lie, he didn't have the heart to kill. Ha! Choi Hyuk, who felt stumped at what to do, looked at the ceiling inside. Should I just leave it and get off? But why is he like that? Isn't he planning on killing someone and leaving? He didn't like this. He wished it would be Bae Hyun-sung more than anyone else. If it was possible, he wanted to fight Bae Hyun-sung, who had suppressed him until now. However, looking at his state, he couldn't act. While Choi Hyuk was troubling over this, a red light flashed in front of him. A red light exploded from Bae Hyun-sung's body. Immediately after, Bae Hyun-sung took out a carpenter's knife he had hidden in his pocket and slashed at Choi Hyuk's neck. Bae Hyun-sung prostrated and begged for this moment. He never expected Choi Hyuk to spare his life from the beginning. Since, if he was in Choi Hyuk's position, he wouldn't. He only waited for the moment his opponent let down his guard. Fuck! This fucking bastard! Bae Hyun-sung swiftly slashed with his knife. However, crack! The knife missed its target, and instead, Choi Hyuk's fist slammed right in between Bae Hyun-sung's chin and throat. He had stepped back to avoid the knife and pushed forward before throwing a counterpunch. Stretched out legs, his rotated waist and shoulder, and his wrist that had endured the impact. Perhaps it was due to his control stat of 23, but he was able to slam his fist straight into his target without wasting even the slightest energy. Thud! The stiffened Bae Hyun-sung slumped down onto the floor. What the fuck? The sudden flash of red light. He might have reacted slower because he was surprised by this light. Just what was that? But the only person to see the light was Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk gazed at the collapsed Bae Hyun-sung. He hadn't died yet. He hesitated again. It wasn't a situation where he died from fighting, but where he would have to purposely kill him. Choi Hyuk looked at his surroundings. Students were shaking in fear. The math teacher's eyes were trembling. Because his opponent crumbled so easily, Choi Hyuk's actions looked irrational. Nothing had changed in 5 years. He was a monster, a killer. Too late. Choi Hyuk smiled bitterly. He strangled Bae Hyun-sung's neck. A game where everyone had to become a killer to survive. Someone was going to kill Bae Hyun-sung anyways. Or, Bae Hyun-sung would regain his senses and kill. Perhaps it would be different if he didn't call him out in the first place, but he felt that leaving at this time would be more cowardly. Choi Hyuk strangled the unresisting Bae Hyun-sung to death. It put him in a bad mood. He wanted to fight to his heart's content, but instead, he became more uncomfortable. This is what you guys started. To brush off the uncomfortable feeling, Choi Hyuk made an excuse. Finally, Bae Hyun-sung turned into ash as he was absorbed into Choi Hyuk. You have killed someone. You have absorbed a portion of your opponent's karma. Karmic point has increased by 1. Innate skill Eyes of Distinction. Messages that made it seem like he did a good job. They made him more depressed. I guess this isn't the end? After looking at the messages, he didn't think that this survival game would end in a day or two. If it's going to be this uncomfortable, I won't feel happy about fighting. Then, his body stiffened as a sudden thought struck him. Were we the only ones going through this damn game? Something felt wrong. Just how far would this supernatural phenomenon extend to? The school? Seoul? No. What about Mom? Why didn't he think of this sooner? Choi Hyuk's mind was in a rush. She was probably at work right now. What if a ring like this one appeared there? The hairs on his body stood on end. Choi Hyuk hurriedly got off the ring and ran out the classroom. The unpleasant feelings that wrapped around him evaporated as adrenaline poured into his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6. Episode 1, New World / Chapter 6, Bonus Game, 1. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. Sponsored, Tom 555J. After young Minji and Choi Hyuk had left the classroom, it became a desperate struggle with no regard for man or woman. As there already were fights with deadly weapons, the bloody battle continued with people wielding hammers and stabbing others with broken broom shafts. In the end, the only ones left in the classroom were the math teacher, a male student who was shy but had a lot of friends named Min Byung-si and Yoon Jirim, who had previously been picked by Lee Minji. A total of 3 people. Byung-si. The math teacher called Byung-si out. Since you're a guy. Teacher? The math teacher with a good figure got up on the ring and called Byung-si. I'm sorry. The fight ended easily. Byung-si turned into ash after the math teacher pressed him down on the floor and strangled him. Yoon Jirim, who had seen everything, was in a corner covering her ears, trembling. The math teacher coldly gazed at her before exiting the classroom. Save me, this is a dream, right? Yeah, a dream. Please. Alone in a classroom where desks and chairs were scattered all around and tools and broken broom shafts were tossed here and there, Yoon Jirim trembled as she cried. Choi Hyuk's mother was a person who couldn't even kill a cockroach. When he was young, whenever a bug appeared in his home, Choi Hyuk would have to kill it instead of his mother. To the young Choi Hyuk, it was something he took pride in. Because of that, Choi Hyuk had a hunch. Damn it. Fuck. The only place he could go after leaving the classroom was the gym. Everywhere else was blocked by an opaque wall. No matter how hard he pushed the opaque wall or how many times he kicked the windows of the gym, it was useless. There wasn't even a single person walking outside the window. The whole school was trapped in this damn game. There was a likely chance that it was the same outside. Choi Hyuk assumed the worst-case scenario. If a ring appeared in the company Mom works in, Mom's probably dead. No, she was murdered. In a situation where one could kill another, humans would always kill their opponent. Choi Hyuk knew this all too well, as he had been bullied for a long time. Ethics and morals weren't things all humans instinctively possessed. There would always be someone who would become endlessly cruel in a situation where there were no consequences. There were probably guys like that in his mother's company. However, his mother wasn't like that. It would have been better if she was, but Choi Hyuk knew all too well that his mother wasn't that kind of person. If a situation like that arose, his mother would have been murdered. Choi Hyuk's heart burned black with anger and concern. As he grew up without a father, the meaning of a mother was different from his peers. He grew up seeing his mother cry every night. His mother was someone who had brought him pain and sympathy, but was also a comrade who he endured the harsh realities of life with. He had vowed countless times that he would never let his mother cry again, and grew up reflecting his actions. Choi Hyuk, who was about to go crazy in frustration, kicked the window rapidly. The window still wouldn't budge. Words appeared on the window. Yes, get angry. And angrier. Kill. Only then can you kill. Ha! Choi Hyuk blankly stared at the words written on the window. It felt like freezing water was poured all over his head. The message. The moment he read that message, he thought that his mother really had died. He realized that this game wouldn't end easily. And that no one could be free in this game. Just who was it? The one who created this damn game. Whoever it was. Choi Hyuk tightly clenched his eyes as he resolved himself. Okay. I get it. If what you want is for me to become a killing machine, I'll become one. If you want me to lie on my face and lick your feet, I'll do it. I will kill and bow my head again and survive until end. Then if I can meet you just once. That time, I want to meet your faces and beat each and every one of you to death. Choi Hyuk vowed. When he opened his eyes, his face turned cold. In the gym, the ones who had killed someone were guarded against each other as they kept their distance. Young Minji glanced at Hyuk and was surprised but didn't say anything. In the center of the gym, words appeared like a hologram. Bonus game, preparing. Waiting for the previous game to end. Break time. Prepare for the future. At first glance it looked like it was telling them to rest, but Choi Hyuk didn't think of it like that. Choi Hyuk clearly remembered. The message they sent him, get angry, the ones who created this game wanted the competitors to become more intense and desperate. Prepare. Choi Hyuk kept thinking of that word. It was the only valid information in the message. Choi Hyuk examined the gym. There were about 30 students, and among those, he found that 4, including young Minji, were slowly searching the gym. They must have come to the same conclusion as Choi Hyuk. However, they were moving slowly. More and more students will come. Instead of trying to not alert others, it is better to move a step faster than the rest. Choi Hyuk didn't delay any longer. Instead of caring about what others thought, he ran to the middle of the stage. Thud. The karma circulating in his body allowed him to jump up onto the stage in one shot. Choi Hyuk searched everywhere, including the waiting room and behind the curtains. He searched as if he was smashing through a heap of items. It paid off. Ha, are they telling me to kill more people more easily? He found a Japanese sword behind the curtain. There was a long strap that could be tied on his belt. It's a sword. As soon as Choi Hyuk, who was making a fuss on top of the stage, picked up a sword, the other students were horrified. They finally understood what kind of situation they were in. A great commotion rose. Everyone hurriedly started searching the first floor. Choi Hyuk didn't even look at the first floor. He jumped to the second. Swish. Swish. Choi Hyuk ran across the second floor rails and he swung each curtain in front of the long window aside. Swish. When he pushed aside one of the curtains, there were words written on the window. Throne game, hidden rule number 9. If a person kills more than 5 people and awakens to an innate skill but is not affiliated with a king, the person receives the rights of the king without subjects and 30 free karma points that can be allocated however they want. As soon as Choi Hyuk looked at the words written on the window started to sway, then flew to his forehead and was absorbed. The window became clean once again. Just to be sure, Choi Hyuk kicked the windows, but like expected, it didn't budge. When he looked out and saw that there was no one walking down the street, it gave him a very strange and quiet feeling. Time passed quickly. As more and more students arrived at the gym, the fiercer the search became. During that time, Choi Hyuk finished searching the second floor. Additionally, he found a bastard sword, an estoc, 1, and 3 more hidden rules. Now the whole gym was chaotic. Students ran everywhere to look for weapons, defensive equipment, and hidden rules. It wasn't just the students, even the teachers from the staff room were mixed together and a fight had broken out. There were even students who had just arrived at the gym and were running around without knowing why. Choi Hyuk didn't show any interest to the chaos. Instead, he turned his attention to the ceiling. There were steel structures on the ceiling that were like a jungle gym, and he felt he could swing there to explore it even further. If there are items hidden there, they must be extraordinary. The early bird gets the worm. Choi Hyuk grabbed a column near him. He used his changed physique for 10 minutes. His karma-reinforced hands held the columns like a clamp and endured his weight. Choi Hyuk crawled up the column and hung on the ceiling structure. Wow, shit. That bastard's crazy. The school leader, Choi Jun-sung, looked up at Choi Hyuk in admiration. No matter how much stronger your body became due to karma, it wasn't easy to think of those ideas. I can't lose to him. He followed Choi Hyuk and climbed up to the ceiling. 1. Wiki https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/stoc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7. Episode 1, New World / Chapter 7, Bonus Game, 2. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. Sponsored, Tom 555J. Hey-ah. Choi Hyuk heard Choi Jun-sung's cheer. It seemed like after following him, he was the first to come across something. The best fighter in school, Choi Jun-sung, didn't lose his bright attitude when facing the chaos. As if there was no need to fuss about killing and getting killed. As if he wasn't going to die. Creak. Creak. The steel structure Choi Hyuk was hanging on creaked. Choi Hyuk turned his attention away from Choi Jun-sung and carefully searched the ceiling. And just then, he found a hidden rule. Throne Game, Hidden Rule Number 15. When a king without subjects sits on the throne, the person will be randomly given a D rank or greater weapon. King without subjects, this one was related to the first rule he had found. And the treasure hunt was slowly coming to an end. Bonus Game, Preparing. The previous game has ended. Break time has ended. Preparing the bonus game. When the ethics teacher entered the gym, the words in the center changed. The students who were wandering around the gym with no more items to find finally stopped. Choi Hyuk stopped searching any further and checked his fruits of labor. He didn't find any defensive items, only weapons. On the left side of his belt hung 3 swords that would rattle every time he moved. Japanese sword F rank, cutting, two-handed. Bastard sword F rank, stabbing and cutting, two-handed or one-handed. Stock F rank, stabbing, one-handed. And he had found 5 hidden rules. When he searched, he did come across quite a few of the same ones, so, excluding those, he found 5. Throne Game, Hidden Rule Number 5. The first to declare oneself as king will receive 5 karma points that can be allocated however they want. Throne Game, Hidden Rule Number 6. The first to serve a king will receive 3 karma points that can be allocated however they want. Throne Game, Hidden Rule Number 7. A king who has more than 100 subordinates will receive 10 karma points that can be allocated however they want. Throne Game, Hidden Rule Number 9. If a person kills more than 5 people and awakens to an innate skill but is not affiliated with a king, the person receives the rights of the king without subjects and 30 free karma points that can be allocated however they want. Throne Game, Hidden Rule Number 15. When a king without subjects sits on the throne, the person will be randomly given a D rank or greater weapon. Throne Game that was written next to the hidden rules caught Choi Hyuk's attention. The current game is the bonus game. Then, is the throne game something else? If he used the hidden rules to guess, he thought that the throne game was a game where people would declare themselves as kings and collect subordinates to take the throne. The bonus game must really be a bonus game. It's certain that the throne game will be the main one. I have to prepare ahead of time. What should he do when the throne game starts? Choi Hyuk analyzed the hidden rules. Rules number 9 and 15 were rules connected by the term, king without subjects. And rule number 15 was a rule that Choi Hyuk had climbed to the ceiling to find. A rule that needed another rule to understand and was hidden in a hard-to-reach place. The reward would be a D rank or greater weapon. Is a D rank or greater weapon really worth that much? Then I have to get it. Of course, he would lose something if he chose to do that. The moment he decided to aim for rule number 9, king without subjects, he had no choice but to give up the rewards from rule number 5, 6 and 7, first to declare as a king, first to serve a king and a king with more than 100 subordinates. However, Choi Hyuk decided resolutely. He had already resolved himself to show his worth to the creators of the game, and both the reward and the title king without subjects appeared to be decent. If he could obtain a D rank weapon from the interlinked rule number 15, then it would be more than enough to make up for giving up on the other rules. 3 people. I need to kill 3 more. The conditions to become a king without subjects were to kill 5 people and awaken an innate skill. And he had already awakened an innate skill. Choi Hyuk looked at his status. He could bring it up with a thought. Choi Hyuk. Asterisk human. Asterisk karma points. Power, 7. Speed, 10. Control, 24. Endurance, 9. Stamina, 12. Recovery, 12. Asterisk free karma points, 10. Asterisk retribution, 5. Innate skill. Eyes of distinction. After killing Bae Hyun-sung, all his stats increased by 1 except his speed, which increased by 2. Although he did have 10 free karma points, he didn't distribute them yet. And there was the skill, Eyes of Distinction. Eyes of Distinction. You are able to see what intentions a person has. Black, hostile intent. Red, killing intent. White, goodwill. Yellow, sacrificial will. The red and black flashes of light emitted from Bae Hyun-sung, which made him feel uneasy, was the effect of the Eyes of Distinction, but back then, Choi Hyuk was seeing the hostile, black, and killing, red, intent of Bae Hyun-sung. It's a good skill. At a time where no one knew what the other was thinking, this was an unrivaled skill. Just when Choi Hyuk finished checking everything, the bonus game started. The words written in the center of the gym became larger and slowly changed. Semi-transparent rectangular booths appeared in different locations throughout the gym. The students near them were pushed aside. Bonus game, Item Hunt. A golden opportunity to obtain an E-rank item. Dropouts will be indicated with an item mark. If a dropout dies, the person will turn into an E-rank item. If a dropout kills someone, the mark will disappear and the dropout will be given karma points. Dropout? Who? It was currently puzzling. However, soon, its meaning became clear. Around 30 people were summoned, each into a semi-transparent rectangular box. And a clear item mark was above each of their heads. Ha! Jin-soo? Jiram. The students and teachers in the gym recognized the people who had appeared with an item mark above their heads. They were those who didn't fight until the end and were left in the classrooms. Among them was Yoon Jiram, who was in Choi Hyuk's class. There were the only non-murderers here. It meant that they had to kill the most innocent people here to obtain items. People divided into 2 sides. On one side were those who gave up. They were those who didn't know what to do and had decided not to act. Although there were many of them, they didn't have any influence on the situation. And the others were split into 2 groups again. A side that decided that they had to kill to obtain an item, and a side that resolved to not let their friends die. The only ones who had a great influence over the situation were those on either side. While those that had decided not to act spectated, the rest slowly surrounded the item boxes. There were even a few who impatiently attacked the boxes. But the boxes were extremely sturdy and the attacks didn't leave a mark. Has it not started yet? One's indifferent voice terrified another. The dropouts inside the box were screaming something, but their voices couldn't pass through the box. Guys! This isn't right! Teacher Kim! This isn't right, right? A teacher blocked their path and shouted, but it had no effect. Fuck! Who here isn't a murderer? The words spoken by someone stabbed into everyone's chests. Fuckers, get away from Hyojin. Fuck! You! If you come a step closer, I am going to break your head in. A male student threatened the approaching students with a firefighter's axe. He was enduring the attacks for his girlfriend who was trapped in the box, but there were 4 or 5 students who were like distant vultures waiting for him to get tired and the box to disappear. Minji! Minji! The class president young Minji looked at Yoon Jirim who was mouthing her name. She suddenly became irritated. Try to get out with your own strength, . Young Minji hated the weak. She loathed those who didn't resist. Because she was in pain. It was different from being kind. It was closer to an illness. Perhaps it was due to her natural-born empathy or through experiences. Whenever young Minji saw someone who was getting bullied or beaten, or crying in front of her, her chest ached as if she was the one being beaten. It wasn't a figure of speech, she really was in pain. Young Minji hated that pain. And she hated the weak who caused her to suffer. No matter how many times she stretched her hand to help, they didn't stand up for themselves, so she despised those that caused her endless pain. I wish that these weaklings would all die. This was her honest feeling. However, she could never turn her back on someone who was suffering. She hated that part of her, but there really was nothing she could do. Young Minji counted the people who surrounded Yoon Jirim. 6 people. These people either had a sword or wore a chainmail. Young Minji was better equipped. As a result of diligently moving from the start, she had obtained a shield, longsword, and armor. However, she was outnumbered. Young Minji quickly scanned her surroundings to increase her numbers. In the middle of all this confusion. Swoosh! Just then, the semi-transparent walls that were wrapped around the items disappeared. And Choi Hyuk had to kill 3 people before the next game started. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8. Episode 1, New World / Chapter 8, Bonus Game, 3. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. Sponsored, Tom 555J. Who would they kill? Of course, it would be the dropouts. They weren't distributed karma since they had not gone up onto the Ring of Rebirth. On top of that, if he killed them, they would turn into items. The problem was who to target. Normally, they would choose people that they had never met before. However, Choi Hyuk didn't target the dropouts. I'll kill the first one that receives an item and take it. It was a riskier strategy than facing the weak dropouts. But Choi Hyuk didn't want to personally kill the dropouts. It was because he believed that his mother would have faced the same fate. However, he needed items. And, for the hidden rule, he needed to kill 3 more. That was why he decided that if someone killed another, Choi Hyuk would kill that person. He couldn't kill the innocent. He was confident he could handle that much risk. If others saw him, they may denounce him as a hypocrite. So, what's wrong with that? Choi Hyuk just needed to set his own rules. Ah! A teacher's scream filled the gym. The people who watched from afar thought, ah, so that's killing violently. A sound they thought they would never become familiar with rang in their ears. Choi Hyuk looked towards that direction. The social studies teacher was stabbing a young unknown teacher with a spear. Still, since he was a grown-up, he didn't wait in front of a box with a student inside. The teachers targeted and gathered around boxes with teachers inside, and the moment the box disappeared, they would attack in an organized manner. In that sense, they were grown-ups. Cough. The spear pierced right below the neck. A fatal blow. Although he didn't die instantly, the young teacher flailed around on the floor in his own blood. At that moment, a golden hammer the size of a human appeared above the dying teacher's head. Swish! The hammer let out a mysterious sound. Slam! And mercilessly smashed the teacher with a fatal wound. Drip, drip. Scraps of meat and blood splattered onto the clothes and the cheeks of the surrounding spectators. The hammer, still in its smashing position, disappeared with another swish. In its place, a necklace appeared, floating in the air. The necklace automatically fell down towards the social studies teacher who had dealt the final blow. The social studies teacher quickly grabbed the necklace and hung it around his neck. He wanted to show a serious expression, but the tips of his lips were slowly making their way up. The teachers who couldn't obtain the necklace sent envious glares or went to hunt other dropouts. There were even some who glanced at the students. Just then, Choi Hyuk charged. Da-da-da, bam. His footsteps rhythmically sounded out throughout the gym. He charged as fast as he could, then with a bang, jumped up into the air. Because the last footstep the social studies teacher heard was far away from him, he never thought that the footsteps were heading for him. Choi Hyuk's karma-enhanced body shot out like an arrow. The condensed power in his body exploded. Choi Hyuk's body jumped more than 8 m forward. A world record class long jump. And it wasn't a simple jump, he also quickly drew his sword. Choi Hyuk's ability allowed him to move in the best way possible. Even if he had never learned it before, he could control all his joints and muscles to move like an expert that had practiced for his whole life. The critical moment Choi Hyuk drew his sword, the sword caught on its sheath and whipped forward in an instant. The quickest blow, quick draw. Until the moment Choi Hyuk's sword broke, the social studies teacher had no idea that Choi Hyuk had approached him. However, ting! The Japanese sword broke in half in midair. One of the pieces brushed past Choi Hyuk's palm and drew blood. It was then when the social studies teacher finally turned and faced Choi Hyuk. The necklace on his neck flashed multiple times. Was it because of that item? Even with his incredible vision, Choi Hyuk wasn't able to see it properly. The moment it was about to hit, it looked like something flew out of the necklace and destroyed the Japanese sword. The social studies teacher became enraged. He stabbed his long spear at Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk stepped to one side and avoided the spear. The difference between life and death could be a single step. Choi Hyuk stepped another step closer to the social studies teacher and threw a punch at his throat. That moment. Punch! His arm throbbed. The necklace around the social studies teacher emitted a dimmer light. Luckily, it seems to be dependent on the attack. If it used the same strength it did when breaking the Japanese sword, his fist would have been shattered. When he thought that, his whole body began to pump with adrenaline. Danger was a feeling that Choi Hyuk hadn't felt for a long time. It was different from the boring fights against Kong Miho and Bae Hyunsung. How long will that necklace last? Choi Hyuk grinned as he avoided another stab and punched out again. This time, he used less power. Slam, dot. His left arm bounced off. However, he didn't lose his balance. The expression of the teacher had when facing the pressure emitted by Choi Hyuk's penetrating style of fighting. And Choi Hyuk's eyes saw the light from the necklace around the teacher's neck go out. Choi Hyuk instinctively knew that he had used all his chances. Checkmate. The social studies teacher tried to sweep the spear in front of him to gain some distance, but Choi Hyuk took a hit to the shoulder and stepped closer. Facing the unexpected actions of Choi Hyuk, the teacher's response became a mess. While Choi Hyuk used his left shoulder to continuously push the spear aside and limited the teacher's actions, he took out a long, thin estoc that was meant for stabbing. Then, he stretched his left hand to grab the teacher's collar and, at the same time, he raised his stock behind his back and stabbed the teacher with a downward stab. The sword had pierced above the teacher's collarbone. Cough. All of this was smooth and natural like flowing water, and he had suppressed the teacher with only the right amount of physical strength. The teacher had no choice but to gaze at the sword that was stabbed into his throat. He turned into ash and was absorbed into Choi Hyuk. First 1. Necklace of Protection. Rank E. Intercepts an opponent's attack within a certain range. Remaining interceptions 0/3. Asterisk, you will gain an interception every 20 minutes. When Choi Hyuk hung the necklace around his neck, the hammer appeared again in another area of the gym. Swish. Slam. This was the moment Choi Hyuk's next target was decided. The total student population was 1,938 people. With teachers, that number exceeded 2,000, and among those, 812 had survived past the Ring of Rebirth. And 150 of them participated in the bonus game. The rest moved aside as they watched the desperate hunt. Unlike in the Ring of Rebirth, where people had no choice to kill, many took a passive stance. On the other hand, the ones who participated to obtain items or to save their friends became more immersed in the situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9. Episode 1, New World / Chapter 9, Bonus Game 4. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. 7 minutes after the boxes disappeared, the majority of the dropouts had been killed. It was a gruesome scene. First, the dropouts were separated into two groups, one with friends that tried to protect them and others without. The dropouts with friends protecting them numbered 7 to 8. It was more than everyone thought. The rest had to survive on their own. The moment the boxes disappeared. With a hurried scream, the friendless dropouts ran. The hunters tried to stop their paths, but they rolled and pushed their way out. The dropouts weren't captured as easily as everyone expected. The hunters were people who had karma and were stronger than the dropouts, but they were still students and teachers. They were people who would have a hard time catching a rabbit even while running after it with a sword. It was hard to kill those who struggled to live. This was why a more gruesome scene unfolded. A round of mixed martial arts was 5 minutes. For the dropouts who didn't have karma to try their best to run and resist for that time, of course, they were at their limit. The dropouts' movements became sluggish while the hunters who were pissed became more heartless. A running dropout was hit by a swing of a spear and rolled onto the ground. Someone came running behind him, kicked his face, then grabbed his hair and sliced off his neck. Then the hammer would appear, smash its victim, splattering blood everywhere. Afterwards, an item would appear. Madness. The people who didn't participate but were spectating felt their knees tremble. And this scene occurred throughout the gym. Many would chase after one and the lucky winner would obtain the item. However, not everyone was like that. Although everyone had similar stats and karma, the difference between each other started to show, and it was greater than the difference among level 1s in an AOS game. 1. There were players who particularly shined. First, the class president Young Minji. She fought like she was the incarnation of Joan of Arc. Not only did she show that she was physically skilled, but she even was outstanding at reading the situation and devising plans. There was no hesitation in her actions. The moment the box protecting Yoon disappeared, she grabbed her, put her over her shoulders and charged. The 6 people who surrounded Yoon all had dumb expressions like a dog chasing a chicken and couldn't react in time. The place she was heading towards was next to Chu Young-jin, who was protecting his girlfriend. Punch! The moment she slammed her fist into a student's throat who was approaching Lee Hyejin, his girlfriend, an alliance was formed. Young Minji didn't stop there. Hey! Back Salem! Aren't you friends with Hyejin? Like that, she continued to call out specific people's names. Although there were some who looked away, there were also some who slowly entered the fray. As she started to aggressively form a group, the hunters felt uncomfortable facing young Minji's group. This game was a bonus game. Although an E-rank item was enticing, there weren't many who were willing to risk their lives for it. Of course, there were some who were still willing to kill even though they didn't have to put their lives on the line. The third year, student representative Kim Piljum was like that. He coordinated with his friend, Sun Dukpil, and he differentiated people he knew and didn't know with a sword. He would save those who he was familiar with but kill those he had only met once. No one was able to block his arrows as he was skilled in archery. He killed 3 dropouts and their friends who tried to protect them. Sun Dukpil would take care of those that approached and Kim Piljum would shoot arrows from behind or stab with his gladius, too. Kim Piljum had obtained a new bow, shoes, and a shield. And among those, he gave the shield to his friend, Sun Dukpil. There was even a player who would run around swiftly cutting dropouts' necks. She was the one known as the Queen Bee among third years, Lee Hyuna. When she ran, her victims wouldn't be able to react as their heads dropped onto the floor. Even their blood took a while to flow. As if she was kind, she would save those with pretty faces and mercilessly kill those she deemed ugly. She gave swords to those she saved and ordered them to kill others. She had obtained a ring and a throwing knife. 5 teachers died after getting hit by the gym teacher's iron mace. Among them, 3 weren't dropouts but those that hunted dropouts. The gym teacher Huang Mengji didn't hesitate to kill his competitors. He had obtained a pill and armor. Then there was Choi Jun-sung. As expected, he easily obtained items, while dragging a long 2-handed sword behind him. Wanna move? With those words, even competitors who had caught a dropout would move aside without a word. He was the rumored fighter of the third years, so they didn't have the courage to stand up to him. The first third year who lost his temper was cut in half by Choi Jun-sung's lightning-fast 2-handed sword. Choi Jun-sung obtained a necklace, helmet and gauntlets. Who to kill? Your competitors or to quickly kill the dropouts? And will you kill only the dropouts or their friends as well? Or, contrarily, will you kill the hunters and save the dropouts? Who will you kill and who will you save? Even in this simple game, there were a few options and the players who shined each had their own style. Instead of a fight between justice and injustice, it was more a fight between rules. And rules were something only the strong could create. And among them, Choi Hyuk's rule was eye-catching. Kill the one who obtains an item. There was no one who specifically targeted those who obtained items. Because an E rank was powerful, no one wanted to fight against people with items with unknown effects. While everyone else was fairly killing dropouts and obtaining items, Choi Hyuk was the only one who solely focused on snatching the items after killing their owners. Because of this, Choi Hyuk's fights were especially fierce. Since the necklace he had snatched first was useless as it was already spent, his second fight was fierce as well. His opponent wielded an E-rank saber. Every time he clashed with the E-rank saber, his F-rank bastard sword would chip. If he was to receive a hit straight on, it was certain his sword would split in two. Also, the E-rank saber increased its owner's power and speed, so it was difficult for Choi Hyuk to break through. Choi Hyuk sneakily moved back, avoiding the slashes as he waited for his opponent to tire out and stabbed right when his opponent showed an opening. His bastard sword ripped through his opponent's armor and Choi Hyuk was able to seize a slightly curved E-rank saber from his corpse. Every fight would be the same, so it took quite a lot of time. When he seized the necklace of protection and the saber, 6 minutes of the bonus game had already passed. And by that time, most the dropouts were chased down and killed. While one side was hunting normally, Choi Hyuk was fighting fiercely by himself. Smash! At the same time Choi Hyuk seized the saber, another golden hammer fell to the floor. Shoes that would increase your recovery stat and jumping ability. The student who had obtained them was clearly aware of Choi Hyuk. It was because he had seen Choi Hyuk target other people's items. As soon as he received the shoes, he ran to the sides and hid among the spectators. However, Choi Hyuk chased after him. The item owner used his increased jumping ability to avoid Choi Hyuk, but, eventually, Choi Hyuk's stock pierced through his stomach. There were no exceptions to Choi Hyuk's kill, those that killed first. In the order, I see them rule. Everyone was filled with shock at the scene. Especially the spectating students who thought they were a safe distance away. They couldn't help but be terrified of Choi Hyuk's determination as he moved in between them to kill his target. Ha! Ha! Dot. When he had finally killed his last target, Choi Hyuk's stamina was at its limit. The karma that was fiercely circulating his body stiffened or relaxed. It seemed he was feeling the effects of his stamina stat. But still, perhaps it was due to struggling through fights or because of his rule, he wasn't as uncomfortable as he was when he killed Bae Hyun-sung. It was better if his body was uncomfortable than his mind. He calmed his breath and looked at his surroundings. What a mess! Everyone was flashing out a red, hostile light. Some were even emitting a black, killing light. Choi Hyuk could see it with his eyes of distinction. Red and black lights flashed on his skin. It was an unpleasant and disgusting feeling. Many were cautious or envious or hated Choi Hyuk. Although the student body president Kim Piljung and the gym teacher Hwang Manji had killed more people than Choi Hyuk, the one who was under the most hostility was him. It was because, among the players who stood out, Choi Hyuk was a guy that they had never heard of or seen before, and he was the only one who targeted those who obtained items. There was no one who doubted that the best fighter in school, Choi Jun-sung, would kill people. But when a person no one had seen before was doing things even the best fighter Choi Jun-sung wasn't doing, he really popped. A lot of hate fell onto Choi Hyuk. Except for Choi Jun-sung. Why is he white? Only Choi Jun-sung was emitting a white, goodwill, light to Choi Hyuk. When their eyes met, he would wave. For him to show goodwill when he killed people. For some reason, he felt worse. Choi Hyuk ignored him. The only surviving dropouts were the 4 young Minji's group was protecting. Besides them, all the other dropouts either died or, with the help of their friends, killed someone and got rid of the item mark. As it was tough to face the 15 people in young Minji's group, the hunt for dropouts ended there. Then, when no dropouts were killed for 2 minutes, the announcement for the next game appeared. There wasn't even a break. Damn it all. These fucking dropouts. Young Minji, who was unable to obtain any E-rank items because she was protecting the dropouts, was inwardly grinding her teeth. However, she was the player who had formed a group faster than anyone else. And that was how the throne game began. 1. Aeon of Strife, probably better to think of it as a MOBA. 2. Gladius, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/gladius. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10. Episode 1, New World / Chapter 10, Throne Game, 1. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. Sponsored, Arlos. The rules of the Throne Game were partially revealed. Throne Game. Think of 5 people. If you gain their support, you can become a king. Those that become kings will receive 10 free karma points. Time limit, 1 minute. Hidden. In under a minute, how many people could gain the support of 5 people in a single school? A typical group of friends was made up of 3 to 5 people, and there was bound to be central person in that group. There were more people who attempted to gain 5 people's support than they thought. On top of that, the reward was 10 free karma points. Normally, if someone killed a person, a total of 7 karma points would be distributed to each stat, so it was better than killing someone. Since the karma points were able to be allocated however they wanted, it might even be better than killing 4 or 5. Also, because of the short time limit, there was a rushed side to it, like a sale that was about to end. The students and teachers who were confident in their popularity competitively thought of 5 people. Kim Piljung wants your support. Do you agree? The friends who were asked received a short message. These people exchanged glances with each other. It was the same with the class president Young Minji. However, the ones she thought of weren't those who trusted and followed her or those who were easy to deal with like Yoon Jirim. She thought of nearby leaders who she was friendly with. She picked the 3rd year who fought hard with a firefighter's axe, Choi Hyuk, the student who was known as the most handsome boy in her class, Choi Hyuk, and the ethics teacher who helped protect the dropouts with Young Minji, Park Solam. Young Minji said at the same time, "Carefully think about what the hidden rule is. Throne game, do you think there will be endless thrones? We have to join our strength together." The ones who heard her shout were speechless. She was saying that the number of thrones was limited and that the ones who declared themselves as kings would have to fight each other in a battle royale. She thought that far as soon as the message appeared? They couldn't help but be surprised by her intelligence. "Are you sure?" the ethics teacher Park Solam asked. "Rationally, half-half. Emotionally, 100%. Young Minji gave a short answer. Everyone took her words seriously. Everyone had either fought together with Young Minji or had seen her actions in the bonus game. If they couldn't trust her judgment, who could they trust? If what she said was true, it was better to join up as one strong power than be separated into 6 different groups. Eventually, Young Minji gained the support of 5 leaders. Pa! Light shined from Young Minji's body. It wasn't just her. Shining lights appeared throughout the gym. Among the 797 survivors of the bonus game, 42 had become kings. They stared into space as if there was a message only for the kings. Kim Piljung looked as if it was only natural, Choi Jun-sung looked like he was having fun, and Young Minji had a nervous expression. However, the majority had proud expressions as if they had become a special existence. Then the announcement changed. Throne game. Choose your king. Those who aren't kings must be affiliated with a king. Time limit, 5 minutes. Those who haven't chosen a king will cease to exist. Hidden. At this moment, Choi Hyuk recalled the hidden rules he found during the break. Throne game, hidden rule number 9. If a person kills more than 5 people and awakens to an innate skill but is not affiliated with a king, the person receives the rights of the king without subjects and 30 free karma points that can be allocated however they want. Throne game, hidden rule number 15. When a king without subjects sits on the throne, the person will be randomly given a D rank or greater weapon. Good. If he hadn't found these rules, Choi Hyuk would have had to choose a king as well. However, he had found rules related to king without subjects. And to achieve it, he had already killed 5 people. Choi Hyuk crossed his arms and waited. Since the rule about those who haven't chosen a king will cease to exist didn't apply to him who had found the hidden rules. But there was no way the other kings knew that. Choi Hyuk was the most outstanding player in the bonus game, and it was obvious that no matter what kind of game the throne game was, it was necessary to have strong followers. The first to approach was Young Minji. Her group was made up of the friends and colleagues of the 5 who joined her at the start, and it could be considered large enough to face off against the school president Kim Piljung's group. Fook. Join me. Choi Hyuk turned to look at Young Minji. A smart and daring girl. The girl who had stood up for him by herself. The girl who had saved Yoon Jirim, who was abandoned by everyone else. But she was definitely not a pushover. She was just strangely sensitive to the weak as she unhesitantly stabbed guys like Lee Minji with an awl. She was charming. If he hadn't found the hidden rules, he might have gone under Young Minji's command. Choi Hyuk shook his head. I have some circumstances. Young Minji's expression didn't change when she heard his refusal, and she asked calmly. In the very least, I don't want to become enemies with you. Who are you planning to join? Choi Hyuk replied. Don't worry. As long as the situation allows it, I won't be your enemy. Then young Minji silently looked at Choi Hyuk before extending her hand. Choi Hyuk examined her hand. The young Minji reflected on his eyes of distinction didn't reveal any colors. Her suggestion wasn't made with good or bad intentions. Like she said, she simply didn't want to fight him. An objective judgment. In this chaos influenced by madness and confusion, she kept her calm. For some reason, Choi Hyuk liked that calmness. Choi Hyuk grinned as he grabbed her hand. Besides, there were many guys to fight besides her. As soon as she left, Choi Jun-sung approached him. He smiled brightly and abruptly tried to put his arms around Choi Hyuk's shoulders. Choi Hyuk pushed him away before his arms could wrap around him. He was the Choi Hyuk who had seen Lee Minji put his arms around Yang Gil-soo and strangle him. The fellow known as Choi Jun-sung looked like he had nothing to be scared of as he acted thoughtlessly. What? Hey! Don't be so cranky. You fight pretty good? Let's fight together. You have to choose someone anyways. The best fighter in school, Choi Jun-sung, really liked Choi Hyuk. He who had no friends, only lackeys, felt that he had finally found an equal. That was why, even though Choi Hyuk pushed him away, he didn't feel bad. And he never thought that Choi Hyuk would actually refuse him. It didn't matter if he liked him or not. If a tiger was to choose a king, it would be another tiger. Choi Jun-sung was confident that the only tigers in this school were Choi Hyuk and himself. Screw off. So the next words were particularly unpleasant. What? I told you to screw off. The only person who thought they were equals was Choi Jun-sung. Choi Hyuk thought he was nothing more than a shitty bastard who only acted tough when he was actually weak. Choi Jun-sung's face distorted. Ha! What? So did you really side with that bitch? Fine. I get it. PTU. Choi Jun-sung spread out his hands before turning around and leaving. In between the white, goodwill, light his body was emitting, traces of red, killing, light squeezed through. The warm light had traces of clamminess to it. What? How can there be goodwill and killing intent? Is it saying that since he can't get me, he'll destroy me? Anyways, he was a funny guy. That was how people with killing intent increased, but Choi Hyuk didn't care. Didn't he resolve himself? That he would stand at the top. That he would show the most memorable performance. 5 minutes had passed. When everyone else stood around the 42 kings, Choi Hyuk stood by himself. Those who approached him with slight expectations all had cold water poured over them. They all thought one thing. Just who is he backed by to act like that? Choi Hyuk was a dangerous existence. They never thought of the possibility that Choi Hyuk wouldn't choose anyone and were curious who Choi Hyuk joined in secret. Then there was a change. Pa! It was the same as when the kings were chosen. Choi Hyuk's body emitted a light. But, the color of the light was different. Instead of a white light, a black light was emitted. And above Choi Hyuk's head, a hidden rule was revealed. Throne Game, Hidden Rule Number 9. If a person kills more than 5 people and awakens to an innate skill but is not affiliated with a king, the person receives the rights of the king without subjects and 30 free karma points that can be allocated however they want. Ha! Shouts erupted all around him. No way. For there to be a rule about a one-person king? Although Choi Hyuk didn't know this, unlike the other rules which had multiple copies, there was only a single copy of the king without subjects rule. To everyone else, Choi Hyuk's ascension to king without subjects was something they had never expected. On top of that, 30 free karma points? In fact, if they ranked the people who had killed the most, the school president Kim Piljung, gym teacher Hwang Manji and Choi Hyuk placed in the top 3. For someone like him to receive 30 free karma points to use, however, he wished meant that he could act with an unequaled strength. And this place was a place where you would get stronger the more you kill. If there was this much difference from the beginning, it might be hard for them to catch up. Their already heightened alertness against Choi Hyuk further hit their peak when the other rules of the throne game were revealed. Throne game. There are 5 thrones. You cannot leave unless 5 kings remain. The only way to end the qualification of a king is to kill them. From here on out, followers are unable to defy their king and no king is able to kill their followers. If a follower's king is killed, the follower will join the enemy king's group. Those who had hastily become kings regretted it. It was as if they had voluntarily jumped into a game of death. There were about 30 kings like that, while the other 13 had a burning desire to take one of the 5 seats. At the same time, killing intent poured onto Choi Hyuk, who was the strongest by himself but had no strengths in numbers. Choi Hyuk could see the killing intent with his eyes of distinction. His vision was filled with red lights. A disgusting, sticky feeling. Choi Hyuk smiled like a beast. While smiling, he specifically pointed out kings who were emitting red lights. You. The first person he pointed to was the student president Kim Piljung. He had a "who are you?" expression. You. The second was Choi Jun-sung. He just shrugged his shoulders. You. The third was the gym teacher Hwang Manji. His facial muscles rippled when he heard a student talking to him impolitely. You. The 6 kings Choi Hyuk pointed out were quite high-ranked. At the same time, they were those who had the most killing intent towards him. After specifically pointing them all out, Choi Hyuk declared while revealing his teeth, "I'm going to kill you." The other kings were speechless. Even young Minji's expression distorted. Choi Hyuk unconcernedly started to distribute his free karma points. If he was to include the previous reward for danger, he had 40 free karma points. Choi Hyuk divided it up into 30 and 10 points and put them in stamina and recovery. Choi Hyuk. Human. Karma points. Power, 15, plus 5, speed, 19, plus 5, control, 27. Endurance, 13 stamina, 45 recovery, 35, plus 10. Free karma points, 10 retribution, 5. Comparison to his beginning stats. Power, 5 speed, 7 control, 22. Endurance, 7 stamina, 9 recovery, 10. His other stats were higher than others anyways. Even if they were lower, Choi Hyuk was confident he would win. So he believed that the most important stats were stamina and recovery. Since I don't know how many I'll kill. He planned on fully revealing his violent side in this fight. Watch carefully. He was planning on appealing to the fucking bastards who created this game. To what lengths this human known as Choi Hyuk could fight to. Settings, T/N, information about how the system works. Power, 16, plus 5, stats raised with items will be indicated with a plus 5. If you were to take away the increased stat, power would decrease to 11. Below are the items Choi Hyuk earned in the bonus game. Necklace of Protection. Rank, E. Intercepts an opponent's attack within a certain range. Remaining interceptions, 0/3. You will gain an interception every 20 minutes. Tireless Boots. Rank, E. Recovery plus 10. Durability, 10 out of 10. Allows you to run faster and jump higher. Fong Saber. Rank, E. Power plus 5, speed plus 5. Durability, 300/300. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11. Episode 1, New World / Chapter 11, Throne Game, 2. TL, Myoni. Edited, Myoni, Yoni. Flash, dot. Lights flashed out everywhere as a king symbol appeared above everyone's forehead. And they were granted the names of the kings. Young Minji's symbol was a bloody knight, her king name was the Crazy Knight King. Choi Junsung had an executioner as his symbol, his king name was the Slaughter King. Kim Piljung had a hunter as his symbol, his king name was the Hunter King. And above Choi Hyuk's head was a black flag made from something that looked like the clothes of a death god. His king name was the King Without Subjects. As their symbols were larger and brighter than everyone else's, it was easy to find a king wherever he was. And you could tell who was under whose rule in an instant. Those who declared themselves as kings numbered 43 and there were 5 thrones. Each group started to distance themselves from each other. There were too many competitors to start fighting right away. A fierce psychological battle erupted between close groups. And that boring engagement would have continued if it wasn't for Choi Hyuk. While groups were wary of each other as they distanced themselves away, Choi Young dashed towards the school president, the Hunter King Kim Piljung. Kim Piljung's reaction was fast. Those with shields come forth, spearmen behind them. The rest get behind them and all of you get your backs against the wall. Among the groups in the gym, Kim Piljung's group was the truest to their name as well as the strongest. He wasn't afraid of Choi Hyuk. However, he was pissed. They're nothing good being under attention from the start, TSK. In a situation where everyone was trying to read what was on each other's mind, they would only become targets if they put under attention. If his battle line became disorganized when fighting Choi Hyuk, there was a possibility that another group would launch a surprise attack. Kim Piljung drew an arrow. The bow he obtained when he killed a dropout, the returning bow, not only increased the speed of his arrows but his arrows would return to him after being shot. I will shoot when he comes within 5 meters. No matter how good Choi Hyuk's skills were, he believed that there was no way that he would be able to block an arrow shot from the returning bow. But Choi Hyuk switched directions before he came within 5 meters. He even sped up. With his 19 karma points in speed and the speed effect of the tireless boots, Choi Hyuk sped forward. Choi Hyuk's target was never the Hunter King Kim Piljung. Running towards Kim Piljung was just a disguise. His real target was the weakest of the 6 kings he pointed to. His symbol was a dole, 1. Choi Hyuk didn't know his name. Only that he was friendly with Lee Manji, Bae Hyunsung, and others who bullied him. His killing intent towards Choi Hyuk was his mistake. He stared blankly as Choi Hyuk approached him. His eyes widened later as if he was surprised, but it was already too late. Tada, slam. Choi Hyuk's body flew 10 meters into the air. The moment his subordinates flinched, Choi Hyuk was already passing above their heads. When his target was fumbling with his sword, Choi Hyuk pulled his Fong saber from its sheath. Slash. First kill. You were the first to kill a king. You have been given an additional 3 free karma points. Retribution has increased by 3. You have killed a king. You have been given 2 free karma points. If he found a hidden rule about the first kill, he might have gotten a bigger reward, but it wasn't a bad start. Thud. When Choi Hyuk landed, the group without a king stared at him with blank expressions. The king's symbol above their heads disappeared. Choi Hyuk lifted his head and counted the numbers. 1 down. 5 left. Choi Hyuk's next target was the next weakest one. It was normal in a fight against many to target the weakest ones first. The fight began. Originally, those followers who had lost their king would become affiliated with the enemy king. However, it was different when their king was killed by the king without subjects Choi Hyuk. The followers who lost their king lost their affiliation as well and would join the first king who made contact with them. So, whenever Choi Hyuk killed a king, the place would overflow with new followers. The first to take them got them. When such a chance appeared in a game where you would die out if you couldn't increase your power, the real competition between the kings began. The psychological battle quickly switched to battles and all-out wars. A blood wind blew with Choi Hyuk at its center. Choi Hyuk was intoxicated with the karma circulating his body. Karma was stronger than bones, tougher than muscles and more flexible than joints. The more karma he received, the more superior the karma that circulated his body was. The karma from his 21 speed stat immediately contracted to move Choi Hyuk's body. When others took one step, Choi Hyuk took two. In a fight, that one-step difference could mean life or death. Slash. His opponent unconsciously took a step back as he saw Choi Hyuk approach, but, with another step, Choi Hyuk slashed off his neck with his Fong saber. Choi Hyuk quickly turned around and charged to his next opponent. Slash. It was a guy wearing an E-rank armor. Choi Hyuk didn't aim for his armor but for his wrist. Dot. When his target screamed as he grabbed his bleeding wrist, Choi Hyuk used the chance to take out a thin estoc with his left hand and stabbed his opponent's neck between the folds of his armor. 30 control. He didn't waste a single drop of strength with his control stat that surpassed his power and speed. The karma stretched out and precisely stabbed with the sword. GRKK. Enemies were everywhere. He took one out but another enemy arrived raising his sword immediately after. Choi Hyuk grabbed and pulled the wrist that was holding onto the sword. As the man lost his balance, the Fong saber sliced his throat. The dead turned into ashes as they were absorbed into Choi Hyuk. Then, Choi Hyuk's stats would increase once again. He was getting stronger in real time. Block it. Dot. Choi Hyuk's second target. The symbol of a wild dog, the wild dog King Song Min-sik urged his followers crazily. Due to the rule that followers could not disobey their king, his followers blocked Choi Hyuk's path knowing all too well that they would die. Taking advantage of the confusion, the weak King Kim Tae-sik brought his followers to launch a surprise attack on the Wild Dog King. What the? Shouted the freaked out Song Min-sik who ran away. Goodbye, said the tailing Kim Tae-sik. And behind Kim Tae-sik was the crazy Knight King Young Minji who attacked. I'll use your items well. Young Minji, who wasn't able to obtain any items during the bonus game, was first targeting easy kings with items. Although they chased one another and tossed and turned, eventually only the strong would survive. The crazy Knight King Young Minji, class president, first in school, and the hunter King Kim Piljung, school president, were well versed in tactics. Their followers didn't lose formation in this confusing brawl. Go back a step. They would move back 2 steps forward. They would push away their enemies and stay in line. If they were to obtain shields, spears and swords and plan out new tactics, everyone and their dog wouldn't be able to stop them. That was the reason why Kim Piljung was so overly confident. It had been 20 minutes since the throne game had started. 20 kings had already been eliminated. Kim Piljung's group was still the strongest as well as the largest. Choi Hyuk killed 3rd kings by himself, but to Kim Piljung, it was like he only killed pathetic ones who didn't even know the basics. It was because of that. During the brawl, Kim Piljung's group came close to Choi Hyuk, but Kim Piljung wasn't nervous in the slightest. He thought that he could just lazily clean up his surroundings and devour Choi Hyuk when he had the chance. Killing a regular king gives you 2 free karma points. I wonder how much the king without subjects will give. Instead, he was actually becoming more excited. That moment, young Minji was in the middle of urging Yunjirim. I did what I can. I'm pissed, so don't push it. Boo, but. Stop. Just shut up and kill. You trash. Young Minji threw a student who was subdued by her group in front of Yunjirim. Yunjirim still hadn't gotten rid of the item mark. She wasn't distributed any karma, wasn't affiliated with anyone, couldn't fight, and was instead becoming a target for enemies. Young Minji had a mind to kill Yunjirim and obtain an item. However, whenever she saw her weak face, she couldn't leave her alone. That was why she became angrier. If I could have my way, I would like to do this to Lee Hyejin as well. Young Minji glanced at Chu Youngjin's girlfriend, Lee Hyejin. Currently, among the 4 dropouts, 2 had killed someone and had gotten rid of their item marks. The only ones left were Yoon Jirim and Lee Hyejin. However, young Minji found it uncomfortable telling Lee Hyejin what to do. Unlike Kim Piljung, who was always famous as well as a leader and the school president, she was only a class president. Even though she was a king of the alliance, she couldn't help be careful around Chu Youngjin. I can't make enemies when I don't know what kind of games there will be in the future. Chu Youngjin, who was currently the attack leader of the group, was crazy for Lee Hyejin. There was no reason to create grudges. Sob, sob. While young Minji was pondering over things, Yoon Jirim had stabbed the subdued student in the neck while crying. The item mark above her head disappeared. In its place was young Minji's crazy Night King symbol. Young Minji didn't want to see Yoon Jirim's crying face. Fucking sensitivity. When Yoon Jirim cried in this bloody battle reeking with blood, young Minji's heart hurt. Young Minji patted Yoon Jirim's head as if she was hitting her before turning towards the battlefield. Now, go fight. It was about time the fight would come to a lull anyways. Even if she roughly counted, there weren't even 20 kings remaining. As there was more space than before, it was much easier to keep each other in check. And due to the brawl started because of Choi Hyuk, everyone's stamina was at rock bottom. After using power surpassing their stamina stat, karma would completely relax and they weren't able to move their bodies like they wanted to. It was similar to a muscle pain. Some would call it the cooldown. Already, she could tell that the front lines weren't as fierce as before. Instead of fighting, it was more like they were acting like they were. If you die in this situation, Yoon Jirim, you're a dumb bitch. When young Minji was finishing her calculations. Murmur. The front lines noisily murmured. What happened? In the middle of the commotion stood Choi Hyuk. And a countless number of hunter symbols were surrounding Choi Hyuk. Currently the strongest, Kim Piljung's group. Their symbol was disappearing. Young Minji's mouth opened wide dumbly. The school president is dead. Someone who was overcome with fear and terror screamed. But that wasn't the end of the screams. While Choi Hyuk was stirring up Kim Piljung's group, Choi Junsung thought this was a chance and set up a small party and was devouring Kim Piljung's outer lines. Choi Hyuk's eyes landed on Choi Junsung, who was with a small group. Wah! Another commotion arose. Just how many did he kill to get so strong? Choi Hyuk's movements had already far surpassed that of a human. His body immediately accelerated that it was like watching a motorcycle hit 0-100 in 2 seconds. Choi Hyuk's Fong saber shot towards Choi Junsung. Clash! Sparks flew out like lightning. Choi Junsung's two-handed sword blocked Choi Hyuk's Fong saber with lightning speed. However, Choi Junsung's face became completely pale. Fuck, don't tell me that was just his strength without a skill? Choi Junsung was the man who followed Choi Hyuk up to the ceiling. There, he found an E-rank skill called Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike could use any weapon to strike with incredible speed, and it matched well with Choi Junsung's two-handed weapon. However, Choi Hyuk's running slash was equal to his Lightning Strike. Clang! The swords clashed again. Choi Junsung's Lightning Strike was able to deflect Choi Hyuk's Fong saber. On the outside, they looked equal. But Choi Junsung's insides were burning. The skill consumed a lot of stamina. His tense karma already started to stretch out like rubber on a hot day. If he used Lightning Strike again in this state, he wouldn't even have the strength to run. Fuck! Block him! Choi Junsung used the subordinates who followed him here as a shield as he escaped. Slash! Crash! His subordinates died a gruesome death, but because of them, Choi Jun-sung was able to escape to his headquarters. Even when Choi Jun-sung arrived at his headquarters, he didn't have the courage to go save his dying subordinates. The surroundings were still. At some point, there was an empty space with Choi Hyuk in the middle. He suddenly cut off the school president Kim Pil-jung's neck, then Choi Jun-sung, who dominated fights, ran away with his tail between his legs. Ha, ha! In the center, Choi Hyuk was catching his breath. After 30 minutes of fighting desperately, everyone's karma had become stretched out and their legs were trembling. Steam even came up from Choi Hyuk's body. Choi Hyuk was recalling the fight. So close. It was going great when he killed Kim Pil-jung while his guard was down. The interception from the necklace of protection really showed its worth. Kim Pil-jung couldn't block his attack when he ignored defense and rushed in. It would have been the best if I took down Choi Jun-sung as well. However, Choi Jun-sung was already locked up in his headquarters, completely alert. He had already used up the one interception he had, and it was too much to fight him now. Choi Hyuk wiped his head. Sweat dripped off. Ha! It was refreshing. He wasn't fighting with the intentions to kill. How far his body could move. Or he should stretch his arms or legs to. He moved that way up until now as if he was training and experimenting. Everything went the way he thought it would. Choi Hyuk's ability was finally able to stretch out its arms and let out a cheer. Choi Hyuk looked at his surroundings. He had killed 4 out of his 6 targets. There were only about 17 kings left alive. They all looked like their stamina had reached their limit as they took this chance to curl up and rest. However, Choi Hyuk never thought about resting. Don't we have to continue? I still have 2 left. Choi Hyuk stared at the gym teacher Hwang Manji. He took a deep breath before dashing towards him. Crazy. Just what is this bastard's stamina? Cries erupted everywhere. To those exhausted people, Choi Hyuk looked like he had become even faster. Since the beginning of the throne game, when everyone else's stats were around 10 each, Choi Hyuk's stamina was at 45 and his recovery stat was at 35 after using the free karma points he received as a reward. And currently, his stamina was at 83 while his recovery was at 73. Choi Hyuk put more strength into his sword. 1. Dole, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/dhole. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12. Episode 1, New World / Chapter 12, Throne Game, 3. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. Choi Hyuk. Asterisk human. Asterisk karma points. Power, 54, plus 5, speed, 58, plus 5, control, 69. Endurance, 52 stamina, 83 recovery, 73, plus 10. Asterisk free karma points, 8 asterisk retribution, 44. Hwang Manji. Asterisk human. Asterisk karma points. Power, 73, plus 10, speed, 43, plus 8, control, 33. Endurance, 42, plus 10, stamina, 33 recovery, 39, plus 5. Asterisk free karma points, 0 asterisk retribution, 28. Hwang Manji was strong. He had a power stat of 73. Choi Hyuk's power stat was 54, so if you only looked at their power, he was stronger than Choi Hyuk. The 10 free karma points he received once he became a king and the 14 points he earned through hidden rules and killing kings were all put into his power stat, and even his E-rank Iron Mace increased his power by 10. As he was in the top 3 along with Choi Hyuk and Choi Jun-sung, his other stats were outstanding as well. So it was fine as long as Choi Hyuk didn't meet Hwang Manji's Iron Mace head-on. Whoosh! Bang! Hwang Manji's Iron Mace mercilessly smashed the gym floor. The cement exploded as he smashed it with his 73 power. However, Choi Hyuk looked at him with a pathetic expression. Hwang Manji's movements wasted too much energy because his control was less than half of his power. The karma that was contracting and increasing in his body was too rough. To the point where he couldn't control it. An obvious blind spot after his full swing. Choi Hyuk pierced that opening. Oh huck. Still, it seemed that the gym teacher had good reflexes as he quickly reacted. Cling. The sword that had just slightly pierced Hwang Manji's armor slipped off. Hwang Manji backed away with a pale face. His overflowing confidence went into hiding after a single exchange. Choi Hyuk's high-speed footsteps were like that of a ghost's. Most of the strong weren't strong because they played fair but strong because they were still alive. Hwang Manji, who believed himself to be strong, realized too late that he shouldn't have had a direct fight with Choi Hyuk. Everyone blocked that bastard. Most of Hwang Manji's followers were teachers. Teachers Choi Hyuk was familiar with blocked his path and wielded their weapons. Choi Hyuk showed no mercy to those who tried to kill him. A bloodbath occurred. Hwang Manji brought his royal bodyguards to target another king in the meantime. I have to quickly end this game. This was Hwang Manji's conclusion. That he had to get rid of all the easy kings instead of Choi Hyuk. So that he could be in the last 5. Bang, dot. Whenever he swung his iron mace, 3 or 4 exhausted students would be smashed apart. However, there was no way he would be able to endlessly swing his iron mace with a stamina stat that was a bit more half his power. At some point, Hwang Manji became completely exhausted as he was busy running away with his royal bodyguards. 1 minute felt like an hour. The moment Choi Hyuk charged at Hwang Manji, the other king's fates were sealed. Young Minji ordered. Get up. Get them. Currently, Kim Piljun's group wasn't absorbed. If others didn't follow Choi Hyuk and increase their strength by absorbing other groups, they would be left behind. Even the third-year Queen Bee Lee Hyuna urged her group. If you rest 'cause you're tired, you're dead, but. Choi Jun-sung was a bit more desperate. He was already heading towards the group next to him. Kill. The reason was the same as Hwang Manji's. Fuck. I'm next if the gym teach dies. I have to quickly kill the rest and end the game. With different reasons, they started the final struggle. As an intense battle began while everyone's stamina was at their bottom, the number of deaths began to pile up one after the other. Everyone aimed to devour each other. Slice. The assassin King Lee Hyuna was definitely fast, and it seemed like she was getting used to a skill as her attacks were even becoming more stealthy. And that shined in this intense battle. While Choi Hyuk was chasing after Hwang Manji, she had cut off 2 kings' heads. However, her stamina was also the problem. Pant. Pant. The moment she had grabbed her knees as sweat dripped down her body. Whoosh. Whoosh. A hatchet flew towards her. She tried to move once she heard the sound, but her legs wouldn't react. Thud. Ack. The girl's followers surrounded her as she collapsed after getting hit in the shoulder. Lightning strike. Flash. A white lightning seemed to have passed as 3 people were sliced through their waists. Huh. I feel like I'm gonna die. Sorry, Nuna, 1. The one who appeared was Choi Jun-sung. Though he was friendly with Lee Hyuna, he unhesitatingly stabbed the back of her neck. I have enough problems of my own. Even Lee Hyuna, who distinguished herself in the bonus game, died in vain. No one knew where Choi Jun-sung picked up an E-rank hatchet from, but his aim was incredible. After the encounter with Choi Hyuk, Choi Jun-sung hurriedly cleaned out the kings near him and picked up quite a few E-rank items. He decided that if he survived this game he would need an item that would help keep Choi Hyuk at bay. And Chu Youngjin's girlfriend, Lee Hyejin, was unluckily tangled in. She was the only dropout who didn't get rid of her item mark. Are you okay? Chu Young-jin was protecting Lee Hyejin from the intensified confusion. The crazy Night King Young Minji didn't like his actions but overlooked it for now. Lee Hyejin and Chu Young-jin were childhood friends. They grew up together like siblings under their parents who were friends with each other. The girl didn't think of the boy beyond a friend, and the boy had a one-sided love for that girl for a long time until they were finally together. A familiar tale that wasn't very common in real life. So to Chu Young-jin, it could be said that Lee Hyejin was his other half. In reality, if he were to remove all the memories including her, there wouldn't be many left. In every moment of happiness and sadness, in glory and despair, she was with him. Chu Young-jin gazed at the trembling Lee Hyejin, and Lee Hyejin met Chu Young-jin's gaze and nodded. In her eyes, Chu Young-jin could see a mixture of nervousness and warm trust. She was always easily scared since she was young. It was the same when Chu Young-jin fell down a flight of stairs when he was 7. The one who was bleeding was Chu Young-jin, but the one who fainted from the shock was Lee Hyejin. How shocked Chu Young-jin was when she suddenly fainted, how many times he teased her about it later, how she would sulk saying that she was scared of remembering the blood afterwards, and how much effort he put in to calm her down. To that girl, this situation was too brutal. Chu Young-jin found it too sad. Just then, whoosh! A hatchet flew and split Lee Hyejin's head. Ha! Drip, drip. Red blood splattered onto Chu Young-jin's uniform. Soon after, the blood flowing from Lee Hyejin's head covered Chu Young-jin's hands and soon soaked her shoulders. Ha! Dot. The moment when the light in her warm eyes that had met Chu Young-jin's gaze moments before disappeared, became an everlasting nightmare for Chu Young-jin. Swish! A golden hammer appeared. As if something shoved him, he was pushed a few steps away and his hand was no longer on her shoulders. Slam! Blood splattered everywhere. When the hammer disappeared, Lee Hyejin was no longer there, but a red longsword was floating in her place. Ah! Ah! Chu Young-jin became absent-minded. Last item! Shouted Choi Jun-sung. He was rushing as fast as he could to grab the long sword. Chu Young-jin unconsciously chased the sword that was his girlfriend. The hairs on his body stood on end and his eyes became bloodshot. Innate skill berserker awakened. A system message popped up, but he didn't care. Chu Young-jin shot towards Choi Jun-sung at the speed of light. However, Choi Jun-sung smiled as he held the longsword. Choi Jun-sung cruelly received the weapon. Lightning strike. Chu Young-jin, who had awakened the raging warrior, was fast, but he was overwhelmed with agitation, and Choi Jun-sung's lightning strike was fast enough to pierce that opening. That was the moment young Minji appeared. Protect. The protect skill built in her E-rank shield, the shield of protection, activated. A gray barrier surrounded Chu Young-jin's body. Clang! Choi Jun-sung's lightning strike shattered the barrier, but due to the barrier's curvature, his sword slipped and wobbled. The red blade cut into Chu Young-jin's shoulder, but it wasn't a fatal blow. However, it was Chu Young-jin who was the most surprising. Even as his shoulder was sliced into, he didn't slow his speed. He ignored the sword stuck in his shoulder and shot forwards with even more strength. His sword embedded itself into Choi Jun-sung's neck. Cough. Choi Jun-sung turned into ash. He died meaninglessly. During that time, Choi Hyuk chased the escaping Hwang Manji and eventually killed him. He killed him even quicker because he looked like he would beg for his life. And when he turned his head, he saw Choi Jun-sung die. Chu Young-jin ripped out the girl, the red sword that embedded herself into his shoulder. He hugged the sword tightly and broke down sobbing. Choi Hyuk silently watched the scene. Is this the end? The throne game was coming to an end. It took around 30 minutes to eliminate 26 out of the 43 kings, but it only took 5 minutes to eliminate 13 out of the remaining 17. There were only 4 kings remaining. The Crazy Night King Young Minji, the Heckler King Kim Hyunbik, the slave king Sung Si-min and the king without subjects, Choi Hyuk. In reality, before Choi Jun-sung's death, with the death of Hwang Manji, there were 5 kings remaining. Choi Jun-sung was stabbed to death because of his pointless greed. The distinguished kings struggled against each other and in fact, the more normal ones survived. The announcement in the middle of the gym changed. Break time. From now on, the kings and their followers can move according to their free will. You cannot leave the school until nightfall. The long brutal fight had finally ended. Out of the 797 survivors of the bonus game, 483 remained. 1. Nuna, what a younger male calls an older female. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13. Episode 1, New World / Chapter 13, Evening and Dinner. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. Since the corpses turned into ash, the gym was cleaner than he thought. Not only did the recovery stat decrease the time it took to use karma again, but it was excellent for wounds as well. Most wounds would slowly close up. The seriously wounded would die of shock and turn into ash. As expected, didn't leave a single trace. If not for the blood-stained clothes, he would have thought that everything was a dream. The sudden peace actually made people nervous. The one who took the lead was young Minji. Although the rule about absolutely following a king's orders disappeared, no one could question young Minji's leadership skills. Out of the 483 people, young Minji had gathered 258. Due to the actions of the ethics teacher Park Solam, who was her follower, there were an especially large number of teachers in her group. Young Minji stood in front of the teachers and brought order. You cannot leave the school until nightfall. First, she checked that this included the surrounding school field as well. Then she divided everyone into teams and let everyone use the washrooms to wash themselves off. Afterwards, she raided the cafeteria and the snack store and ordered the distribution of food. The slave king Sung Si-min followed young Minji's commands as well. Choi Hyuk didn't line up for food but took it directly, however, he didn't take more than the distributed amount. But the heckler king Kim Hyun-beek was worried his leadership would be stolen. You don't know when things will happen and you want to mix together like this? Then? There's no need to do everything yourself. Just fairly divide the goods and let each group decide how to distribute it. Young Minji glared at Kim Hyun-beek before giving him provisions and supplies. Kim Hyun-beek smiled. He thought that young Minji was definitely a pushover. Even if she was like a ghost in the battlefield, she couldn't be heartless in situations like these. If it was me, I would have never divided it. TSK. What's the point in having power when you don't even know how to use it? Kim Hyun-beek secretly looked down on young Minji. Because of her, he was able to obtain several things. First, he understood young Minji's personality and he could show off his ability to his group. Since his orders weren't absolute, creating a public image was important. Unlike young Minji who distributed supplies sparingly, Kim Hyun-beek let his followers eat as much as they wanted that day. After washing, changing clothes in the locker and eating, it was break time. As there was nothing to do, people suddenly felt everything was new. Everything happened in only a day. I can't believe it. We killed people? They were all normal teachers and students this morning, but now there wasn't anyone here who hadn't murdered before. It was scary. The shock came after everything had happened. They didn't know during that time, but the mushy feeling when a sword sliced into someone, the warmth they felt when blood splattered on their sleeves and the last breath of their victims were now coming back to them. The thing they couldn't handle. Don't tell me, it'll be like this tomorrow? Fuck. It might even be tonight. If they had something to do, it might not have been so overwhelming. But since they weren't allowed to leave the school until night, their anxiety couldn't help but rise. When they were endlessly beaten, it was natural they would become desperate. The real moment their hearts felt like they were being scraped was when it was peaceful. Sobs sounded out around them. There were some looking for their dead friends and some who entered an empty classroom and wept. It was night. The student who waited at the school entrance let out a shout. "The wall is gone. We can go out." People swarmed towards the entrance once they heard the shout. However, at that moment, a separate message was given to the kings. All troops are to stand by until tomorrow morning. Choi Hyuk mumbled. Fuck, just what are they planning now? The message to stand by wasn't given to everyone but only to the kings. Everyone stop. A female voice resonated out from the school. It was young Minji. She ran as fast as she could and blocked the entrance with Chu Young-jin. Luckily, no one had left yet. It could be because the streetlights were all off. It would be scary to walk by yourself in a dark night. Too many people had already died. A message was sent only to the kings. Stand by until morning, those that leave will perish. Young Minji lied outright. There was nothing about perishing. It only said to stand by. However, Choi Hyuk couldn't help but be amazed at her quick thinking. They wouldn't be well off if they refused the message anyways. People were agitated. Why did only the kings receive it? They were suspicious. No, they didn't want to believe it. The person who came out afterwards was the slave king Song Si-min. I got it too. It's true. A heavy silence came over the noisy people. If another king came out and confirmed it, it would be almost certain. The person who messed it up was the heckler king Kim Hyun-beek. I got it as well. But perishing is a lie. It just said to stand by. Everyone became noisy once again. Young Minji gave a death stare to Kim Hyun-beek. He only shrugged his shoulders. There really wasn't anything about perishing? Those with foolish expectations asked. Young Minji said strictly. No. It definitely said perish. Kim Hyun-beek, why are you lying? Kim Hyun-beek showed a speechless expression at young Minji's question before raising his voice. What? Why would I lie? Kim Hyun-beek felt dejected. Because it wasn't a lie. Because his reaction really showed that, some even thought, it looks like he's right? I got it too. It said perish. As soon as 3 of the 4 kings said they would perish, the mood that felt like they would jump out at any moment died down. When young Minji said, let's go in, everyone started to make their way back. However, it wasn't like there weren't any more doubts. Ha! It's easy to make someone a fool. I get it. I do. I'm sorry. It might have been partly because of the loudly shouting Kim Hyun-beek who made his way back to the classroom. As the night deepened, young Minji came to Choi Hyuk. Can we gather for a second? The young Minji reflected in his eyes still continued to be colorless. No good or bad intentions. What is it? I want to discuss just what kind of fucked up situation we're in. For Choi Hyuk, who wanted to know the mastermind behind this, it wasn't a bad offer. He went to a classroom. The core members of young Minji's group were already gathered. Even Song Si-min and Kim Hyun-beek brought the core members of their groups. Young Minji spoke first. 2 things caught my attention. First, the words written in the Ring of Rebirth. Kill. Only then will you kill. Some people nodded at young Minji's words while others showed expressions that they didn't understand. Why is it not will you live but will you kill? Young Minji didn't stop there. One more thing. Today's message. All troops are to stand by. They called us troops. Choi Hyuk nodded his head. He had even seen the message on the window. The words that passed by like an illusion were get angry. They? I don't know if they are gods or devils. Anyways, I think they are trying to make us into an army. She had already come to a conclusion. The ring of rebirth was for individuals. And they tested one's talent for killing. They made us fight in groups and pick leaders in the throne game. Then what would be next? Just what would we fight against as an army? It was silent. Tomorrow, yes, just what would happen tomorrow? Just then, Kim Hyun-beek's voice sounded out. It seemed like he was drunk as he had a slight slur when he talked. The ones who searched the night duty room and found alcohol after hearing they had to wait until morning were Kim Hyun-beek's group. Ah, you really are a headache. I was wondering why you gathered us here at night. We will find out tomorrow morning, so why are you in a panic already? Kim Hyun-beek swayed as he got up from his seat. Young Minji asked. Kim Hyun-beek. You're drunk? Fuck. Kim Hyun-beek. Am I your friend? Even if I don't expect to hear senior, this is a bit too much. He was already drunk. And the events today were so alien they already felt remote. Kim Hyun-beek started to show his real personality. But young Minji didn't blink an eye and demanded. Everyone's sensitive. If you piss people off in your drunken stupor, they might really pull out their swords. Go out right now and stop the drinking party and sleep. Kim Hyun-beek, who heard her words, only lifted his middle finger before leaving. I'm leaving, you guys can chat till morning. Young Minji's face became cold. The gathering didn't produce any real results. There was young Minji's plausible conclusion, but that was it. They lacked information. The meeting ended with an agreement they would gather again once they had more information. Choi Hyuk returned to the classroom. Students had grouped up with their friends and spread out into different classrooms. Choi Hyuk was alone. He sat by himself as he recalled the events that occurred today. First, his status. Choi Hyuk. Asterisk human. Asterisk karma points. Power 71, plus 5, speed 75, plus 5, control 86. Endurance 70, stamina 0, recovery 90, plus 10. Asterisk free karma points 10, asterisk retribution 59. Innate skill. Eyes of distinction. Accomplishments. You have killed someone with karma before it was distributed to you. Qualifications of a sovereign 1/3. A long time had passed since his body filled with karma exceeded the human limit. He was curious what would happen if a stat hit 100, but it just returned to being a single digit and a star appeared next to it. It wasn't simply an increase in stats. It felt like a qualitative change in karma. Afterwards, even if he killed someone, the stat wouldn't rise. Was it because they weren't his match anymore? And in the accomplishments section, a part about qualifications of a sovereign appeared. It was the reward for taking a throne. You have received a part of the qualifications of a sovereign. Like always, he couldn't figure out anything else about it. Just he felt a stronger belief in young Minji's words about an army. He also received a weapon. His F-rank stock eventually broke during the fight and now he only had the Fong saber and the new sword, Predator's Blade, left. Choi Hyuk raised the pitch-black blade. The dirty blade looked crude but it was very sharp. It was the reward he received from one of the hidden rules. Predator's Blade. Rank, D, unique, growth type. Sharp and sturdy. The more blood it spills of strong foes, the stronger it will get. Durability, 1000/1000. Just looking at the rank, it was iffy. The reward was a weapon that was D rank or above, but he received the lowest rank weapon he could get. On top of that, he didn't receive any boosts in stats either. It was a blade that looked to be worse than the E-rank Fong saber. However, Choi Hyuk was completely happy with the weapon. A sword just needs to be sharp and sturdy. And as it could get stronger by cutting down foes, it was first-rate. Choi Hyuk recalled the feeling of killing a countless number of people. It was unpleasant. It was a conflicting feeling. It was great that he could fight to his heart's content, but, at the same time, there was a psychological resistance. He felt guilty when he remembered his mother's crying face pleading him to not hit people. No, because of that, he became even angrier. Like the creator of this game wanted. I can't change the past. Choi Hyuk ground his teeth. His mother could already be dead. Although she could be alive, it didn't matter as he needed to become powerful enough to resist. Only then could he save or take revenge for her. He couldn't just become a pawn on a chessboard and suffer without knowing. If that was the case, does that mean I need to become a killer? Do I just need to become an indiscriminate killing machine after discarding my previous self? Choi Hyuk shook his head. He would definitely get his revenge. However, a minimum rule, he needed one. It was hypocritical. But that was the mark his mother left on him. He couldn't give it up. Choi Hyuk then made a few simple rules. The minimum to remember his past self. Who to kill? Those who try to kill me. And those who brag about their strength in front of me. Luckily, there was an overflowing amount of these people. To distinguish himself from others, he had no choice but to kill many. Even today, there was a countless number of candidates. Now, who to save? This? I don't know. Those who are useful to me. First, young Minji? It was hard to set a clear standard. Choi Hyuk closed his eyes. Let's do this slowly. Slowly. Since it seemed like his rule about who to kill would be enough for a while anyways. The night was peaceful and sounds of chatter and laughter could be heard from various places. A person couldn't cry for 24 hours just because something shocking happened to him. The functions of laughter were various and sadness would come and go like a wave. Even in the saddest funeral, the chief mourner would occasionally laugh before crying suddenly. Perhaps it was because of that, the night after a day of slaughtering was surprisingly filled with laughter. And there was a commotion that exceeded those noises. Choi Hyuk frowned. The loud singing of Kim Hyun-beek's drunk group. There's no need to kill those trash. Although he was pissed, the uncomfortable feeling that would come after killing them would be greater. Choi Hyuk stopped paying attention and turned his body away. At that moment, someone knocked on the classroom door. When he opened it, he found young Minji had come with Chu Young-jin. They were completely armed. Young Minji suddenly asked, "We are on our way to Kim Hyun-beek." Then she read Choi Hyuk's mood. To see if he was displeased or not. Choi Hyuk shrugged his shoulders. That has nothing to do with me. Young Minji nodded her head and left. Chu Young-jin followed behind her. Chu Young-jin emitted out a savage aura after Lee Hyejin died and showed absolute loyalty to young Minji, who helped him get his revenge. Let's go. Young Minji ran in the hallway with that. Behind her, followed the elite unit in young Minji's troops. Ha! What's this? The members of Kim Hyun-beek's group who were drinking and singing suddenly became noisy. Crash! The sound of someone jumping over something. The groan of someone who was stabbed. A scream. Anne! Save me! I'm sorry. Minji! Okay. Ah! Kim Hyun-beek's desperate scream. It became silent soon after. The sounds of the occasional chatter or laughter disappeared. A night filled with terror. Choi Hyuk looked out his window. He saw students who couldn't face reality and decided to defy the order to stand by and run towards their homes. Choi Hyuk only guessed it then, but he really never saw them again. Choi Hyuk looked up at the moon. A moon no different from yesterday's. A classroom no different from yesterday's. However, what was in front of them was completely different from yesterday. A New World. Episode 1, New World, End. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14. Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 14, Encounter 1. TL, Myoni. Edited, Myoni, Yoni. My mother worked at a design company. She liked to make everything. The fans and mobiles she made would always be my toys. I wasn't good with my hands. Instead, I would watch my mother as she made things. My mother would put snacks next to me as I watched her make pants and bags. I spent my childhood eating snacks while watching her quick hand movements. When I was alone, I usually read books. Once I went into high school, my mother allowed me to use the TV and the computer, but I kept my habit in reading books. Although I read things like travel magazines, I would mainly read books on design, architecture, and programming. Perhaps it was the influence of my mother, but I wanted to be a person who made things when I grew up. Choi Hyuk opened his eyes. Early morning. He slowly relaxed his heightened senses. He wrapped the Fong saber and predator's blade he untied yesterday and put on the tireless boots. He took out a toothbrush and toothpaste from his bag and roughly brushed his teeth. He checked his smartphone just in case, but his smartphone still wasn't working. He stepped out into the hallway. He could smell something delicious. And there was young Minji. You should eat before you go. She started to boil and fry the leftover food that she had eaten with her followers. Her followers returned in an orderly fashion. The people who smelled the warm food naturally found their way to the cafeteria. Choi Hyuk followed young Minji to the cafeteria as well. All 452 survivors gathered in the cafeteria. Among them, 349 people were part of the Crazy Night King Young Minji's troops and 103 were part of the Slave King Song Sinin's troops. 24 people deserted them at night and Kim Hyunbik and his executives, in total 7, had died. The 98 people left from Kim Hyunbik's group were absorbed into young Minji's troops. Above their heads was a symbol of a bloody night. 7 of the deserters came from young Minji's group, 15 from Kim Hyunbik's and 2 from Song Sinin's. Unexpectedly, Song Sinin's group had the least number of deserters. While everyone was eating, an announcement appeared. The 24 who didn't return in the morning perished. As expected. People murmured to themselves. They would never see the 24 who had left yesterday night. And deserter. Young Minji's guess was right. They were making them into an army. Although, he didn't know what the army was for. Choi Hyuk just grinned. Soon after, the mission for today was announced. No, a 30-day mission was announced. Throne game plus survive and escape. All of Gangdong district has become a war zone. You cannot go past Gwangjin Bridge in the north and the stadium in the south. On the 30th day, the location of escape code will be announced. Only the troop who has obtained the escape code may escape. The locations of places with living supplies will be announced. Locations of supplies that are currently close to you. D-Mart. Herb Astronomy Park. The locations of supplies were all within 30 minutes of the school. Survive. Is it telling us to have a free-for-all for supplies? Choi Hyuk bit his teeth. The somewhat lively atmosphere became chilly. To survive and escape, it may be as hard or harder than yesterday. In this atmosphere, young Minji made an announcement. She was troubled over it during mealtime, but after seeing the new announcement, young Minji made up her mind. The rule about absolutely following King's orders is gone. Unlike the test yesterday, this time, they want us to really show our leadership skills. Then, I need to clarify the issue about Kim Hyunbik, so that she could justify herself if a controversy arose. Young Minji announced. As everyone knows, yesterday, Kim Hyun-beek died. No, Kim Hyun-beek and 6 executives of the heckler troupe died. In their drunken stupor, they molested a female student and committed other devious acts. They ignored our restraining order and even launched a preemptive strike. All 7 died in the fight. I am sorry we couldn't resolve it peacefully. The cold atmosphere of the cafeteria calmed down a level. There were many points of suspicion. Who was molested? Did the Heckler King really launch a preemptive attack? Luckily, the fight began after Kim Hyun-beek took his close friends to drink elsewhere. There were no witnesses. But who would speak out? After the survivors said so. They even said they were sorry they couldn't resolve it peacefully. Only Song Si-min raised his hand and asked, "Did you have to kill him?" There was no other choice. That was it. Afterwards, their destination was decided. Young Minji and Song Si-min allied together and went to D-Mart. There were some who suggested visiting their homes, but they were quickly shot down. As the sun rose, they could see the area in front of the school lay in ruins. Smashed cars. As if someone had gnawed on the bones, there were pieces of bones and flesh everywhere. It was unreasonable to split up and visit their homes in this situation. Besides one person, Choi Hyuk. Are you going to be fine by yourself? We don't know what it's like outside. It's fine. Okay. Young Minji wanted to be with the strong Choi Hyuk, but once Choi Hyuk refused, she didn't ask again. Choi Hyuk left the still-eating troops of Young Minji and Song Si-min and walked out of the school entrance by himself. As soon as he left the entrance, he ran towards his home. Just what happened? In a day, the city lay in ruins. The more he ran, Choi Hyuk's worry for his mother turned to anxiety. However, Choi Hyuk didn't find any traces of his mother in his home. Looking at the sink filled with dishes, it seemed like his mother never made it back home yesterday. Is this despair? Or hope? He couldn't guess. That it was hopeful since she didn't walk through the ruined streets. Or if she couldn't return due to a catastrophic event. His heart raged with a burning anger and anxiety. Choi Hyuk swallowed those emotions down. He walked down the stairs because the elevator was broken. He left the apartment complex. And Choi Hyuk stopped when he felt a chill. A different air blew in the apartment complex. His 20/10 vision looked at his surroundings. There were 1, 2, 3 people looking down at him from the apartment windows. And a disgusting smell. He saw those people waving their hands. It was desperation. He could clearly see their meaning. Leave. It's dangerous. Choi Hyuk clenched his teeth. The reason why he decided to move alone was first to check if his mother was safe. But that wasn't all. Throne game plus survive and escape. This time, 2 games are combined into one. If you only looked at the mission itself, you would think that this was mainly about the survive and escape, but it was definitely a continuation of the throne game. If that was the case, there was a need to faithfully uphold his role as the king without subjects. To make the eyes of the creators who were hidden behind the scenes widen, to become the real winner, he couldn't be lazy or compromise. The fact that there is a rule about the king without subjects means that there is a way to become the king of this game without any followers. Choi Hyuk threw away all the weak thoughts of maybe? Perhaps. Dangerous. It might even be somewhat overkill. However, the more he compromised, the more his goal would crumble. Choi Hyuk jumped on top of a smashed car, much less ran away. He examined his surroundings with his keen senses. His eyes saw the thing that was curled up between smashed-up cars. Ro-Yuan. Someone scream. A sudden stench. Instead, Choi Hyuk raised his predator's blade and charged forward. A claw as sharp as a blade swept above his head. He still wasn't able to clearly see the figure of the thing. However, it was big and fast. ooze seeped out from its black skin. Even its smell was repulsive. Choi Hyuk slashed the wall-like figure in front of him. Black blood spurted out. Choi Hyuk reflexively fell back and avoided the black blood. As soon as the blood made contact with the asphalt, it melted. Although he did try to avoid it, he was still splattered with blood. Perhaps it was due to his 70 endurance. The karma in his body grew hotter and evaporated the black blood. Though, his clothes were riddled with holes. Groar! The wounded thing screamed. A very low sound. It wasn't loud. The despair that sounded out below what a human could hear made Choi Hyuk's body shiver. Punch! At the same time, Choi Hyuk's body bounced back. He was hit in the arm. Because he was reflexively able to avoid the claw, he was hit in the elbow. He was able to reduce the impact. As he flew away, Choi Hyuk was able to see the thing. It was big. It seemed to be 2 m tall and 5 m long. Its back was hunched like a ferret's and its large head and horn was like that of a rhinoceros, as well as ghastly claws and thick legs. Its killing intent filled his vision with red. It was literally a monster. Only when he slammed into a ruined car did he stop. If it was like any other day, the impact would have instantly killed him. However, his 70 endurance let him avoid any big injuries. He lifted his aching body and ground his teeth. It was hiding that much killing intent. The killing intent it was emitting was like a sunset as it covered his surroundings with a red light. But, when it was hiding between the cars, nothing was reflected by his eyes of distinction. Fucking bastard. Grey roar. It roared as if it was trying to pressure him. But because of the low sound, it wasn't very loud. Instead, his whole body vibrated. Clank! The nearby windows shattered. Damn it! Choi Hyuk's body leaned forward as if it was about to fall, and he put strength in his ankles before shooting forwards. It just seemed unfamiliar because it wasn't human. Choi Hyuk had already understood its body structure. Whoosh! Its right claw missed once again. At the same time, it raised its left. I already saw that, Choi Hyuk slipped through the armpit of its lifted arm. The predator's blade sliced its armpit and drank its blood. Graha! He didn't pay attention to its scream and continued slicing its side. The monster jumped at him wielding its claw. Choi Hyuk avoided the claw with a paper-thin margin. Choi Hyuk didn't lose his balance nor did he fall back, but stood there as he watched the monster jump at him. It jumped 5 meters into the air. Choi Hyuk met its eyes. Their killing intents tangled together. Its heavy body fell to the ground. It wasn't really an attack. More like a landing. But normally you would avoid whatever was falling down from the sky. Let alone a claw-wielding monster. But Choi Hyuk used his keen senses to find an opening. He found a path where he could avoid being hit and picked a location where he would be able to endure its weight with his power and endurance. Choi Hyuk jumped. Stab! A flesh-wrenching sound was heard. Ah! A 31-year-old unemployed Kim Chul-ho who lived in an apartment plaza was in despair. Another person died. He even shouted his lungs out to warn him of the monster, but he died. The monster that appeared yesterday night, the crook. Ignoring the message in the morning was the source of his troubles. Assemble. Location: Shinmyeong Middle School. The attack of the crooks is approaching. Gather and wait at the assembly area. I am seeing things. Kim Chul-ho snorted as he turned on his computer. What? Why isn't it turning on, And the television didn't work either. He should have thought something was weird then. However, Kim Chul-ho went to the manhwa store to borrow a manhwa and rolled about in his home. He then ate food and slept early. And in that state, he was isolated in his home. When night fell, hell broke loose. Kim Chul-ho woke up from the roars. They weren't loud. But whenever they roared, the apartment would shake. Although it was a strange day where his phone and television didn't work, there still were people walking and working like a normal day. And that day was destroyed in the end. People were eaten while still inside cars. One would die with their every step. Even their screams were overwhelmed by their roars. Their souls might have even been eaten. His parents never returned. And the day brightened. Kim Chul-ho felt like everyone besides him had died. Dread. Loneliness. It was when he was like that he saw a man. He felt so happy to see him. On top of that, he was really, really strong. He fought with the crook. He even wondered if he was really human. The two swords at his side were strange and some sort of black flag-like thing lingered above his head. But what did it matter if he was a human or not? Anyone who resisted the monster was on his side. But he was squashed by the crook. Kim Chul-ho despaired. However, the body of the crook, which seemed to weigh a few tons, started to lift up. A boom sounded out and a human popped out from underneath. It was Choi Hyuk. Spit. In the apartment complex, quiet as death, even the sound of someone spitting could be heard clearly. Choi Hyuk cleaned the blade stabbed into the body of the crook and shouted, "Up there! Come down!" Of course, no one answered. Kim Chul-ho foolishly stood there thinking, he survived? He killed the monster? Then Choi Hyuk cut the crook's heavy head off and lifted it up high before throwing it on the ground. Its head was so big that it looked like it weighed half a ton. Slam! A sound of an explosion sounded out. Choi Hyuk stood on that head and shouted again, "It's dead, so don't worry and come down." Before he knew it, Kim Chul-ho was already on his way down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15. Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 15, Encounter 2. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. The three people who came down were the unemployed 31-year-old Kim Chul-ho, an elderly man and a middle-aged woman. Choi Hyuk listened to their situation. Unexpectedly, the situation outside the school was completely different. First, there wasn't anything like the Ring of Rebirth or the Throne game. Ring? I don't know about that. Just the television didn't work and some weird words appeared, but nothing happened. In the morning. Once it became night, the monsters attacked. Like the one you fought just now. Besides that, there was a re-ally big monster. It only appeared for a second. I'm telling you, it was the size of an apartment. I couldn't see it very well because it was dark, but light shined out from its eyes and mouth. Yeah. A dinosaur. It was like a dinosaur. That exaggeration. I didn't see anything like that. I didn't see it either. I'm telling you, I saw it. Choi Hyuk was deep in thought. How many slashes would it take to kill an apartment-sized monster? Would that be enough? Anyways, that was all the useful information they had. I understand. I am going to Shinmyeong Middle School. What are you going to do? The three looked at each other. In the end, the elderly man decided to stay in the apartment while the middle-aged woman and Kim Chul-ho followed him. It looked like the middle-aged woman held some expectations that her husband and child might be there. They were currently imagining Shinmyeong Middle School as a refugee shelter. However, in reality, that place was a war zone. There were quite a few people who found the message that appeared in front of their eyes unusual, since it didn't only appear for them. On top of that, all communication was cut and those who wanted to leave Gangdong district were blocked by a weird wall. A situation they couldn't understand. That was why people gathered at the assembly area, Shinmyeong Middle School. Those who arrived at Shinmyeong Middle School received a message. Throne game plus survive and escape. All of Gangdong district has become a war. You cannot go past Gwangjin Bridge in the north and the stadium in the south. On the 30th day, the location of the escape code will be announced. Only the troops who have obtained the escape code may escape. Occasionally, locations of places with living supplies will be announced. Besides the fact that they had yet to receive the locations of the supplies, the message was the same as the one the students received. At the same time, they received a message and their bodies filled with strength. You have arrived at the assembly area. Karma has been distributed. At Shinmyeong Middle School, there were many supplies necessary for battle. Food, weapons, item scrolls as well as a 3-day weakening barrier. The weakening barrier was especially important. While the barrier was in effect, abilities of monsters that entered the school would be reduced to less than half. If that wasn't the case, with the stats of these people who had just received karma, they would no be able to avoid annihilation on the first monster attack. But, even these weakened monsters were too strong for these people. When night fell, monsters came while these people were buzzing in confusion and anxiety. That was when hell broke loose. Gah! Aha! This bastard! The battlefield rampant with curses and screams. The actions of the monsters, crooks, were similar to wolves. They were shrewd. They never fought humans head-on. First, people blockaded themselves in the school. But the crooks stepped on each other as they jumped onto the second floor. Although they were distributed karma, the old and the weak who weren't mentally prepared were located on the second floor. It resulted in massive losses. As the people at the front lines hurriedly gathered on the second floor, the crooks fell back to the field like a receding tide. The crooks excelled in psychological warfare. They all disappeared together, and once people relaxed due to their absence, they launched a surprise attack. This battle continued on the whole night. Now people no longer set up a blockade in the school building but rather herded them into the field and started a bloodbath. They had realized that instead of fighting in narrow hallways, it was more effective to fight in formation in a large area. 1/3 of the people died in vain before they realized this. Although it was a fight between around 2,000 people and 60 monsters, currently there were 1,371 people and 46 monsters left. Luckily, if not for the fact there were many men who had military experience, it wouldn't have been strange for them to be annihilated that night. An unorganized group was no better than delicious candy for them. However, such dire situations were opportunities for outstanding individuals to showcase their talent. Fucking monster bastards. Kang Dong-soo was like that. He who had become acknowledged by everyone for his command felt that it was time to end the fight. Although they obtained a mystical power known as karma, after prolonged skirmishes and brawls, everyone was extremely exhausted. It was obvious that if this was to continue, they would crumble like a sandcastle. So Kang Dong-soo organized a suicide squad, too. While we still have strength, we need to clear out the crooks and rest a bit. However, that wasn't easy. The biggest problem is that the crooks fall back when they are at a disadvantage. The crooks would fall back even if they were slightly disadvantaged. There was nothing they could do. Since they weren't faster than them, nor could they leave the weakening barrier. The moment they left the barrier, against the crooks that regained their true strength, humans would break apart like tofu. There was another problem. The crooks recovered much faster than humans. That was why they would run out of the barrier, recover, then charge back in. The crooks would become energetic while the humans became sluggish. I have to stop them from retreating. That was why the role of the Suicide Squad was important. The Suicide Squad's mission was simple. Secretly leave and hide, and once the crooks charged into the field, they were to cut off their retreat. We will end it with this. Let's go. Go. Kill those bastards. Aura. The moment Choi Hyuk's group arrived at Shinmyeong Middle School was when these 300 people of the Suicide Squad were desperately trying to block the crooks' retreat. Gah! Stop them! We can't let them pass! The surround crooks ferociously lashed out, but like their name, the Suicide Squad blocked their retreat with their lives. Because of that, they were able to kill an additional 7 crooks. However, the Suicide Squad was dying at a rate much faster than that. Choi Hyuk looked at the scene and said one thing. They're going to break through. At the same time, his body shot forward. Kim Chulho and the middle-aged woman who were suddenly left behind in this dangerous place quickly hid. Fuck! This won't be enough. The leader of the Suicide Squad, Kang Dong-soo, felt nervous. It would be dangerous if this continued. They had to at least reduce them to a single digit for them to be relieved, but at this rate, there would be at least 10 left. He put more strength into it. Due to his insufficient stamina, the karma relaxed, but he gritted his teeth as he brought out more power. Stop them, dot. Just when the shield user in front of him was pushed away, Kang Dong-soo stabbed the monster's forehead. Push! It definitely was an E-rank sword made from an item scroll. If it was an F-rank weapon, it wouldn't have been able to penetrate its skull and would have slipped off. The sword pierced its forehead. Dong-soo Hyung, 3. Watch out! The Suicide Squad member behind him shouted out. He became startled. He looked and found a crook charging towards him. It made his blood freeze. Facing a perilous situation, Kang Dong-soo's cognitive ability exploded into full gear. The oncoming crook seemed to move in slow motion. What was tragic was that unlike his cognitive ability, his physical abilities didn't improve. Dong-soo tried to avoid it by rolling backwards. His speed couldn't match that of a crook's. In his focused state, Kang Dong-soo looked at the crook as it slowly came closer. So this is how I die. Just when all kinds of thoughts were flashing through his mind, something jumped over Kang Dong-soo. He couldn't even see him in the slow motion he was seeing the world in. On top of that, he was swiftly wielding a blade. Slowly, the crook began to split apart. Splash! The crook that was split in two slipped past both sides of Kang Dong-soo. What? Who? Only then did he wake up from his stupor. However, the person, Choi Hyuk, had already moved on to the next crook. What the? I feel lighter than before? Choi Hyuk, who didn't know the existence of the weakening barrier, felt strange. He put a lot of strength into it since he thought they would be as tough as the one he killed at the apartment, but if it was like this, he could use less strength. Good. Anyways, I should finish this as fast as I can. Choi Hyuk started to squeeze out the karma in his body. One in the apartment, another just now. He had only killed 2 crooks, but his control was already at 92. Every time he killed one, his power would increase by 5, speed by 4, and the rest would increase by 3. Even his stamina that didn't rise rose by 0.1. Choi Hyuk. Power, 81, plus 5, speed, 83, plus 5, control, 92. Endurance, 76, stamina, 0.2, recovery, 96, plus 10. Before killing monsters. Power, 71, plus 5, speed, 75, plus 5, control, 86. Endurance, 70, stamina, 0, recovery, 90, plus 10. With a control stat that exceeded his power and speed, he was able to freely control the karma in his body. Therefore, it was possible to momentarily squeeze out the karma in his body. He thought of this after seeing Choi Junsung's lightning strike. If you use power exceeding that of your stamina, your muscles will relax and you will have to wait until you can use karma again. And if your stamina is similar to your power and speed, you can only go all out for 5 minutes. So it means that my consumption of stamina is similar to before. But Choi Junsung would pant after a single use of lightning strike. Why was that? Was it that if you used your control stat to completely control your body, even if it is for 1 strike, you could bring out enough strength to make your body unable to use karma for a short time? Before he knew it, Choi Hyuk was figuring out the basics of the skills they received. And that understanding was currently coming to play. Techniques he felt he didn't need when facing other humans. However, his opponents, this time, were monsters. He had prepared this move to make up for the difference in size. On top of that, it provided the best impact in reversing the attitudes of people who were being pushed into a corner. The problem was his stamina. Choi Hyuk was most confident in his stamina. And for some reason, they were weaker than the one he encountered at the apartment. 7. No, if it's like this, I can use it 14 times. Choi Hyuk relaxed his strength a little more. Even though he said he relaxed, the karma in his body seemed to inflate to an abnormal degree. Choi Hyuk's body momentarily exploded out as his blade swung downwards. Splash! The monster's claw ripped apart. The D-rank predator's blade didn't even chip after ripping apart its claw. 2 down. Mumbled Choi Hyuk. By his calculations, he could still kill 12 more, but there was a chance that he would in pain until tomorrow if he did that. So, let's kill 8 more. In a single strike. Choi Hyuk's blade seemed as if it was on fire. 1. Korean men have mandatory military service. 2. Sorry I couldn't resist XD. 3. Honorific. Younger male to older male. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16. Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 16, Encounter 3. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. There were 37 crooks left by the time Choi Hyuk slew 2 of them. However, the formation of the Suicide Squad was on the brink of breaking apart. Though you could say, what difference would killing 8 more make in this situation? This one then that one. He had already picked the path and his targets, so he just needed to place his blade in the right position. This act closer to that of an art than a fight. Pwack. Kill the most dangerous in the cruelest way. Choi Hyuk sliced a crook that was 1.2 times bigger than the others, the one that was definitely the leader, in 2. It was split horizontally, splitting its upper and lower jaw. The ferocious crooks were shocked as they looked over to see their leader split in 2. Choi Hyuk didn't lose that opportunity. Pibik. He lightly cut the ankle of the next one. He then tilted his body where his head was almost touching the ground and used the monster as a stepping stone to shoot towards his next target. Stomp. Pwack. He even chose the precise area to slice. When he sliced off a head, he made it so that it would hit another monster's head. When he split a monster at its waist, he made it so it would obstruct the path of another. The charging crooks became tangled up and splattered with the blood of their comrades. Pick-pea. He even left wounds on some of them so that it would be easier for others to fight them. Who? After killing 3 with a single slash and wounding 4, Choi Hyuk was already at the rear of the crooks. He had charged in facing them and ended up at the rear. There was only 1 crook in front of Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk didn't slow down as he raised his blade and the oncoming crook tried to stop. But it was moving too fast that it was unable to. Kwaha! The crook raised both its arms and covered its face. No matter how you looked at it, it was scared. Choi Hyuk let out his breath and swung his arm. The crook curled up more pitifully. But Choi Hyuk's blade didn't touch the crook. Instead, he used the power behind it to swing his body around. Stomp. Choi Hyuk's foot stomped on the crook's forehead and jumped up. Instead of slicing the frightened crook, he decided to use it as a stepping stone. The mobility of the oncoming crook doubled with Choi Hyuk's powerful leg strength allowed Choi Hyuk to jump over the charging crooks and arrive in front of them again. The flow of the battle reversed. Stomp. Stoomp. A horrifying sound sounded out twice. Choi Hyuk charged an additional 2 times. The fight ended with that. Kwa! Ka! The vigor of the crooks died out the moment Choi Hyuk cut their leader in two. Afterwards, Choi Hyuk's merciless breakthroughs divided the crooks, and when the humans surrounded them, they were defeated one after another. The crooks who used charging tactics against the humans were, in reverse, defeated by charging tactics. The crooks that were still alive were bathed in the blood of their comrades and their own and were hurriedly being taken care of. The flow of the battle had reversed in only a few minutes. Choi Hyuk caught his breath. He used more stamina than he thought. No, besides that, I'm not recovering as fast. Though others might not be able to notice, Choi Hyuk was someone who could observe his body better than anyone else. The penalty for using power that exceeded his power and speed stat wasn't only a rapid decline in stamina but also a temporary decrease in recovery as well. That wasn't all. Choi Hyuk stretched his wrists and his ankles. They throbbed as if they were on fire. I guess I need to rest the whole day. Overusing his endurance stat put a strain on his body. His joints cracked. As even his recovery stat decreased, it seemed he would have to rest the rest of the day if he didn't want it to affect tomorrow. Plahahaha Choi Hyuk, Kohuk. With its throat pierced, the final crook drew its last breath. During the operation, 97 people died. Considering they were on the brink of annihilation, it was a great victory. The post-war treatment. Swish. Thud. The item scrolls were similar to the effect of the bonus game. When they used the scrolls on dead monsters, a golden hammer would appear smashing the corpse and leaving an item behind. They used a considerable number of the item scrolls in Shinmyeong Middle School to change all 46 monsters into items. The sight of golden hammers falling from everywhere was magnificent. We were able to keep our lives because of you. Thank you very much. We, the Shinmyeong Stronghold, won't forget your kindness. Kang Dong-soo offered Choi Hyuk to choose 8 items of the 46. To come to this offer, Kang Dong-soo and the 7 leader figures of the Shinmyeong Stronghold, that was what they called themselves, gathered together and debated for 10 minutes. What should we do? Since we used our item scrolls, we should take a fee and reduce it to 5, shouldn't we? No, we can't be stingy after such a dangerous situation. Let's go big and offer 10. What are you talking about? It's fine to give him the 8 he killed. No, that's not right. There's a need to show goodwill to people as strong as him. We can't just give him 8. After going through the pros and cons, they decided to allow Choi Hyuk to choose whatever 8 he wanted. Although he wasn't able to hear the specifics, Choi Hyuk thought the scene of their discussion was fresh. To hold a discussion in the middle of a field, to Choi Hyuk who had been through the Ring of Rebirth bonus game and the Throne game, it was something he couldn't imagine. Didn't the students who fought naturally end up creating dictatorships? Their actions seemed cute in Choi Hyuk's eyes, even a little heartwarming. Anyways, the results were a bit iffy. It was better than killing 8 by himself, but not by much. If it was like the school, they wouldn't be able to say anything if he shouted, "The treasures here are all mine. Come out if you're offended." However, Choi Hyuk didn't feel like being greedy. He didn't even need to. 8 E-rank items were enough. If he took any more, he wouldn't be able to use them all and just become baggage. Okay. He willingly accepted their offer. Choi Hyuk first picked an armor while he stretched. The moment he encountered a crook, he regretted not taking armor from the school. There was someone who had an E-rank armor among those he killed, but Choi Hyuk only put 2 rings in his bag and threw out the rest. Since I didn't know there would be monsters then, he thought that he wouldn't get hit when fighting humans, so an armor would only get in the way. However, the current situation was different. The monsters were large and fast and had better fighting instincts than humans. The hit he took at the apartment and the few hits that brushed him during that battle, they were enough to make his body sore as if he had gotten into a car crash. I need armor to fight more aggressively. That was why Choi Hyuk chose a set of crook leather armor first. Besides that, he chose the E rank, flash sword that was like the S-stock he used in the past. He then chose 3 ornament items that could raise his stats, the handy bag, a magical item that could store more things, a chest of recovery potions that healed his wounds, and a chest of karma recovery potions that reduced the time he needed to wait before using karma again. There are even these items. Choi Hyuk's mood became better after placing the potion chest filled with 6 potions in his handy bag. He was worried by the fact that today's fight put a strain on his body, but with these potions, he would be able to fight even harder. It was something that wasn't any worse than the armor. And there wasn't anything to say about the convenience of the handy bag. It would appear occasionally, hoo-hoo. Kang Dong-soo seemed to be sad at the loss of the potions as he looked at Choi Hyuk's handy bag. However, he quickly changed his expression and energetically asked, "So, are you planning on staying here?" "No. After resting and collecting some information today, I will leave tomorrow." "Why?" Kang Dong-soo was surprised. The outside with the weakening barrier would definitely be more hellish than here. He couldn't understand why a young student would go out alone in a place like that. Choi Hyuk bitterly smiled. This was the difference in perception. Choi Hyuk thought. Survive and escape. But is this a game where you can survive by locking yourself up? Choi Hyuk's senses told him that wasn't possible. Wasn't it already shown in the bonus game? They said that it was break time but hid weapons and rules throughout the gym. The ones who created this game would no doubt want the game to become more intense and desperate. There is definitely something hidden this time as well. And to catch the attention of them, Choi Hyuk had to take the lead. Not surprisingly. After choosing his items and investigating, Choi Hyuk was able to find a clue. It was from a man who was barely able to escape to Shinmyeong Middle School after encountering a monster on his way back from work. Shinmyeong Middle School wasn't the only assembly area. Dongjin Hospital, Hyunhee Department Store, there were people who said those were also assembly areas. And I saw this on my way here. I think I saw the monster's lair. Yeah. I definitely saw it. It's where the ecological park is located. There is a dark hole-like thing there. A hole appeared in midair. I saw some monsters coming out of it. Not crooks, something else. Choi Hyuk was able to find a clue on the location where monsters spawned. The man asked after telling him. But why do you ask? Don't tell me you plan on going there? Of course, he was. Yeah. Choi Hyuk loosely answered the man before returning to his spot and lying down. This place even had a sleeping bag. No matter how he looked at it, this place had it much easier compared to the games the students had to endure. Well, that's good. Choi Hyuk lied down and opened his status. Choi Hyuk. Power, 5.8, plus 5, speed, 5. 5, plus 5, control, 0.6. Endurance, 0.1, stamina, 1.1, recovery, 10.4, plus 10, asterisk currently overused karma, 99, plus 10. Asterisk free karma points, 12 asterisk retribution, 84. Innate skill. Eyes of distinction. Accomplishments. You have killed someone with karma before it was distributed to you. Qualifications of a sovereign 1/3. First to kill a monster in a one-on-one fight. Following his stamina, the rest of his stats passed 100. The moment they hit 100, they were refreshed and a star appeared next to them. Instead of increasing in quantity, it seemed like there was a qualitative change. Will there be another star if I pass another 100? The feeling of the karma that wrapped around and support his body was very pleasant. He felt like he would become addicted to it. Choi Hyuk called his previous stats no star and his current stats 1-star stats. He believed that since there was one, there would be another and more after that. How much could karma strengthen a human? Choi Hyuk was excited. I guess I need to hunt a ton of monsters. From what he tested at school, a 1-star stat wouldn't increase anymore by killing other humans. Though I don't know if it'll always be this way or if it's because I am the only with 1-star stats. Anyways, if he wanted to raise his stats in the meantime, he had no choice but to hunt monsters. However, even if he killed monsters, the increases in his stats were too small. When he had no stars, his power would increase by 5 while his other stats would increase by at least 3, but after getting 1 star, it felt like his stats were increasing by 0.1, at most 0.2. At least his power, speed and recovery all had integers next to them due to items, or else it would have looked too pitiful. Choi Hyuk decided to test something out. The stats increased by items are the same. Then I wonder what will happen if I invest some of my free karma points. Choi Hyuk invested one of his free points into stamina. Retribution does not match the grade of the stats. The effectiveness decreased to 10%. Stamina 1.1 points - 1.2 points. Should have told me before. Only a 0.1 increase. Choi Hyuk felt bitter, but he decided to just think of it was the price for the lesson. Retribution. He didn't know what it was for, but it seemed like it really did have a purpose. Because of this, he was able to decide his next goal. First, let's increase the retribution grade. Will it increase when it hits 100? Until then, I won't use my free points. The first time he hunted a crook, he received the first to kill a monster in a one-on-one fight. Accomplishment and received 2 free points, and his retribution had increased by 3. From then on, his retribution only increased by 2 per crook kill. 8 more. After that, let's investigate the location where the monsters spawn. And tomorrow, I'll check Hyunhee department store as well. Choi Hyuk planned out what he would do tomorrow. While everyone was busy trying to survive, he would look beyond that. Oh God. Sungju. Oh. Sungju's dad won. That moment, a sad cry sounded out from somewhere. A familiar voice. It was the middle-aged woman he came to Shinmyeong Middle School with in the morning. Kim Chulho and the woman had been hiding and had joined Shinmyeong's stronghold. However, it seemed like the woman failed to reunite with her family. She wasn't the only one. Shinmyeong's stronghold, which won the fierce fight, was like a mourner's house that night. Damn it! It was to the point where there were people who threw a tantrum and walked out. Choi Hyuk briefly thought of his mother in this commotion. What would it be like if his mother was at an assembly area like this one? Unlike the Ring of Rebirth, there was a higher chance of her being alive. It could be, but might not be. He only thought to there when he closed his eyes. Because he couldn't let his resolution waver. Because there was no way to know right now. I will catch their attention more than anyone else. He fell asleep, hypnotizing himself. Though, it was not a very deep sleep. His whole body tingled pleasantly. 1. Koreans tend to be called XX's dad/mom when they have children. TL/N, the places the author mentions are real, and while some, for example, Shinmyeong Middle School, haven't been changed, the names others, Hyunhee Department Store, Dongjin Hospital, were. Hyunhee Department Store - Hyundai Department Store. Dongjin Hospital - Dongshin Hospital. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17. Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 17, Encounter 4. TL, Myoni. Edited, Myoni, Yoni. 10:30 a.m. on the day when messages suddenly appeared. There were approximately 500,000 people in Kangdong District. And in 3 days, only 350,000 survived. Among those, the ones who hid in their workplace or homes numbered 120,000 and 230,000 gathered in the assembly areas. The assembly areas, large and small, numbered 54 places, and there were troops like young Minjis from other middle schools and high schools. Only 3 days. Only a short time had passed. A situation where people locked themselves up with no hope. A situation where supplies were insufficient and where you have to face the dangers in front of your very eyes. 3 days was enough for people to throw off their masks and reveal their true face. After an intense battle, Shinmyeong's stronghold was definitely better off than others. Chaos ensued for 3 days in places where they weren't able to defend against the monsters as well as Shinmyeong's stronghold. The prejudice and fear they normally had exploded out. Fuck? Did you just say fuck to me? Who the hell do you think you are to swear at me? Fucking bastard. A situation where a gang of middle schoolers lynched a man they swore at occurred. One couldn't simply ignore their strength after getting karma. Eventually, the beaten man breathed his last breath. It was a shocking event. In a situation where they couldn't rely on the police or the law, the adults recalled that teens these days weren't afraid of anything in the papers and immediately turned to frantic fear and anger. Even in this situation, the teens didn't behave properly. You killed someone? Just when another man ran up in surprise and asked, "Fuck. What does that have to do with you, mister?" replied the immature teens. As if they hit a beehive, the group began to stir up. What, that bastard? The fists of hot-headed men rained down. The middle schoolers tried to counterattack. Ack! That moment, as if they added oil to the fire, a fight broke out. Fists punched out towards middle schoolers in every direction. A pitiful retaliation followed afterwards. Look. I'm sorry, Dot. They are children. Stop it. No. It wasn't me. As it was with mob psychology, the target of their anger wasn't clear. Their targets weren't just the kids who lynched the middle-aged man but others around them. Teachers and parents got involved trying to stop the men who were engulfed in madness. Innumerable students were ripped apart. Afterwards, whenever students saw a man, they would lower their gaze. Irrational violence firmly carved itself into reality. Fear and taboos were created. Each group had similar situations to this. Sometimes it's selfish people who didn't participate in the battle against monsters, sometimes at the director of the daycare who left the children and escaped by himself, sometimes at foreign laborers. An indiscriminate slaughter occurred and innocent people lost their lives. The people realized that in this place, loners meant death. And even if it was rubbish, authority was needed. As only when they stood up for the chosen authority could they ensure their safety. Fear and taboo created order. Quickly, ranks were being assigned. In some places, gangsters and company employees, others, local company presidents and even the Women's Association, each with their own methods, dominated the people and created order, and the people willingly accepted this. Also, depending on who and how they gained power greatly influenced the characteristic of the group. It was like the age of civil wars. People who gathered in the assembly areas were busy establishing order and, like young Minji's troop, those who started with a battle royale instead of an assembly area were trying their best to secure their first supplies and base. During this time, there weren't many who thought to investigate Kangdong district and figure out the secret behind this game. Early morning. Can I go with you? Kim Chulho, who Choi Hyuk saved in the apartment, grabbed Choi Hyuk, who was about to leave. Choi Hyuk shook his head. You'll be a hindrance. Kim Chulho's head drooped. Choi Hyuk arrived at the ecological park. An intense battle was already going on. A young man who looked to be in his mid-20s held a sword and shield and was fighting monsters by himself. Though his movements were sloppy, he was strangely fighting well. As if he knew where the monsters would attack, the young man was steadily slaying monsters even as he stumbled. The monsters here were weaker than the crooks. They were bladed starving ghosts. They were about waist tall, ran on 2 feet, and instead of hands, they dragged 1.5 m long blades behind them. Crash! When the giant blade of a bladed starving ghost struck down, the young man would do whatever it took to deflect it with his shield. As their blades were huge, a large opening would follow the bladed starving ghost's attacks. The young man would use those opportunities to stretch out his sword and stab them. "He's strangely good at fighting," Choi Hyuk remarked. 7 bladed starving ghosts lay on the ground. Even though he said they were weaker than the crooks, the young man's abilities were incredible. However, there were still 8 bladed starving ghosts left. On top of that, there was a 2 m tall monster behind them looking at the fight as if it was amusing. When he looked at the monster, a message popped up saying, "Bladed Ghost." On the other hand, the young man was completely exhausted. The young man suddenly yelled, "Help me!" Choi Hyuk was quite surprised that moment. Choi Hyuk didn't reveal his presence and stood behind the young man. However, the young man had sensed Choi Hyuk's presence without looking back. Quickly, At the young man's request, Choi Hyuk unsheathed his blade and charged forward. Splash! Choi Hyuk rushed in a step quicker than the bladed starving ghost's blades. When he instantly killed 5, the bladed ghost, who was sitting at the back, stood up. 2 m tall with 2 legs and 4 blades instead of hands. Gwa! As if trying to pressure him, it screamed unpleasantly and charged at Choi Hyuk with its arms spread. Swish! Choi Hyuk reflexively dodged the first slash. He couldn't even see the blade. Choi Hyuk was barely able to avoid the second and the third as well. Choi Hyuk admired. Wow! It was the strongest monster he had faced until now. Its physical abilities made it seem like it would easily slice up 10 crooks. Its power and speed were much greater than Choi Hyuk's. Its continuous attack with 4 blades was like a saw with no opening. Choi Hyuk's lips lifted up by themselves. It's fun. It was different from his past opponents where he could avoid by looking at their obvious movements. He had to have total concentration to avoid its attacks. It was too late if he couldn't predict its attack pattern from its movements. Every time the blade dangerously passed by his cheek or knee, his spine would tingle in excitement. Choi Hyuk fell into a trance as he avoided and deflected its attacks. Steam expelled from the monster as it attacked more ferociously. Choi Hyuk became more absorbed into the fight and was able to see 5 steps ahead and narrowly avoided or blocked them. Shoo! The monster had increased its pace. However, after it let out all its steam, its vigor died down. On the other hand, Choi Hyuk had already read his opponent's attack pattern. The exhausted bladed ghost kept wielding its 4 blades. That moment its first and second blade struck down, and when it was about to raise its third. Due to exhaustion, its speed had slowed down a little. Choi Hyuk's eyes flashed. He squeezed out the karma in his body and slashed out with his Fong saber with the shortest distance and quickest speed. A quick draw where the saber momentarily hung in its sheath before shooting out. The slightly curved Fong saber exploded out of its sheath. Slice! A sound of cutting air. He struck at the monster's neck with a focus on speed over power. However, just before making contact, a strength that felt like it would shatter the saber was added. Choi Hyuk instantly added all his strength into his slash. Rip! The Fong saber ripped apart the bladed ghost's neck. Slash! If the physical size wasn't too different, it only took a moment to be victorious. You have exceeded 100 retribution. First to succeed in upgrading your retribution. You have received another qualification to be a sovereign. You have dealt with a mid-boss. Retribution increased by 3 and granted 2 free karma points. Qualifications of a sovereign 2/3 effect. Applying the effect of the king without subjects. You can have 5 followers. Your followers' karma will increase by 20%. You can hide the symbol above your head. Finally, ... He finally upgraded his retribution. Choi Hyuk poured his remaining free karma points into stamina. This time, his free points were applied without penalty. Choi Hyuk. Power, 13.3, plus 10, Speed, 14, plus 10, Control, 23.1, plus 20. Endurance, 2.6, Stamina, 26.7, plus 10, Recovery, 12.9, plus 10. Asterisk Retribution, 1. With the items he earned in Shinmyeong Middle School, his stats became much more outstanding. However, Choi Hyuk felt a bit bitter. It was just getting fun. Choi Hyuk glanced over the bladed ghost with regret and stabbed its heart with the predator's blade. A message that never appeared before showed up for the first time. The predator's blade absorbed the blood of a worthy opponent. Evolution 1/100. As expected, ... It was a message that never showed up when he fought the crooks or the bladed starving ghosts. It seemed like you had to be at the bladed ghost's level to be a match for a D-rank weapon. The predator's blade quickly absorbed the bladed ghost's blood and the mummified bladed ghost turned to dust. Flop. The dust passed through the portal it was protecting and scattered. That. You have to destroy that. The young man, who was there first, pointed at the portal. He had finished off the remaining 3 bladed starving ghosts and sat his wounded body against a tree. The wounds would heal over time due to his recovery stat. Choi Hyuk didn't reply as he examined the portal. The portal floated above a black altar. It was like a cave had opened up in mid-air. As he peeked into the portal, information appeared. Long-distance teleportation portal. A portal leading to the E-rank bladed starving ghost's habitat. Revitalized every midnight. Asterisk destroy target. A destroy target. An ill-natured intent. There was nothing about destroy targets in the announcements. You could only find out on your own. Choi Hyuk wielded his predator's blade and split the altar. Crash. With a vibration, the portal turned into smoke and disappeared. First to destroy a target. Granted 2 additional free karma points. Additional rule revealed. Every night, the number of monsters that cross over the portal increase by 20%. Oh my god, ... While Choi Hyuk was still processing the meaning of the 20% increase, the young man screamed. It seemed like he saw the same thing. The young man started to mumble something. 1.2 to the power of 29 is around 205,000 monsters should have crossed over the first day, then on the 30th day, 1,000,000? The young man despaired. Fuck. I'm already depressed with just the wyvern of destruction. You're telling me that hundreds of thousands are going to pour in 15 days? There are only 500,000 people in Kangdong district. Choi Hyuk thought as he looked at the despairing man. He's quite fast at calculating. Then he turned around. The young man, who was despairing by himself, called out to Choi Hyuk. Hey! Where are you going? Going to hunt monsters, ... Choi Hyuk absent-mindedly replied. If he could, he wanted to fight one that was as strong as the one he fought just now. Only then could he take the lead. And could he evolve the predator's blade? It seemed like he would have to look for more information on portals as he ran around. Wait. Let's go together. I know the way. The young man shouted. Choi Hyuk did stop, but he was a bit doubtful. How? It was only the 3rd day and he was finally able to find one. He didn't think that there would be anyone who explored Kangdong district and was still alive, more than him. But he knew the location of another portal? Intuition. My innate skill is intuition. I already knew that you would come here. You have to go together with me, ... The questionable young man shouted more doubtful words. However, Choi Hyuk saw the white light, goodwill, shining out of the young man. He had good intentions. Is he not lying? If he had an innate skill called intuition like Choi Hyuk's eyes of distinction, it would be an incredibly valuable skill in situations like this where he lacked information. Choi Hyuk decided to listen. So, though he didn't speak kind words. Either way, the young man's urgent expression became a shade brighter. And that was how Choi Hyuk met his first follower, Baek Seoin. It was on the third day when people gathered in assembly areas didn't know that death was approaching by the minute. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18. Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 18, Berserkers, 1. TL, Myoni. Edited, Myoni, Yoni. Baek Seoin was at the Veterans Hospital when it happened. Due to the sudden assembly announcement, crowds of people were gathering in the hospital parking lot. Though the assembly announcement Baek Seoin received indicated the hospital as well, the reason why he was there was a bit different. He was in his father's ward. His father lay there suffering in pain without the ability to speak. The doctors said he couldn't last for much longer. His father who wasn't in his right mind. For the first time, Baek Seoin realized how painful the illness known as cancer was. He had leukemia. The common illness that hit his parents' generation who worked since young to support their children and their parents and for the revival of their nation, cancer. Baek Seoin never liked his father. Because the values of his paternalistic and worldly father and the more free-spirited Baek Seoin were too different, they would always fight at home. At that time, to Baek Seoin, his father could have been somewhat of an enemy. An enemy who would never break under his youthful follies. An existence who would last forever strong. However, his father was currently so thin that he had a hard time speaking. The insults at the previous president and the participation in rallies that would always become topics of dispute, even if those things happened, his father couldn't say one word. He never knew that that would be so painful. Forgetting that my dad was human as well. I acted all cocky in front of him. A year after his father was hospitalized, Baek Seoin was in a state of deep depression. His mother came to substitute for him. Oh. Seoin. Go home and rest. No. I want to stay a bit longer. You must be tired, you should rest. No, it's okay. Okay, but did you also see strange things too? Yes. Whoever they are, aliens or gods, couldn't they have helped father if they had that much power? Yeah. It did seem a bit scary. A surprise attack and an assembly area. It's not like it's the 625 incident, 1. Our assembly area is here anyways, so it'll be fine. Yeah. Still, go rest a little. Okay. Then I'll come back after a drink. Father. I'll be right back. That was how Baek Seoin left the room holding a drink. Late at night. There were much more people waiting in the parking lot than before. There were even some who wanted to enter the hospital by passing through the security guards. There were even people who were speaking nonsense, something about seeing monsters. Perhaps he would have thought about it more seriously if he had seen the weapons inside the hospital. However, due to the fact they quickly hid them to prevent disorder amongst the doctors, Baek Seoin didn't think much of it. Instead, he was busy worrying about his father. Just when he had taken a sip of his drink, Baek Seoin suddenly had an ominous feeling. Cold sweat ran down his back and his heart raced. Leave. It was as if he heard a scream coming from within him. He felt like he would suffocate. You have awakened the innate skill intuition. A message suddenly appeared, but due to the fact his heart felt like it was being squeezed, he couldn't pay it any heed. Baek Seoin was in a panic as he hurriedly left the hospital. His heart was pounding and his vision narrowed. He hid in a building nearby. Immediately, as if it was all a lie, his heart relaxed. What was that? Just then, he heard the sound of a large explosion. Flames erupted in various places around the city and he started to hear desperate cries. Crash! A monster the size of an apartment that spewed flames from its eyes and mouth suddenly appeared as if it had dropped down from the sky. The Tyrannosaurus-like monster kicked the building right next to the one Baek Seo-in was hiding in. Crash! Baek Seo-in's body stood up. The scenes afterwards passed by as if in slow motion. The monster stomped towards the hospital and people dispersed like a swarm of ants. The monster blew flames and those flames spread out in a circle, completely burning people in its path. The advancing monster swung its tail and bashed its head on the hospital and meticulously burned the people under the wreckage. Behind it was a swarm of monsters that hunted and killed the escapees. People were popped like tomatoes and boiled in flames. NNN. Baek Seo-in cried. Unable to do anything, he stifled his cries and could only let tears drop from his eyes. The monster that smashed the hospital suddenly disappeared. Just then, Baek Seo-in received another message. You have survived a close call with the Wyvern of Destruction. Additional rule revealed. Additional rule revealed. The Wyvern of Destruction will appear again on the final day. The Wyvern of Destruction will protect the escape code. That was Baek Seo-in's story. My intuition. It only cared about my safety. It didn't matter if my parents lived or died as long as I ran for my life. Baek Seo-in's eyes were bloodshot to the point as if they would drip blood. However, he settled his emotions with deep breaths before calmly continuing. Currently, most people don't know that the number of monsters will slowly increase and that the Wyvern of Destruction will appear on the final day. At this rate, everyone will die. The Wyvern of Destruction is already unstoppable. If 1,000,000 monster underlings charge as well, no one will be able to escape. We need to form a suicide squad that will destroy the monster spawning portals ahead of time and kill the Wyvern of Destruction. And to do that, I need your help. That moment, Choi Hyuk was deep in thought. The Wyvern of Destruction. How can I kill it? Was it possible to kill an apartment-sized monster with a sword? Perhaps it was not meant to be a monster to kill. Maybe they were supposed to lure it away and escape. However, his fighting instincts knew no limits and he had a reason to fight. If I kill that thing, I will definitely catch their attention. Choi Hyuk resolved himself to kill the monster. It was fine if he looked for the method starting now. First, okay? Then show me the way to the portal. Let's see if your intuition is real or not. Choi Hyuk suggested. Baek Seo-in revealed a slightly hopeless expression. Right now? Yes. My intuition tells me that the monsters over there are going to be stronger than the ones here. Wouldn't it be better to look for more people before then? It's fine. What if I told you that, even if you don't, I get the feeling I will die there? However, Choi Hyuk just shrugged his shoulders. Let's just think of it as a test. If you want to stay with me, it's a bit troublesome if you die facing monsters at that level. It was checkmate for Baek Seo-in. The foot of a mountain. Leaning against an altar split in two, Choi Hyuk and Baek Seo-in were drinking a potion next to each other. The almost fatal wounds were washed away. Around them, the corpses of 20 crooks and a mountain orc, who rode on a crook wielding a hammer, were sprawled on the ground. Baek Seo-in groaned. I almost died. However, Choi Hyuk, who was still immersed in the pleasant feeling of the fight, said nothing. Although it wasn't a fight he thought he would lose, it was definitely more thrilling than the fight against the bladed ghost. The crooks were twice as hard to deal with than the bladed starving ghosts. On top of that, there were more of them and Baek Seo-in wasn't helpful as he was wounded. All he did was try not to die. And riding on the leader of the crooks, the mid-boss, the mountain orc, was terrifyingly fast and strong. If I didn't upgrade my retribution, I might have had to run away without being able to kill them all. If that happened, then perhaps he wouldn't, but Baek Seoin would have died. Luckily, the effect of upgrading his retribution wasn't only letting him distribute the full karma point instead of 0.1. The moment Choi Hyuk entered the fight, he felt it. A more refined cognitive ability and quicker reflexes. His upgraded retribution changed his neural network that was locked into the limitations of a human's into that of a superhuman's. Perhaps the type itself enhanced? Even before that, Choi Hyuk was already a genius. With the addition of quicker reflexes and a more refined cognitive ability due to the upgrade in retribution, he was like a fish in water. He was able to slaughter 20 crooks and a mountain orc by himself. The crook leather armor and the necklace of protection did their job as well. Due to the attack intercepting necklace and the impact reducing armor, he was able to fight even more aggressively. If not for them, even if Choi Hyuk didn't die, Baek Seoin definitely would have. Choi Hyuk stretched his arm to stab the mountain orc. The predator's blade absorbed the blood of the mountain orc. Baek Seoin, who watched this, mumbled, "Let's first secure supplies before fighting next time. What a waste." Baek Seoin looked at the corpses of the crooks that were wasted with regret. Choi Hyuk laughed. He had already somewhat acknowledged Baek Seoin. Although he wasn't strong, he wasn't weak either. Even if Choi Hyuk did help him a bit, eventually it all relied on his ability. And didn't he also have a useful ability called intuition? So he decided to confirm a few things. You said that your intuition is only sensitive to your well-being. Yes. Then how do you know the locations of the portals? It was strange when he thought about it. Why would the intuition that only activated when he was in danger lead him to danger? It was the same when they met. If it wasn't for Choi Hyuk, he would have died fighting the bladed starving ghosts. Baek Seoin took a moment to organize his thoughts before explaining. It's because I resolved myself to kill the Wyvern of Destruction. From that moment, I started to fight with my intuition. I thoroughly ignored my heart that wanted to find and trust a safe group. After a day of looking for information and ignoring my intuition, a new intuition formed. It's probably telling me a way to survive even after fighting the Wyvern of Destruction. I felt that I had to find a portal and fight, and that someone would come. And someone really did come. That moment, I realized that the only chance of surviving while killing the Wyvern of Destruction was you. While listening to Baek Seoin's answer, Choi Hyuk thought about followers. An ability he received once he obtained 2 qualifications to be a sovereign. Choi Hyuk liked Baek Seoin. He especially liked the crazy thought of needing to kill the Wyvern of Destruction. So he asked another question. Why? This why was asking why he was trying to kill the Wyvern of Destruction. Baek Seoin knew what he was talking about even without any context. His face distorted. His calm face was once again filled with an intense emotion. I was always an unfilial son. So I'm planning to be unfilial one last time. Even if I die. That lizard bastard. I will definitely kill it. Baek Seoin ground his teeth. Choi Hyuk was able to understand him better than anyone else. He liked his thirst for revenge. The moment Choi Hyuk decided, a message appeared in front of Baek Seoin. The king without subjects, Choi Hyuk, wants to accept you as his follower. Once you accept, all your karma points will increase by 20%. Do you accept? Baek Seoin looked at Choi Hyuk with surprised eyes. He examined Choi Hyuk's face, bit his lips once and nodded his head. Flutter. Above Baek Seoin's head, a fluttering flag appeared. Ah! Baek Seoin looked above his head. He was tightly biting his lips. His eyes were filled with raging flames as he looked at Choi Hyuk and respectfully said, "If we really hunt the Wyvern, I will truly serve you as my king. However, Choi Hyuk didn't care for those formalities and was only interested in his goals. You said we needed a suicide squad? Yes. The number of monsters will grow. Even tomorrow, it'll be too difficult for the two of us to clear the portals. Good. Then let's go fight. Choi Hyuk lifted his nearly recovered body. Since it was obvious that if it was going to be harder tomorrow, it was best to destroy more today. However, Baek Seoin, who had almost died, couldn't help but forget the seriousness he had just now ingrown. Already? You said let's hunt an apartment-sized monster. Only then did Baek Seoin stand up. Choi Hyuk grinned as he walked in front. Baek Seoin hurriedly shouted. Still, no matter how much of a hurry we're in, let's first secure some supplies. And eat. Okay. Choi Hyuk continued to walk. Baek Seoin hurriedly followed behind him. When he caught up to him, Choi Hyuk's steps were strangely light. Instead of being nervous, it was like he was happy that he was able to fight more. Baek Seoin recalled the savage smile Choi Hyuk had during the whole fight. A berserker crazy for battle. He somehow naturally came to that thought. A frightening person. However, that was why he trusted him more. I can't become a hindrance. To calm his fear, Baek Seoin raised his fighting aura and rage. It was still far from night. 1. Reference to the start of the Korean War. June 25, 1950. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19. Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 19, Berserkers 2. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. Sponsored, Arlos. Baek Seoin asked. But leader, why are you trying to hunt the wyvern of destruction? Because I need to get the attention of the ones who created this game. Is there anything good in catching their attention? Normally staying in the middle is the best. I don't know if my mom is alive or not. Kangdong district closed down at 10:30 a.m. She should have been at work. I need to go to her workplace in Gwangjin district. Hopefully, she's okay. But what does that have anything to do with catching their attention? Once I confirm if she's dead or alive, I have to either protect or avenge her. For that, I need to become stronger and more unique. Choi Hyuk was calm. Like a criminal on death row accepting the verdict. No, like a judge who raised his gavel to announce the verdict. He rid himself of useless emotions and only looked at the result. Baek Seoin felt slight shivers down his spine. He realized that behind Choi Hyuk, who purely enjoyed fighting, was a frighteningly cold and sharp rage. Groups were such a pain. If everyone was confined together and lived looking at each other face to face, all kinds of troubles were bound to arise. Not only were there simple complaints like too smelly, or too loud, but molestation, violence, isolation, and other absurdities. However, just because you didn't like it didn't mean you could just leave. Death would approach the moment you were alone. A monk who leaves the temple would live without a home or temple and eventually end up in a beast's stomach. But, even despite these circumstances, there would always be people who couldn't stand to live among others while constantly considering other people's feelings. And there were some who couldn't endure it any longer. That day, Lee Jin-hee resolved herself not to fall asleep. She held two 30-centimeters gladii in her bosom and waited for nightfall. Her assembly area was the shopping center situated opposite of the Olympic Park station. The monsters who were targeting this place, the Shadow Teeth, were very unique. They stood less than 1 m tall and their whole body was surrounded by a black fog. They possessed great stealth abilities so people didn't notice when they passed by right in front of their eyes. The only time they would show their appearance was when they slashed the neck of a sleeping person and drank their blood. Every night, 3 Shadow Teeth would enter and each one would take 1 life and disappear. 3 at a time, 1 person each. That was the gist of it. You turn away from monsters even after seeing them because you're not a victim? Lee Jin-hee ground her teeth. The first day, no, up until the second day, there was a fierce battle against the Shadow Teeth. The Shadow Teeth wanted to slash people's necks and drink their blood. The surrounding people who saw them would scream and raise their weapons. A Shadow Teeth who was caught once couldn't hide again. However, even though they were small, they were monsters. If a fight broke out, the Shadow Teeth would at least take 5 people down with it on the road to death. The first person to notice them would definitely be killed. That wasn't all. If the fight was drawn out, the Shadow Teeth would cry out a strange sound to call its comrades, and its comrades who were waiting outside would enter and save the Shadow Teeth. There were times where people would die, but they would be unable to kill the Shadow Teeth in the end. There was no way to know how many Shadow Teeth were waiting outside. On the first night, they killed 2, but the next night, like the first, 3 entered the shopping center. The second night after the chaotic first. There was a disturbance that night as well, but unlike the first, only 2 fights broke out. The other person died silently, and when the people who slept next to him testified they didn't hear anything, Lee Jin-hee just thought that was the case. The situation became clear the third night. No fights broke out that night. But it wasn't like no one died either. 3 corpses were found. And the ones who slept right next to them all testified, saying they never saw the Shadow Teeths. It was a lie. Just when did that rumor start to spread? She didn't know how, but somehow everyone knew in just 3 nights. The fact that 3 Shadow Teeth would enter and that each one would kill 1 person. People would look the other way even if the person next to them was dying. Because the moment they took notice of it, the chance that the Shadow Teeth would go into a frenzy and kill them as well was high. However, Lee Jin-hee couldn't stand those people. I'll kill them. Of course, she was scared that she would die as well. However, she was someone who always fought with and challenged fear. She was the type who thought it was better to die than become a coward. In a dark shopping center. The room Lee Jin-hee was in was originally a PC bang. In a room with no furnace, people were lying on sleeping bags on the cold, hard floor. Lee Jin-hee was sitting next to the door holding blades. Most electronics were dead, but simple ones like lights were still working. Fuck. That's scary. In the dark hallway, a green exit light added to the bleakness of the night. The light would occasionally flicker, and each time, the shadows would waver. Lee Jin-hee endured her increasing drowsiness and looked out into the darkness. Just in case she saw the shadow of a Shadow Teeth. However. Ark! A suppressed scream sounded out from inside the PC bang. Sheik! Sheik! Save! Shiyek! Russell, Russell! A hoarse cry for help was barely able to escape from the victim's ripped throat. She could hear him struggle with his suppressed body. A Shadow Teeth had passed by Lee Jin-hee, without her noticing, and had gotten on top of a victim and slashed his throat. Lee Jin-hee got up abruptly. And she saw it. A person who was lying next to the victim, waving his hand telling her to sit back down. She ground her teeth. Stomp. She jumped swiftly like a cat. She grabbed the partition with her hands and jumped over it. She stretched her arms out holding onto the next partition before jumping over it as well. In 2 jumps, she had approached the Shadow Teeth. She held her 2 gladii in her hands and shouted out loud to wake the surrounding people. Die! Kaya! The Shadow Teeth looked at Lee Jin-hee and screamed. You scum! You fucking bitch! The man next to the victim, who waved his hand at her previously, stood up in surprise and swore while running away. The people who were still lying down didn't pay any attention to the commotion. Ka Kang! The Shadow Teeth's claws and Lee Jin-hee's gladii tangled together. A scream. People who were still half asleep ran away in confusion. The Shadow Teeth was cunning. As Lee Jin-hee's attacks were tough to deal with, it jumped up like a cat and attempted to escape. Hack. Irk. While piercing the necks of the escaping people on its way. Hop. However, Lee Jin-hee was quite formidable. Her awakened karma added to her energy. In 2 jumps, she leaped over people and blocked the path of the shadow teeth. Key kick. Lee Jin-hee ferociously slashed her gladius at the flustered shadow teeth. The shadow teeth blocked it and slam. Lee Jin-hee's foot stepped on it. You're only a monster bastard. Lee Jin-hee suppressed the shadow teeth and stabbed its neck with her blade. GRRK. Gore. Lee Jin-hee had gone outside on the excuse for reconnaissance and was even victorious against 3 crooks. The weaker shadow teeth was no match for her. Who, dot. Lee Jin-hee let out a breath and stretched her back. Soon after, criticism poured down on her. What the hell were you doing? The man, who was lying down next to the victim, shouted. If a student who experienced the ring of rebirth saw this, he would be surprised. The strong in this situation was Lee Jin-hee, not the man, so the student wouldn't be able to comprehend the man who lashed out. However, this place was a normal assembly area. A place where no one had committed murder. A place where even fighting monsters had a limit. There were still lingering signs of everyday life. It was the same for Lee Jin-hee. She was slightly taken back, so she replied. What am I doing? I saved a person and killed a monster, but. Save? What the fuck do you mean by save? Don't you see there are wounded people because of you? The man who saw the flustered Lee Jin-hee inwardly felt delighted. I have to take this opportunity to take her down a notch. Vigor was half the battle. The man flapped his arms as he increased his vigor. What are you going to do about the wounded people? Ha! There were many people who were wounded and were bleeding. They, too, looked at Lee Jin-hee in resentment. Lee Jin-hee was at loss for words. She knew there would be people unhappy with her actions, but she never imagined someone so full of themselves that they would confidently lash out at her. Then, are you telling me to let someone die? So did you save him? Ha! Did you? The man shouted at the top of his lungs. But it was the truth. The first victim, who had his throat ripped by the shadow teeth, had already died from shock. So, what are you saying? Since you gave away someone else's food, the end? Are you saying that we are to shut up and let it happen? What? This greenhorn bitch. Who are you to be so self-centered? You who walked around saying that you had to do parkour or whatever. What did you say yesterday? That you think we need to destroy some sort of portal? You crazy bitch, if you want to die, die by yourself. Why are you harming others in the process? The man let out all the animosity he accumulated. He felt disgusted by the young woman who kept going outside raising her voice. He couldn't forgive her useless sense of justice that almost led to his death. While he was taking it out on her, he meticulously packaged his selfishness as consideration and her conviction as selfishness. Lee Jin-hee was unable to get out of the man's wasteful dispute. I already told you. If we stay stuck in here like cowards, we'll die. What? Cowards? Listening to this bitch. Do you think everyone here stays still because they have no courage? Don't you see because of your high and mighty justice that others are dying? That's not justice but simply you having no sense whatsoever. You bitch. Ha! Lee Jin-hee felt like her energy was escaping her. If you looked at it mathematically, it was true. If everyone stayed still, only one person would die, while if they fought, many would die. But, Mister, currently one person dies at a time. But will that be the case in the future? When we have lost our will to fight and when our numbers are much less than now? Will they still only kill one person at a time then? Do you have no brains? Lee Jin-hee became agitated. However, the man didn't tolerate it. What? Ha! This dumb bitch, do words not get through to you? If it was like any other day, the man would have grabbed her collar at this time. However, he knew very well that he wasn't able to overpower Lee Jin-hee. So he looked at the surrounding people and urged for their responses. Isn't that right? It's not just me who thinks this, don't you all think this as well? As soon as he looked around, people who came to be on friendly terms with the man over the past few days all spoke. Starting with ... Young woman, your words are too harsh. Just stay still. Stop inserting yourself into matters. Why is she like that? Is she just looking for attention? All kinds of criticisms fell on her. The man knew a lot about these people who stood for so-called justice. These kinds of people were weak against the pressure of many. They weren't able to use their power. Idiots. The man was experienced with the power of authority and Lee Jin-hee was still young, so she held on to upright values. Her body trembled as her blood boiled, but she didn't go out of control. She suppressed her boiling anger in her chest. You couldn't kill someone just because you were angry. That was what she thought. Okay. Then just live like that. Thinking that you're safe because the person next to you died. She put away her gladii without another word. The man flinched when he saw her actions. Lee Jin-hee revealed a grin as she packed up her things. I just need to screw off, right? Look at this bitch. Compensate us before you go. As if he was dejected by his sudden flinch, the man forced an unreasonable demand. Like hell, I'll give you compensation. Lee Jin-hee ignored him as she left the shopping center. Fucking bitch. His voice that was filled with a sense of victory followed her out. Lee Jin-hee was boiling with anger. Still, she was able to barely contain it. Who? She let out a sigh. Stump. She started to dash forward. She crossed the street and went down the tens of steps of the Olympic Park station in a single leap. She didn't let out a sound. She used the cat's technique to alleviate the shock at the last moment and used her athletic ability to kick the ground and charge forward. She had to run like crazy. If not, she felt that she would turn back and stab the man's forehead with her gladius. Wah! Lee Jin-hee screamed as she jumped down from the subway station. She was 20 years old. She was experienced in parkour since her first year in middle school. An exercise where one would jump from one building to another and climb walls a few meters tall and lightly land on a palm-sized post. A free run where she would instantly overcome all obstacles. A life enjoying the wild feeling of hitting the limits of human ability and leaving the territory of safety behind. An experience that allowed one to look at the city from a whole new perspective. She was so immersed in this feeling of freedom that she went to Seoul as soon as she graduated high school. It was to simply enjoy and practice parkour with more people. She who wanted to be freer than anyone else. She who resented the fact she was unable to follow the male crew's explosive dashes as a woman. She was currently using the power of karma to exceed her limits. She was able to steadily increase her karma by killing monsters. There were no rough movements in her run. She arrived at the underground in a single breath and was running along the tracks. As she ran jumping over 5-10 ties at a time, she was finally able to cool off. HAAA. She stopped and sighed. As her head cooled, she became embarrassed. Ah, damn. What do I do now? She was happy she left after losing her temper, but she had no plans. No place to go. Ah. Why did I come here? In a straight tunnel like this, it was difficult to escape from monsters. On top of that, she had shouted out loud as if she was advertising her location. Fortunately, there were no monsters around her, but it was a situation where she could have died. She felt chills going down her back. Her mother's words were repeatedly playing in her mind. You. You're going to get in big trouble because of that temper. This girl. Lee Jin-hee scratched her head. Sigh. She had no choice but to keep walking. It was too late to go back now, so she thought she would look for another assembly area at the next station. Do I have to stay quiet there? Ah. I can't just kill them all, what do I do? She kept walking while thinking pointless thoughts. Ha! She suddenly heard noises and smelled the distinctive stink of monster blood. At the same time, in the darkness, sounds of fighting and shouting approached her. Leader! I'm dying! Leader! Leader! Say something! Whack! Ah, damn! You there, not leader! You! Behind there! In hiding! You're there, right? I think you are. I get that feeling. Hey! You hear me? Can you at least help me? It was an earnest cry for help. Lee Jin-hee hesitantly stood up. What the? Don't tell me, he's calling out to me, . That moment, as if he had heard her thoughts, she heard the faint voice again. You. You're right. No. You are correct, one. Please save. Gak. As if he was hit at the last moment, he let out a suppressed cry and she heard banging and sounds of something getting jammed. Though she wasn't sure what was happening. Lee Jin-hee instinctively ran towards the sounds. 1. Baek Seoin was speaking casually in the beginning but changed to formal to beg for her help. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20. Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 20, Berserkers, 3. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. 4 days later. Young Minji and Lee Jin-hee were sitting down across from each other. Chu Young-jin was silently standing behind young Minji. So? You're saying that the rumor about the enormous monster wasn't a rumor? Yes. There are 2 conditions to win. One is destroying all the portals and suppressing the monsters. And the second is to either kill the Wyvern of Destruction when it appears on the final day or at least keep it busy. If we fail to do either of the 2, it is impossible to obtain the escape code. Lee Jin-hee's explanation. Young Minji tapped the table with her finger. Her troops had already destroyed a portal nearby. However, that was it. She feared that the number of monsters would grow and wanted to destroy more portals, but she was met with opposition, so she put it on hold for now. So that wasn't a completely wrong choice. Since we are able to penetrate past the growing number of monsters. However, if the Wyvern of Destruction shows up on top of that, it becomes too difficult. So it's not a situation where we can't survive just by staying put. Young Minji had almost decided. She asked her last question to confirm. You said that the king without subjects sent you? Can you prove that? The same time she asked. Flutter. A black flag fluttered above Lee Jin-hee's head. It was without a doubt Choi Hyuk's symbol. Young Minji smiled. I have heard about the prestige of the berserkers. Anyways. A king without subjects having followers, how ironic. I understand. I will accept your offer. From now on, our troops will try our best to destroy the portals. And we will dispatch our elite troops in a week. The assembly area was Hyunhee Department Store. We looked around and currently they have the most power. There are a few troops gathered there. Not far. Good. Young Minji held out her hand. The 2 shook hands. Lee Jin-hee left Duncheon High School with light steps. Young Minji's troops who have distinguished themselves recently would be of great help. In a week, young Minji, who had left Hanyang High School, took over Duncheon High School as well as the shopping center across from the Olympic Park station where Lee Jinhee was at previously. I wonder if that shitty man is still there. She didn't care as she looked around Duncheon High School before running off to the next location. A week after the game had started. During that time, they destroyed 12 portals, but the fight was becoming more and more difficult. Tens of thousands of monsters started to pour in each day, and the number of monsters they didn't kill grew. Currently, it was almost too much to destroy one portal in a day. Choi Hyuk became much stronger than Baek Seowin's expectations, but one hand couldn't fend off 10. To do away with this situation, like Baek Seowin suggested previously, Choi Hyuk decided to form a suicide squad and had dispatched Lee Jinhee as a messenger. She runs fast. Young Minji stared at the Lee Jinhee, who easily jumped over buildings. Her movements didn't waste any energy. She was able to jump over a 4 or 5-story building with just 2 steps on the wall, and she would overcome or brush past obstacles like the wind. This wasn't something one could do just because they had karma. Others wouldn't have been able to control their strength properly and would have smashed into walls, but she controlled her movements flawlessly. Lee Jinhee disappeared from her sight in an instant. A speed even monsters wouldn't be able to follow. Good, I decided. Young Jin Sr. Call the kings, please. Yes. Young Minji's troops currently consisted of students from their alma mater, Hanyang High School, students from Duncheon High School, and the people who assembled at the shopping center across from the Olympic Park station. She was able to become the leader of these 3 groups with her daring, precise decisions and reckless show of power. However, it wasn't like her position was stable. Currently, at Duncheon High School, there were 3 people who had the title of a king besides her. First, the slave king Song Si-min, who had allied with her since Hanyang High School. And Duncheon High School's student body president, the student king Min Kyung-chul. Lastly, from the shopping center, the pig king Ma Dongshik, who obtained a qualification to be a sovereign and became king after habitually forcing people to take sides. Ma Dongshik was the man Lee Jinhee previously fought with. Young Minji sat down in a circle with the 3 kings. She announced her plans on dispatching troops to destroy portals and forming a suicide squad to support Choi Hyuk. Sure, why not? The slave king Song Si-min, like his reputation of being young Minji's yes man, immediately agreed. When others asked him why he would always agree to young Minji's plans, he would half-jokingly say that he was not the slave king for nothing and smile. He was insulted, saying that he had no guts, but he had lots of friends and was equally well known for being a good-natured person who took great care of his people. On one hand, the student king Min Kyung-chul was quite cooperative with young Minji, but there were many times when he couldn't understand her. I understand that there will be a huge loss, but how much are you thinking of? As many portals as we can. And dispatching all available elite troops. The goal is to minimize the casualties on the last day. Young Minji already wholeheartedly decided to cooperate. Even if there were losses on her side, it was to reduce the number of casualties overall. This kind of decision was made because of her personality. If the door to hell opened on the final day and countless people were slaughtered by monsters and the wyvern of destruction, she had no doubt that she wouldn't be able to endure her fucking sensitivity to others' pain. If her troops who had power could do something, then she believed a weight would lift from her shoulders. From a broad perspective, her decision could seem selfless, but, on the other hand, it was also selfish. Min Kyung-chul couldn't understand her. Even if he believed it was for a great cause, wasn't it natural to make sure your forces were safe first? He couldn't oppose her outright, but he showed a disgruntled expression in silence. How about, instead of that, we act like we are doing it? It's not like we're the only ones doing it. It was the pig king Ma Dongshik who wanted to oppose her. We're not the only ones, wouldn't everyone have the same thought? If it's like that, even a possible plan will fail. If that's the case, everyone might die. Among them could be lost family members. Someone has to actively take the lead. That's why. why does that someone have to be us? If we want to take the lead, then everyone should. That's my thought. While he talked, Ma Dongshik read at young Minji's mood. Young Minji was a bit younger than Lee Jinhee, who fiercely talked back at him a few days ago. His inside squirmed at the fact he had to treat her with respect. However, she wasn't someone he could handle. When the people in the shopping center endured saying that they wouldn't fight the Shadow Teeths, she raised her sword. Then instead of the Shadow Teeths, will you fight with us? She calmly asked with eyes overflowing with bloodthirst. She seemed experienced in killing people. After that, Ma Dongshik only watched out for young Minji's mood. However, no matter how I think about it, this is wrong. It wasn't like they were playing hero. There was no need to take the lead and fight a bloody battle with the monsters. Young Minji motionlessly stared at Ma Dongshik. In her mind, she already looked down on him. He wasn't someone who would listen to words. Also, she didn't think that she could beat him with logic. Since, from the start, this was a decision she made for herself. She never once thought that she was righteous. If she did, then she wouldn't have killed people without hesitation. She couldn't help but simply act on her irrational emotions and nature. Since she had power, she decided to use it. For her well-being. She, who was motionlessly staring at Ma Dongshik, opened her mouth. I didn't call you all for a meeting. With her words, the atmosphere grew cold. She had gathered the kings not to discuss these matters but to announce it. At least, it was different from her original demeanor of listening to their opinions after their groups merged. The slave king Song Simin only rolled his eyes. The student king Min Kyungchul frowned and tightly sealed his lips. Ma Dongshik froze momentarily before finally opening his mouth. I understand. However, please think over the number of dispatched people. There are families who were finally able to reunite with each other. We can't have them go into mourning so suddenly, can we? Let's have it so that only one person from each family be dispatched. Ma Dongshik spoke out for the adults who were his main supporters. And that was the reason why young Minji was so passive all this time. When the survivors of Hanyang High School and Dunchan High School gathered at the shopping center with the adults, there were quite a few people who found their family members among them. Those with families couldn't help but act more protective. They were able to unite their strength to destroy the portal near them, but that was all, nothing more. Also, unlike the naive students who were used to announcements and regulations, the adults were much more self-assertive and were able to laugh their way out of proposed regulations and moved only for benefits. It was hard to control them at her will. That was the reason why young Minji, who wanted to fight the monsters more aggressively, couldn't help but accept the opposition and endure until now. However, now that she had heard about the Wyvern of Destruction, young Minji resolved herself to no longer care about their circumstances. Though it seemed it was complicated and time-consuming to make people act according to your will, sometimes it was very easy. Even if there was a resistance, if you pushed it hard enough, it would eventually fall. Only 3 weeks were left. She was confident in suppressing all resistance during that time. No. Then what about the students who couldn't find their families? We won't treat those with families any differently. With strong karma, even the elderly can run around. Haven't you observed this in the past few days? Ma Dongshik's face distorted at her words. Young Minji used this chance to pour more cold water. Don't be mistaken. If you're weak, you die. It's that kind of game. It means that not fighting won't be great forever. Ma Dongshik wanted to let out his anger and slam the table, but he desperately endured it. He was barely able to suppress his anger and force a smile. He lowered his head. Ha ha. Yes. You're right. I understand. The first thing he did after being absorbed into young Minji's troops was take out the hidden stash of alcohol for the students from Hanyang High School. During the drinking session, he clearly heard what happened to Kim Hyunbik, who opposed her. Ma Dongshik would always remember that example. Young Minji carefully examined Ma Dongshik's expression. Ma Dongshik was barely able to squeeze out a smile as cold sweat dripped down his back. Finally, young Minji nodded her head. "I look forward to working with you." And that was how the troops assembled at Dunchan High School started their preparations for war. As time passed, the fact that the rules of the first game were quite varied were revealed. The places with the most numbers would usually be assembly areas that were normally targeted at adults. After them were all the high schools, middle school and the library where the Ring of Rebirth appeared. Places with a high density of people and people who weren't too young. These two things could be seen as the conditions for the Ring of Rebirth. Besides them, there were more customized rules, such as the modified assembly area method applied to the students of the Korean National Sport University next to the Olympic Park. They were given the option to choose a weapon and goblins appeared inside their school. They were monsters who had the fighting ability of an average adult. Only after they disposed of them was karma distributed to them. Qualifications to be a sovereign 1/3, and knight captain, was given to the person who had the most kills. There were even rules that only applied to veterans of the Korean War and the Vietnam War. They were given weapons and distributed karma with no strings attached, and there was an assembly area just for them. They even received a friendly announcement: when you hunt monsters, karma will increase. Although the veterans weren't all familiar with each other, once they gathered together, they looked like an army. Veterans who knew better than anyone else what a real battle was like, when these grandpas learned of the pleasure in becoming as strong as superhumans, exceeding their former physical prowess, they fought even more vigorously than the monsters. They became a prominent force that controlled Kangdong District. However, there was a group composed of only 3 members who were equally famous. Warriors who went around the entire Kangdong District and fought at the very front. While everyone was fighting to defend their assembly area, with only 3 members, this group smashed apart monsters' headquarters. Crazy warriors soaked with blood that wouldn't dry. People called them berserkers. Especially the leader of the berserkers, who wielded a pitch-black sword, Choi Hyuk. He became the center of an unbelievable rumor that he could smash apart most groups by himself. Who? I feel like I'm really going to die without Jinhee here. Did you ever feel like you were going to live? Baek Seoan, who complained, and Choi Hyuk, who nonchalantly accepted them, were once again wading through a forest of monsters to destroy a portal today. Quack! Gick! Choi Hyuk had memorized the different vital points for each monster, and now monsters were unable to endure a single attack. However, Choi Hyuk's expression wasn't good. We aren't able to catch up the speed at which the monsters are growing. There's a limit to killing one monster at a time. No matter how much he tried, the best he could do was kill one monster with a single strike. A restriction that felt like a natural limit. However, he wouldn't be able to break through the growing number of monsters with that speed. What was more, it's completely illogical to try to hunt the Wyvern of Destruction. No matter much stronger he became, it was impossible to slay an apartment-sized monster with a blade that was slightly longer than a meter. As expected. I have to try it. Choi Hyuk recalled the skill he obtained recently. A skill he couldn't currently use. Soaring Slash. Choi Hyuk tightly grasped the hand of his blade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21. Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 21, Berserkers, 4. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Yoni. Sponsored, Arlos and RD. Soaring Slash. Rank, C. Release a blade condensed from karma. The only skill Choi Hyuk had, Soaring Slash. Its description was simple, but it was an incredible C-rank skill. The most players could obtain from the Throne game, where he rank weapons and skills, and the Predator's blade he received as a reward from a secret rule was the only D-rank weapon, which was a level above the others. It was similar to that. The regular items and skills that would drop from killing normal monsters in the game, survive and escape, were E rank, while to the special ones who hunted mid-bosses would normally receive D ranks. But since Soaring Slash was SC rank, like the Predator's Blade, it was a reward that exceeded the norm. So Choi Hyuk wasn't able to use the skill yet. Failed. To use C rank skills, you must have at least one stat and retribution at C rank, 3-star, but Choi Hyuk recalled the moment he obtained the skill. That day was the day he met Lee Jin-hee. 4 days after, Ring of Rebirth. They were on their way to destroy their third portal. Although he was low on stamina, he thought that he could end the day after this. However, his opponents were stronger than he thought. Leader. I'm going to die. Choi Hyuk was clearing the monsters approaching Baek Seoin, but due to the monsters who went around him, Baek Seoin was in a critical situation. However, he was unable to recklessly go save Baek Seoin either. If he did, then the monsters he was currently blocking would gather around Baek Seoin as well, and that could put him in more danger. There were around 40 monsters, which were similar to the number of monsters at the previous portal, but it was different. Usually, there would be one type of monster protecting a portal, but this place had various monsters and they moved according to the mid-boss's orders. They were monsters that used tactics. On top of that, to hide this fact, only the mid-boss and around 10 large, boulder bears, were guarding the front of the portal while the rest waited in ambush. Huh? What the? Something feels off? Baek Seoin hesitated, but Choi Hyuk didn't pay him any heed. And they were currently in a difficult fight surrounded by a combination of tanks, close-ranged and long-ranged attackers. We can't continue like this. I have no choice. Choi Hyuk resolved himself. He was worried about Baek Seoin, but he decided to believe in him. Since he has intuition, he probably won't die. He felt that dragging the fight any longer would be more dangerous. Choi Hyuk decided to take the chance that more monsters would gather around Baek Seoin and attack the mid-boss. The mid-boss had the appearance of a 3m tall bat, but since it was wary of Choi Hyuk, it never stepped onto the front lines. An annoying existence that only controlled monsters from behind and cast debuffs on Choi Hyuk and Baek Seoin. Choi Hyuk instantaneously overloaded his karma. If he did this, his stamina and recovery would rapidly decline, but he had no choice if he wanted to offset the debuffs and surprise it. Choi Hyuk took a deep breath. Bang! He kicked off the ground. Are you okay? The moment Choi Hyuk shot up was the same moment Lee Jin-hee ran over to save Baek Seoin. Stab! Lee Jin-hee stabbed the head of the monster that was targeting Baek Seoin. She then swung Baek Seoin, who lost strength in his legs after taking a hit, and kicked the wall. She jumped over the heads of the incoming monsters. The scene of Choi Hyuk piercing the forehead of the giant bat was reflected in Lee Jin-hee's eyes. Wow! A perfect takeoff, the artful movement of putting all his strength into the tip of the blade. She was truly amazed. Thud! The moment she landed on the ground, the flow of the battle had already reversed. The monsters became a herd of sheep with no shepherd. Choi Hyuk chose the most effective method and branded the heads, throats, chests, and joints of the monsters with his blade. He was like a lion that had pounced on a herd of sheep. Lee Jin-hee couldn't take her eyes away from Choi Hyuk. There were plenty of movements that she wanted to film and repeatedly view in practice. I'm fine now, so can you let go? She didn't even hear Baek Seoin's words. Even while carrying Baek Seoin and stepping on the swinging arm of a boulder bear, rolling to avoid a charging crook and kicking off the subway wall to reach the edge of the battle, she never took her eyes off of Choi Hyuk's fight. The situation finally settled. Choi Hyuk was reading a message. Additional rule revealed. After half a month, the monsters start to move in a more organized manner. First to defeat an army-like group of monsters. Calculating. You have obtained more than 2 additional rules. Cleared more than 5 portals. More than 1 qualifications to be a sovereign. satisfied the conditions. Granted the hidden reward, a C-rank skill soaring /. Two peculiar messages appeared. Lee Jin-hee approached while Choi Hyuk was deep in his thoughts, along with the haggard Baek Seo-in. Only then did Choi Hyuk remember he was helped and gave his thanks. Then. However, Lee Jin-hee cut him off and said, "Hyung, you're the best. How did you do that?" Hyung, 1. Choi Hyuk was taken back. A girl who looked like she was in university was calling him Hyung. Yeah. Hyung, teach me. Especially that takeoff you used to kill the bat monster. That was amazing. Lee Jin-hee, who was a parkour otaku too, was deeply moved by Choi Hyuk's concise movements which used his mobility, to the maximum. Though it was different from parkour, it was cool. Not dashing in an open area but a dash that narrowly brushed past monsters by a paper-thin margin, a non-stop dash where if there was no room, he would make it by cutting down and pushing monsters away. Not running around the outside of a group of monsters but freely moving within. Strength. However, Choi Hyuk was dazed. I am Hyung. Or course. The one who's better is the Hyung. I'm asking you, please teach me. The conversation between Lee Jin-hee, who had her eyes wide open asking Choi Hyuk to teach her, and Choi Hyuk, a genius who didn't know anything besides just do it, went nowhere. At some point, they ended up talking about the Wyvern of Destruction. What? You're going hunt an apartment-sized monster? Lee Jin-hee's eyes shined brightly. This time, it was worse than before. As expected. Hyung, I respect you. To challenge an apartment-sized monster. Lee Jin-hee panted heavily from the excitement. Okay. Weren't we the ones who climbed walls with only our hands? If we have karma, shouldn't we be able to take down an apartment-sized monster? Were Lee Jin-hee's thoughts. This is a revolution. Like this, that day. Choi Hyuk obtained a skill and a new follower. Even when he thought about it now, she was a weird person. Lee Jin-hee. However, he had to end the fight now, so he cleared himself of distracting thoughts and yelled. Mid-boss, portal, confirmed. Come back before I die. Baek Seo-in said as he smashed the head of an oncoming crook. Baek Seo-in became experienced after fighting monsters for a week. He was currently able to fight normal monsters without difficulty. Speed, vigor. Choi Hyuk coolly activated the skills of the Ring of Speed and the Ring of Vigor he obtained. Each increased his speed and power by 10% for 1 minute. There was no additional consumption of stamina. Karma condensed throughout his whole body. Grip. Choi Hyuk gripped the Fong saber. Bang! He shot forward at full speed. As there were too many monsters stationed around the portal, it was impossible to kill them all. So starting 2 days ago, when he saw the mid-boss in the portal, Choi Hyuk would charge forward, smash the two and escape. Choi Hyuk charged forward. He jumped off the shoulder of a boulder bear, stepped on a crook's head and jumped over a bladed starving ghost while pushing away its blades. The monsters that were caught by the Fong saber spurted blood. Ingrained in his movements were parkour moves Lee Jin-hee showed off. Lee Jin-hee accused him of being a cheat for being able to copy, improve her movements with a single glance, but he didn't care. Choi Hyuk instantly broke through the monsters. Crack. First, he slashed with the Fong saber and split the portal, then unsheathed the thin flash sword. Qua. Crab? No, a crayfish-like mid-boss. Choi Hyuk easily avoided the mid-boss's attack and stabbed his flash sword between the folds of its exoskeleton. PKKHT. Not just once, he circled around it, stabbing multiple times. The attacks of the mid-boss couldn't even touch Choi Hyuk. KKRR. After the flash sword severed its joints, all it could do was cry. It lost its mobility and was completely defenseless. Crack! He took aim at its wide chest and stabbed it with the predator's blade. The predator's blade, which was stabbed vertically, was even able to pierce its hard exoskeleton. The predator's blade absorbed the blood of a worthy opponent. Evolution 13/100. He had killed 20 mid-bosses up until now. Among those, the ones he fed to the predator's blade were 13. There was still a long way to go before it would evolve. Tisk! Choi Hyuk clicked his tongue once, then turned around and yelled. Retreat! Even retreating wasn't easy. A tiring task of shaking off an endless amount of monsters. Baek Seoin and Choi Hyuk would take a step back and stab one. Then take 2 steps back and split another. 4 steps and 5. That was how they slowly sped up their escape. The corpses of the monsters extended in a long line until, at one point, it stopped. Wow! You were a monster before, but now that you evolved your stats again, is it completely different? Baek Seoin said in admiration. It was as he said. After he had evolved even his retribution to 2-star 2 days ago, there was a huge change in his stats. Choi Hyuk. Power, 10, plus 10, Speed, 10, plus 10, Control, 54, plus 54. Endurance, 18, plus 18, Stamina, 18, plus 18, Recovery, 0. Asterisk Retribution, 0. Asterisk Free Karma Points, 50. Compared to the stats he had around the time he met Baek Seoin. Power, 35.3, plus 10, Speed, 36, plus 10, Control, 45.1, plus 20. Endurance, 25.6, Stamina, 49.7, plus 10, Recovery, 35.9, plus 10. Asterisk Free Karma Points, 4. As his stats and retribution passed 200, they evolved into 2 stars. After that, a lot of things changed. On top of that fact, his stats wouldn't increase when he killed normal monsters. He decided to call them 1-star monsters for convenience. Even when he killed mid-bosses, he called them 2-star monsters. His stats didn't increase automatically. Before, if he killed something, all his stats would go up by at least 1. Even his retribution would go up by 1. However, it was different now. When he killed 2-star monsters, none of his stats or retribution would increase and he would only earn a single free karma point. What was more, he even needed to spend free karma points to raise his retribution now? Because of this, besides the stats increased through items, Choi Hyuk's real stats and retribution were all 0. After evolving his stats, he had killed 6 2-star monsters, but all they became were 6 free karma points. Fortunately, as a benefit of killing mid-bosses, he was granted 2 free karma points per kill, and for evolving his retribution to 2 stars, he received 4 free karma points for a total of 50. And, after obtaining 2-star stats, the stat increases from 1-star items became nullified. Because of this, he distributed the accessories and enchanted items to his followers or put them in his handy bag and created new D-rank items. From this, he was able to keep all his stats besides recovery at 2 digits. All things considered, things weren't easy. Choi Hyuk grumbled. It's too hard to develop. The hurdles he had to jump over to increase his stats and retribution all of a sudden became too high. To achieve 1 stars, he needed 100 points. 200 points for 2 stars. Then didn't it mean that he needed 300 for 3 stars? To increase a necessary stat, even if he hunted a monster, he would only earn a single free karma point. On top of that, killing ordinary 1-star monsters was useless. I know, right? It's like the tutorial has finished. Baek Seoin smiled as he said strange things. Tutorial? Yeah. If you looked at it like a game, we should now be choosing our classes. Which means that we can increase all our stats like before. Sensible words. However, it's still hard. It's not like there are a lot of 2-star monsters. That's because leader became too strong by himself. My stats increased after I met you, but aren't they still less than a quarter of what your stats were back then? So, it's like this. Currently, the Survive and Escape game is a tutorial, but leader's stats exceed its level. I bet even the creators never imagined that there would be someone who easily clears monsters with just 1-star stats and reached 2-star stats long before the game ends. They weren't very encouraging words. Anyways, it's hard to use Soaring Slash. A 3-star stat and 3-star retribution. Those were the conditions to use Soaring Slash. He needed 600 karma points. Even if he included the amount he currently had, he still needed to kill 170 more mid-bosses. It might be possible if he tried his best and his stats increased significantly through items, but, at this rate, it was impossible. Due to the increasing number of monsters, it was taking longer and longer to kill a mid-boss. However, even if that was the case, he needed Soaring Slash if he wanted to kill the Wyvern of Destruction. Release a blade condensed from karma. Wasn't that sword energy? If he could slash 5 meters away with sword energy, Choi Hyuk thought it was possible to take down the Wyvern of Destruction. He was deep in his thoughts. Baek Seo-in merrily said, "Don't worry. My intuition believes in you, leader." That intuition, doesn't it not care if I kill the Wyvern or not as long as Baek Hyung isn't in danger, but... Lee Jin-hee's way of talking rubbed off on Choi Hyuk as he now called Baek Seo-in, Baek Hyung. At Choi Hyuk's keen words, Baek Seo-in changed the topic. Ah ha ha ha. Aren't you hungry? Nearby supply locations. Let's see. It's Kangdong Library. It just came down. Let's obtain the supplies and call it a day. Ha ha. Baek Seo-in laughed wholeheartedly as he led the way. Put. Choi Hyuk laughed once before following behind. Since it wasn't like he could do anything by worrying about it now. The sun was setting. Hyung is what a younger man would call an older man, but Lee Jin-hee is a girl, which means she should have used Appa, so Choi Hyuk was taken back. Also, she's older than him. 2. Parkour otaku means she is extremely obsessed with parkour. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22. Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 22, Berserkers, 5. TL, Mayoni. Edited, Mayoni, Haku. Late at night, Hyunhee Department Store, employees' break room. A man woke up from his nightmares. The moment he woke up, his body bounced up and he slashed out with his sword. Yui. Yuk. Crash. HAAA. Ha. The man broke into a cold sweat as he looked around his surroundings. The room was dark and no one was there. It was a dream. The man lowered his head and calmed his breath. The man's name was Ryu Hyunsung. He was the night captain of the Korean National Sport University. Ryu Hyunsung pulled out the sword deeply embedded in the floor. Nights like these were when he thought it was good that he decided to use a room all to himself despite the dissatisfaction among his colleagues. What kind of gruesome tragedy would occur if he slept next to others? Even thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. How embarrassing. It's not like it's only happened once or twice. When he said that, he started. It wasn't a day or two, but if he thought about it, it had only been a week. On an ordinary day, monsters suddenly appeared. His colleagues, juniors, and professors were driven into a corner and ripped apart. Ryu Hyunsung was a national-level saber fencer. He lived half his life as a swordsman but had never even cut a chicken's neck. That Ryu Hyunsung was bathed in blood again and again. If someone was to pick the top 3 people who killed the most monsters, Ryu Hyunsung would definitely be on that list. That was why it was more exhausting for him than anyone else. The times he didn't know when or where fangs or claws of monsters would strike. In a completely nervous state. He clenched his teeth and fought against monsters that were stronger and faster than him. But the horrible and tiresome feeling only lasted for a moment. Ryu Hyunsung's conscience quickly adjusted to this hell. However, occasionally, his unconsciousness would shudder at the terror and horror. The nightmares were proof of that. Ho! Ryu Hyunsung stood up and hung his sword on his waist. He became accustomed to examining the condition of his equipment in the morning as if he had done it his whole life. If he looked back, it had only been a week, but his university life of ordering jajangmyeon and bygone liquor, seemed to be from a previous life. Ah, for that to be all. Is it human blood now? He bitterly laughed at himself as he stretched his body. His body that was previously trembling from the nightmares had already become calm. Even his heightened senses were becoming dull. It probably wasn't a unique morning that only Ryu Hyunsung experienced. As everyone did their best to calm their panic and confusion to endure this hell. To anyone, monsters were entities that brought fear and horror. Even the students who experienced the Ring of Rebirth and the Throne Game panicked and received heavy casualties when they first fought against monsters. Existences that were larger and more experienced than humans. When facing their killing intent straight on, there weren't many who could keep their minds straight. Perhaps the people who defended the assembly area while it was under the barrier of the weak were able to endure it, but the students who didn't have a designated assembly area and the exploration teams who went out to find supplies all fought with their lives on the line. When they were finally able to calm down after enduring these nightmarish days, the people realized. In a reality where monsters were eating humans, humans weren't necessarily all on the same side. Save. Shoo, it's okay. It's okay. Pushed. Blood spurted out. Hey. You. Bastards. Are you even human? Quiet. Pushed. Whoa. They were on their way back after collecting supplies. They have the barrier of the weak? What would people's reactions normally be when they spotted a team of wounded people who fought monsters? Of course, there were people who helped. However, there were plenty who ignored them. Among them, there were even those who hunted them. They would earn karma as well as items. They were people who thought it was better than fighting monsters. Those who didn't see others as fellow humans. Because people were humans, they sympathized with each other. It was an instinct. However, just who was considered a human depended on the individual. It even happened during peaceful times. There were many people who nonchalantly stole from others. And beat them. And could still stand tall and shout, "This bastard is unbelievable!" at the victims. Adults did, obviously, but there were even occasional cases where young students would kidnap someone weaker than them, then torture and kill them. The reason why they could do that? Because they were born psychopaths? No. It was simply because these people didn't consider others as fellow humans. Because us and you were different. They were existences who could pour boiling water on you to see what happens, but could also go crazy and even cry when their friends bled even a tiny bit. The assembly areas were deeply divided. As they needed to fight monsters, there was a side who wanted to unite everyone's strength even if it was hard, and a side who took an uncaring attitude as if nothing mattered as long as they were alive and safe. On top of that, there were villainous cockroaches who only took care of their people and saw others as people who existed only to give them karma and supplies. And like always, the bad became more eye-catching and grew at a faster pace than the good. There were cases all around where people killed others, and in less than a week, assembly areas no longer trusted each other. This situation became a major obstacle for Choi Hyuk and Baek Seoin, who needed to unite everyone to hunt the Wyvern of Destruction. On top of that, a newly discovered rule. Supplies will reduce significantly every 10 days. The currently insufficient supplies would become even smaller. Then, the number of people would inevitably get smaller. Who would be left behind? There were suggestions of throwing out the weak, but that was rejected. If they started to cast out people who were on their side, cooperation would become forever impossible. Then what solution was there that would reduce the number of people but still keep themselves united? There was one. So Choi Hyuk thought. All the better. These bastards are unbelievable. Just who do you think you are to come crawling here like that? The ones who came and held Choi Hyuk and Baek Seoin, who came to get the supplies, back were a group of gangsters who took the KTT building near Gildong Station as their base. An assembly area with an especially large amount of gangsters. They dominated that place and ruled as kings. Oh. Someone else came. Then let's split it evenly, said Baek Seoin. That was Choi Hyuk's group's rule. It didn't matter who found the supplies first, they would always split it evenly with everyone. However, the gangsters had a different rule. Ha! What? Look at these fucking bastards. The gangsters surrounded Choi Hyuk and Baek Seoin. Choi Hyuk clearly saw the dark red light they were emitting. They planned on killing Choi Hyuk and Baek Seoin from the start. To steal their karma and items. What the? We're in a dangerous situation, but my intuition isn't activating. Baek Seoin laughed. Choi Hyuk laughed as well and looked at the symbol above the gangsters' heads. A symbol of an axe. It seemed like there was a leader who earned a qualification to be a sovereign. Choi Hyuk counted his opponents. 20 people. Who would he keep alive and get information from? What path would be the simplest? That moment, another party appeared. They were old men whose assembly area was quite a distance from here, but perhaps they came all the way here because they lacked supplies. Hey, you punks. Put your hands away. Around 10 grandpas. The Association of Comrade in Arms. War veterans who fought in the Korean and Vietnam War. Who are these fogies? Even though the gangsters swore, their spirit died down. They too have heard about the bravery of these grandpas. Now. You, civilians, leave. Think of yourselves as lucky. And you punks. We knew that your assembly area was near here, but since we came from a long way, let's split it evenly. A grandpa wearing sunglasses offered. They weren't intimidated even though they knew they were close to the gangsters' headquarters. Well, they were men who lived their whole lives like that. People who have walked down Jangno Street all knew this. These old men who went through hell never shied away from anything. The fuck? The team leader of the gangster exploration team thought. This was their territory and that if they backed down now, it would be incredibly humiliating. So he allowed them to use them. The things they stole from the empty police station. Bang! It has nothing to do with you, so go on your way. The gangsters took out their guns. If one reached 1-star stats, they would have physical abilities close to that of a superhuman's, but it wasn't to the point of blocking or dodging bullets. They would still be affected by bullets. But the grandpas just laughed. From their handy bags. Ka-chink. Thud. They took out pistols and even a makeshift flamethrower created by remodeling a rifle and a gas tank. When all hell broke loose and people were panicked, the ones who robbed the police station and the reserves before anyone were these grandpas from the Association of Comrade in Arms. The grandpa wearing sunglasses said craftily. What did you say? I couldn't hear properly 'cause I'm old. Ark? Can't you speak? Then I'll say it again. You civilians quickly run away. And you, we split the items 2:1, of course, we're 2. Okay? And that was how the gangsters and the grandpas started to negotiate again. Choi Hyuk, who was looking at them, laughed. Pooh ha ha. Instantly, everyone's gazes fell on Choi Hyuk. Stump. Choi Hyuk disappeared. Their eyes widened. A method to reduce the number of people while internally staying united. There was a historic method. That was, go to war with powers who were preventing unification. 1. Jjajangmyeon, a common Korean Chinese noodle dish. Bygone liquor, Chinese liquor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23. Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 23, Berserkers 6. TL, Myoni. Edited, Stealth. Just because your eyes are open doesn't mean you see everything. One of the main reasons is saccadic movement. People's eyes make 3 to 4 rapid jerk-like movements every second. Even if you think that you are concentrating on one thing, your eyes are constantly moving. The length of time your eyes are fixed and are taking in information is about 0.1 to 0.3 seconds. Excluding that, while your eyes are making rapid, saccadic movements, you are in fact not taking in any information. Along with that, within a 180-degree field of view, only the middle 2 degrees can be constantly maintained. If something was even 2 degrees away from the center, your vision would plummet by 50%. Choi Hyuk laughed loudly. Everyone's gazes turned towards him. They were like, what the? In that short period of time, there were some whose eyes were locked onto Choi Hyuk and others whose eyes suddenly looked at a gangster or a grandpa. And then, bang! Without any notice, Choi Hyuk jumped forward. The people whose eyes were looking at something else obviously weren't able to follow him. Even the people who already had their eyes on him lost him. Choi Hyuk didn't jump in a straight line but up, in a parabola. Eyes had more difficulty tracking vertical movement than horizontal. Choi Hyuk, who jumped up, was instantly 2 degrees away from the center of their vision. His enemies tried to follow Choi Hyuk's movements, but the eyes have a 0.1 to 0.2 second delay. Even if they wanted to follow him, tracking was comparably slow when targeting a moving object, while saccadic movements limited their field of view. A swiftness that aimed for both weaknesses of the eyes and the mind. The result was brutal. Boom! A sound that was too frightening to believe. The sight that was captured by their eyes was a cloud of blood exploding like flour. The endurance of the gun-holding gangster wasn't even 1 star. The moment Choi Hyuk's fist imbued with 10, power and 10, speed stats made contact with his face, it literally turned into powder. 4 gangsters held guns in the beginning, and since 1 had just died, 3 were left. However, Choi Hyuk didn't need to prioritize the gangsters who held guns. Crack! Slam! With a single jab, another man's neck bone shattered, and with a kick, another one's chest collapsed. Only then did the gangsters hastily start to react. While leaning forward slightly, Choi Hyuk glanced at his enemies. As his retribution was already at 2 stars, Choi Hyuk's eyes, which had already exceeded the limits of humans, were incredibly fast and precise as they distinguished their enemies. Instant saccadic movements. Instant perception. The gangsters felt their hairs stand on end. Our eyes met. At the same time, everyone thought they had met eyes with Choi Hyuk. A predator looking at its prey. Bang! Someone shot their gun in a last-ditch effort, but Choi Hyuk had already run to the side. Once again, he disappeared from their vision. Ha! The gangsters looked like they were bewildered spectators at a magic show. Whack! Was there anything scarier than an enemy you couldn't clearly see? Choi Hyuk's movements had a strange movement. They weren't able to properly lock onto him. The moment they thought they caught up to him, he was already 2 steps away, killing one of their comrades. Would an ant being squashed by a child feel the same way? A certain fear and despair they hadn't felt when they fought monsters overcame them. Bang! 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 Guns fired off in a last-ditch effort. The grandpas of the Association of Comrades in Arms moved back to avoid stray bullets, but Choi Hyuk was calm even at a close distance. And that was the same for Baek Seoin. Pew, dot. A spark flew off in front of Baek Seoin's eyes. The intercepting ability of the necklace of protection he was given had activated. A bullet bounced off. Although it would only activate 3 times every hour, that was more than enough in this situation. FFFTT. The shield Baek Seoin threw slammed into a gangster's face. The teeth of the gangster who shot the bullet sprayed out. Bits of flesh were still attached. Baek Seoin charged forward. He stabbed and sliced at the gangsters with his long sword. He was a warrior who had 1-star stats. Gangsters who had maybe 1 or 2 1-star stats or none at all were no match for Baek Seoin. Save me. After Baek Seoin finished off 3 people, Choi Hyuk had already ended the situation. He had beaten everyone to death with his bare hands. The gangsters couldn't even leave behind their moans. They only ended up as brutally beaten corpses. A strange silence fell. The only living person was begging Choi Hyuk for his life. Choi Hyuk's left hand was tightly clenched around his neck. He was young. He seemed to be at most 20, or perhaps he was even the same age as Choi Hyuk. He was the youngest among the gangsters. He begged with a face splattered with tears and snot. "Please?" Choi Hyuk asked. "Headquarters?" KT. The KTT building. "I'm sorry. Please." Choi Hyuk indifferently let the pleading man down. Choi Hyuk wasn't moved because the young gangster was young. He was Choi Hyuk's age. Choi Hyuk himself believed he was all grown up. Then, the young gangster too was all grown up. So Choi Hyuk tilted his head. "When you came at me shooting guns, did you not think of the consequences?" The young gangster opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but crunch! Choi Hyuk's hand was faster. He was unable to let out a word and slammed into the ground, leaving him with a shattered neck. Baek Seoin, who was watching this, slightly frowned. However, that was all. He didn't say anything. Though Choi Hyuk's ruthlessness didn't fit well with Baek Seoin's morals, he didn't think Choi Hyuk's judgment was wrong either. What's it to me when the world is ending? Baek Seoin was originally an emotional man. He was even quite the warrior. However, once he resolved himself to avenge his parents, he decided to think more simply. His values were slowly changing. It's easier if they die. Above all, it meant that they wouldn't be held back by them again. A sudden thought even crossed his mind that it might be good to use this situation more aggressively to their favor. "Let's split it evenly," Choi Hyuk calmly said. "No, we have way more people." A grandpa wanted to express his dissatisfaction. Okay. Let's do that. You're quite amazing for a young fellow. It's like what I've heard. The sunglasses-wearing grandpa who was the leader held the others back. Choi Hyuk wordlessly took exactly half of the supplies. Rations, clothes, toiletries, weakening barrier, item scrolls, amongst others. At the same time, Baek Seoin was scavenging items off the gangsters. Damn. He has a speed enchant. What a waste for it to end up with a guy like him. As a follower of Choi Hyuk who goes around killing monsters by the hundreds, Baek Seoin almost had a complete set of items. No matter how many new items came out, he didn't really feel like replacing them. However, enchants were an exception. Enchants were unique items. They were presented in a jewel-like shape, and the moment you used it, it would be drawn on your skin. In other words, you couldn't forcefully steal it. Baek Seoin needed a speed enchant. So he felt sad to see the speed enchant drawn on the dead gangster's arm. Enchants were very valuable. They were limited to 5 stat increasing items, a fact they figured out as they equipped various items. It meant that if you had a sword, armor, necklace, ring and shoes that increased your stats, you couldn't have any more. However, enchants were an additional way to increase your stats. You were able to overlap up to 5 enchants of the same grade as your retribution. And the more enchants you overlap, the bigger the bonus. For example, Choi Hyuk had 3 control enchants, 1 stamina and 1 endurance. Control, stamina, and endurance enchants. Rank, D. A combination of 3 control enchants, 1 stamina enchant and 1 endurance enchant. Bonus plus 3. Control, plus 54 stamina, plus 18 endurance, plus 18. Besides them, Choi Hyuk only had 2 rings to increase his stats. He still needed 3 more, but he held off looking for them since D ranks were hard to find. Ring of Speed. Rank, D. Speed, plus 10. You are able to use the skill, Speed, once a day. For 1 minute, speed increases by 10%. There is no addition consumption of stamina. Ring of Vigor. Rank, D. Power, plus 10. You are able to use the skill, Vigor, once a day. For 1 minute, power increases by 10%. There is no addition consumption of stamina. There was an addition skill included in the rings, but still, while his rings increased his stats by 10, including the enchant bonus, each enchant increased his stats by 18. As enchants simply helped you plan out your stats, unlike items where you had to look at their different functions, it could be said that getting the necessary enchants took priority over items. Baek Seoin, who had 2 speed enchants, 2 stamina and 1 endurance, wanted to another speed enchant to increase his survivability. As there were times when his intuition would activate, but he was too slow to react. And since the speed enchant he had been looking for was engraved into a dead gangster's arm, he couldn't help but explode in anger. Ah, damn. There isn't anything to use this time as well. They had piles of items, but none were useful. As they were a waste to throw away, they simply collected them. Ha! Wait. That moment, a great plan crossed Baek Seoin's mind. Baek Seoin looked over at Choi Hyuk and the alliance of comrades in arms. They were about to split ways. Baek Seoin called for them. Grandpas. Please wait. The grandpas, as well as Choi Hyuk, looked back at him with strange expressions. Baek Seoin approached Choi Hyuk and whispered, "Are you going to go wipe out the gangsters now? Yeah. Then let's take those grandpas as spectators." Why? Since we need to start showcasing our power. Why would people fight the Wyvern of Destruction? Because there's a chance if they fight with us. Let's promote ourselves once. The grandpas were already one of the groups you wanted to win over anyways. Jinhee probably went over to see their leader. Okay. But would they want to watch us fight? We should give them some gifts. Gifts? Yes. Let's give them some of the items we don't use. You were planning on distributing them later anyways. I mean, I think it's good if we have good relations with these grandpas anyways. Choi Hyuk thought that Baek Seoin's words made some sense. He nodded his head. Okay. As soon as he agreed, Baek Seoin took the lead. Grandpas. We are going to go clear up the punks now, and we were wondering if you would like to watch us? Why would we? You probably haven't heard yet, but we requested an alliance to your leader. We were hoping you would watch our skills and discuss it with him later. The sunglasses-wearing grandpa didn't feel inclined at his words. We already know that your skills are amazing. Hey, that was nothing. Ah, and afterwards, as a show of friendship, we won't let you leave empty-handed. Those were the decisive words. Then shall we go? Okay. Then let's go. As soon as the grandpa agreed, Baek Seoin led the grandpas. Choi Hyuk had already started walking way ahead of them. The sunglasses-wearing grandpa was slightly taken aback, so he asked, "We're going right away?" Yes. As Baek Seoin answered simply, the grandpa slightly tilted his head. At this point, the grandpa thought, "Don't tell me, we are going like this? The two of them? No way. They probably have forces elsewhere." Though the grandpa felt this wasn't the case when looking at Choi Hyuk and Baek Seo-won's unyielding steps, he tried his best to believe that was the case. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24. Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 24, Berserkers, 7. TL, Myoni. Edited, Obelisk. Baek Seo-won and Choi Hyuk's plans were similar yet different. Unlike Baek Seo-won, who only thought to increase their fame, Choi Hyuk was also thinking about reducing the numbers. Supplies will reduce significantly every 10 days. Soon, it would be the 10th day. People will kill and be killed anyways. Choi Hyuk only thought to that point. To him, the lives of the group of gangsters and people who cooperated with them weren't anything special. If Baek Seo-won expected to quickly infiltrate and assassinate, Choi Hyuk was expecting an all-out war. Hey! Where are your comrades? When they saw the KTT building, the steps of the grandpas of the Alliance of Comrades in Arms slowed. They were a bit nervous as they had yet to see their comrades. However, Choi Hyuk didn't even look back. Instead, Baek Seo-won turned around and explained. Don't worry and just spectate from a distance. Don't go anywhere. Then he followed Choi Hyuk while waving his arms. The grandpas who were left behind were dumbfounded. Did that mean that there would be more comrades or not? The grandpas discussed amongst themselves. What do we do? Don't tell me they are Yununs who don't even value their lives? They didn't look that way. He didn't care. Choi Hyuk confidently approached the front of the building. Baek Seo-won caught up to him and whispered. Are we not going to sneak in? Choi Hyuk didn't say a word as he turned around and looked at him with a dumb expression. As if he was saying, sneak in? Why would I do that? Baek Seo-won became slightly uneasy. If we just fight them outright, it becomes hard to distinguish between friend or foe. Friend or foe? There are only two of us. No. Not that. It's not good to just kill people who are forced to cooperate with the gangsters. Cooperators, are they any different from the gangsters? At Choi Hyuk's question, Baek Seo-won was at a loss for words. Choi Hyuk gazed at Baek Seo-won's face and nodded. I don't kill people who aren't cooperators. Baek Seo-won closed his mouth. If they used Choi Hyuk's method and just pushed forward, civilians wouldn't know what was happening and would oppose Choi Hyuk. Baek Seo-won didn't think that killing those people was right. However, there wasn't a suitable reply. Were cooperators really without guilt? That was a long-time worry of Baek Seo-won. For example, to live, to support their family, were people who cooperated with the Japanese Empire without guilt. There were businessmen who would sell out their fellow Koreans and send them to coal mines or sell them as comfort women. There were even landowners who offered bribes to the Japanese Empire and overworked their farmers under their protection. Did they have sins? Then what about the people who used their parents' hard-earned money and had no other job except working as a public official of the Japanese Empire? If there was a difference in limits and it varied on their circumstances, just what standards did he need to have? I did it to live. Everyone else does it as well. How far could these excuses be used? Then what about the people who couldn't even do what everyone else was doing and starved to death? A head-aching worry. Baek Seo-won would always trouble over this, but he could never find an answer. However, Choi Hyuk was different. Baek Hyung. I'm telling you this just in case you've misunderstood something. Choi Hyuk didn't look back and said, what we are doing isn't kindness. We're doing it because we need to and because there just so happens to be a group who picked a fight. Ah. Baek Seo-won lowered his head. I was too soft. He inwardly engraved the word revenge into his heart once again. As soon as he did so, many things became simpler. Perseverance. eating bitter bile and sleeping on rough straws. That was what revenge was. You weren't supposed to forget your rage. You had to grow your malice before goodwill. Those who lowered their heads because they were scared of the gangsters wouldn't really be of much help when fighting the wyvern of destruction. In a situation where supplies were insufficient and people were fighting amongst each other, it would be difficult to unite everyone. It was better to reduce the numbers when they had the chance. So, as long as their opposing groups had numbers, they would wipe them out. More than what they thought. It will be a bloody battle. Baek Seoin ground his teeth. His face stiffened and he followed behind Choi Hyuk. As soon as they approached the KTT building, 5 guards who were lying in ambush jumped out. Among them, only one wore armor, and just by looking at his figure and his hair, it was obvious he was a gangster. He asked, "Why are you here?" Choi Hyuk replied, "To hunt gangsters." An absurd reply. It was even childish. However, in this situation, being simple was more effective. As soon as Choi Hyuk spoke, he watched his opponents with his eyes of distinction. He read his opponents' reactions. 1 red, killing intent, 2 black, ill will, and 1 white, goodwill. What? This F. Slice. The armor-wearing gangster emitted a red light. Just as he was about to spout a 4-letter word, his head was sliced off with Choi Hyuk's blade. Blood spurted out like a geyser. Hyuk. There was one person who reacted late that attempted to run away. Hyuk. Another who sporadically swung his sword. Slash. The body of the man, who attempted to attack him, split in 2 along with his sword. Pi-thei. An escapee blew a whistle. Pi-ei. Pi-ei. People who were watching this scene through a window inside the building blew their whistles as well. Choi Hyuk looked at the last remaining person. The man who looked to be in his 30s was the only person who emitted a white light. Currently, faint traces of black were mixed into the white light. It seemed he was wary of him. When Choi Hyuk lifted his sword and looked at him, he trembled before asking, You're here to hunt gangsters?" "I want to join." Only then did Choi Hyuk finally nod his head. There were about 1,300 people who chose the KTT building as their assembly area. Among them, 500 were gangsters while 800 were normal people. It seemed like all the gangsters near here had gathered. Although gangsters had many problems with the law and morals, as they were experienced fighters, they were quite courageous even when fighting monsters. A world where you become stronger as you live. This actually made them more passive. Not too many days had passed when the gangsters became the king of this place. And then, they revealed their true nature. If there was a woman that caught their eye, they would rape her, and they would even beat people to death when they were drunk. Tyrants. However, they weren't fools. They didn't only resort to violence. They treated people who cooperated with them nicely and even gave them chances to get stronger by taking them out for reconnaissance. During this time, they murdered people and even gifted them the women they kidnapped to slowly turn them into accomplices. Now, the only normal people left in this assembly area were those who were the same as the gangsters and those who looked the other way and only cared about their own safety. Those who weren't either died resisting them or risked their lives and went out to find a new assembly area. Choi Hyuk didn't know everyone's circumstances. And honestly, he didn't need to know. He was only after numbers anyways. Choi Hyuk shouted at the gathering people. "As the gangsters here attempted to kill me, I am just here for payback. Those who aren't part of this, screw off." To the people who ran over here after hearing the guards outside had died couldn't help but find all this sudden. A short silence fell. Some burst into anger while others read the mood. The ones who were reading the mood looked around to see if Choi Hyuk had any reinforcements. No matter where they looked, they couldn't find any. Only then did people react to nonsensical Choi Hyuk's declaration. Is he a crazy bastard? He's the one who murdered people. The jeers and rage of hundreds of people were much more chilling than one would think. The man in his 30s who Choi Hyuk had saved just now was trembling behind Baek Seoin. Ah damn, for there to be only 2 people. He felt regret. However, he shook his head. Damn it. I can't do anything about it. Instead of getting killed by these people, I'd rather die fighting these fucking gangsters. While the man was at a crossroads, Choi Hyuk grinned before charging forward. His eyes could see people emitting red lights as bright as the sunset. Ah. Save. Save me please. It was filled with screams and tears. The fight that occurred outside the building took 30 minutes and it continued inside the building. Choi Hyuk hunted and killed the people who attempted to run. He even killed those who kneeled and begged for their lives. Even if they emitted a white light, he killed them. You were quiet when I looked weak, but now that I look strong, you beg for your life? Although they weren't hostile, Choi Hyuk was someone who was merciless to his enemies. They won't be useful in future battles. SPHHLT. There was only one type of people he saved. Ah. You bâtard. What, you fucking bastard? One youth gave up on fighting Choi Hyuk. Instead, he stabbed the backs of the gangsters, filled with resent. The color reflected in his eyes of distinction was a pale black. He had a bit of hostility towards Choi Hyuk, but it wasn't excessive. He knows how to fight and he isn't an enemy. Choi Hyuk didn't kill that youth and moved on. It was simple to tell who was on his side. Eyes of distinction and the direction of their swords. The choice to abandon their weapons had already passed by when Choi Hyuk told everyone who wasn't part of this to leave. Now, the direction you swung your sword determined if you were friend or foe. Choi Hyuk's rule that depended on their swords slowly spread. Of course, there were exceptions. Ha! Fuck, why me? He was someone who stabbed his comrades to live. After seeing how Choi Hyuk left certain people alive, he stabbed his comrades and felt that he was safe. However, Choi Hyuk clearly saw the red light. He pierced the flash sword through his heart. What the? You die even if you kill the gangsters? Just what is the criteria? The people who saw the scene fell into a state of confusion. Choi Hyuk didn't care to address this confusion. Even then, there were numerous people who came out and started to stab the gangsters out of their own free will. Slice. Stab. Stab. Slash. Choi Hyuk was a death-producing machine. It seemed like he killed a person every second. Wherever he was, there was a stream of corpses trailing behind him and around him. People started to kill the gangsters. At that time, Choi Hyuk found the leader. He was abnormally large and above his head was a large axe symbol. He came down escorted by his bodyguards with a distorted expression and swore. This motherfuck. You son of. Of course, he wasn't able to finish his words. Slice. Slash. Swish. Choi Hyuk made his way towards him as he swung his Fong saber. Unlike monsters, humans were thin and long, so if he swung properly, he could even kill multiple people with one swing. In 3 slices, the leader, along with his bodyguards, split into 2. As soon as the leader died, the axe symbols around them disappeared. But nothing would change. As Choi Hyuk was planning on indiscriminately killing people who were outside the standards he made himself. He killed and killed. It was to the point the durability of the Fong saber hit bottom and shattered. Only when there weren't any more people to kill did Choi Hyuk raise his head. Blood splattered on the hallways, the stairs, and the walls. At some point, a pool of blood had formed in front of the building. People gathered around Choi Hyuk. The ones who were still alive were the ones who swung their swords in the other direction. Around 200 people. Choi Hyuk examined them with his eyes of distinction. They only emitted a mix of white and black light or a pale black light, none possessed red, killing intent, or dark black, hostility. He had already killed those people. Of course, it won't be precise. Choi Hyuk felt his skill was a bit lacking. It was difficult for him to accurately judge if someone would be useful or not during a battle just by knowing what intentions they had towards him. All he had was a hunch that they probably weren't. Still, it's better than nothing. Anyways, he was able to make a rule without much difficulty because of it. Who to kill and who to leave alive. Though he did kill most of them, he still had a rule. Choi Hyuk was currently satisfied with that. That was how the fight ended. It only took an hour. Grandpas. Here, receive your gifts. Baek Seoin brought some of the items he placed in his handy sack after emptying out the building. Because of the extremely brutal fight, his previously shameless face had stiffened. Okay. Sure. As he received the handy sack, the grandpa thanked his sunglasses. If not for them, he might have shown the scared expression on his face. A one-sided battle, no, a massacre. Though they were people who had seen this in wars and had even participated in it. No, it's on a different level. The grandpas of the Alliance of Comrades in Arms felt chills go down their backs. It was a world where everyone had exceeded the limits of a human. A generation where running 100 meters in 8 seconds and long jumping 8 to 9 meters weren't bragworthy. However, these grandpas felt like carrots being diced in a blender. They had seen a true monster. Just how cute was the nickname, Berserkers, compared to the real thing? Though they knew they weren't enemies, they felt pressured just by being near Choi Hyuk. They wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, but they felt uneasy and were wary of Choi Hyuk, so they just stayed put. But it was time for them to return. The sunglasses-wearing grandpa hastily said, "You worked hard. Then, we'll take our leave." Even his speech became polite. "Okay, take care." And dash. Baek Seoin called out to the grandpas who were about to leave. With an overly threatening expression. "Please discuss when you return." It looked like he was trying to smile, but perhaps it was due to the stiffness he felt after the battle. The tips of his lips distorted weirdly. I'll make sure to do that, Adat. The grandpas broke out in a cold sweat as they hurriedly left. Not long after, a wild rumor spread throughout Kangdong district. The leader of the Berserkers, Choi Hyuk, annihilated an assembly area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 25. Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 25, Wyvern of Destruction, 1. TL, Myoni. Edited, Obelisk. The number of monsters Choi Hyuk killed in a day was absurd, but it still wasn't enough to reverse the flow. If Choi Hyuk tried his best, he would barely be able to hunt 400 monsters a day. At first, he would be able to kill one every second, but as his stamina decreased, the speed slowed down as well. When he started to get out of breath, his performance would drop rapidly, and if he was surrounded by monsters in that state, he would die. He always had to check his condition and retreat when it was appropriate. On the other hand, the number of monsters was piling up. After 10 days had passed, situations started to arise where Choi Hyuk was unable to destroy a portal every day. The number of monsters that crossed through the portal would increase by 20% every day. This was an exponential growth. Even if he killed continuously, it was becoming harder and harder to catch up that increase. On the 10th day, 20,000 monsters poured in from the 33 portals. With the help of his allies, they were able to reduce that number to 20 on the 15th day, but even then, approximately 30,000 monsters poured in every day. On the 15th day, the streets were filled with over 130,000 monsters. It was the main reason why it was becoming more difficult to fight them. However, that wasn't all. The amount of supplies would reduce by a third every 10 days. Instantly, supplies that were originally able to feed 500,000 people could only sustain 170,000. But there were 300,000 people still alive on the 10th day. During this time, due to the amount of supplies, they didn't starve to death but faced with survival, intensified the temptation of the groups. The key reason for their temptation was the portals. And this temptation became a framework for young Minji. While we go out and destroy portals, those who just sit there, only caring about their safety, have no right to supplies. It was a strategy that was necessary for destroying portals, but, at the same time, it was risky. It was because normally, assembly areas set up weakening barriers, which makes the monsters 2 times weaker, but to destroy a portal, they had to step out and fight against the full strength of the monsters. Because of this, the number of deaths and victims continued to increase in groups allied with Choi Hyuk. And those assembly areas who only sought after supplies were becoming more secure. While there were people who fought for the safety of everyone, there were others who just wanted a free pass. Eventually, faced with this crisis, young Minji raised her sword. It was a clever move that would relieve the dissatisfaction of the groups who destroyed portals onto others. She dispatched an envoy to a neighboring assembly area. The rule she imposed was simple. Tomorrow, you are to spearhead the fight to destroy a portal. Or you give up your right to supplies. Her proposal was ignored. And the next day, that assembly area turned to ash. They weren't able to endure the attack of her troops, who were tempered through fights against monsters. And young Minji didn't accept surrenders. Do we kill them all? Kill them all. Except for those who are less than 14 years old. How do we determine their age? Just. If they look young, let them live. Let the children live. Then what about their parents? Kill their parents. Young Minji easily empathized with the weak. She wasn't confident in being able to kill those who surrendered, so she left Chu Youngjin in command. Even when she hardened her heart, she was still unable to order the death of the children. Of course, instead of being respected, her ambiguous attitude brought sarcasm. To some, she was extremely merciless, and to others, she was half-baked. Still, her decisive actions displayed a surprising amount of power. The neighboring assembly areas, who were shocked at her merciless slaughter, decided to take part in fighting the monsters. The other 6 powers who were allied with young Minji also took similar actions. At that time, 2 rumors about slaughter were spreading like wildfire. Choi Hyuk and young Minji's slaughter. Because of this, the allied forces were able to take advantage of this fear to win over other forces more easily. Not long after, everyone had started to destroy the portals in unison. Due to this, they were able to reduce the number of portals to 20, but the number of casualties were significant as well. And the number of monsters were still growing. 250,000 survivors. 130,000 monsters. It was already an established fact that at some point, the number of monsters would exceed the number of people. After fighting monsters, Choi Hyuk would always train. Soaring slash. When he shouted the skill, the karma in his body would automatically move. The karma that enhanced his bones, joints and muscles gathered at his hand. By using the pressure of the gathered karma, he was able to transform it into a sword, but eventually, it wasn't able to even reach half the blade before returning to its previous state. Failed. To use his C rank skill, you need at least 1 stat and retribution to reach C rank, 3-star, but. And a message would pop up. Choi Hyuk sighed as he examined his status. Choi Hyuk. Power, 0, Speed, 0, Control, 114, plus 114. Endurance, 18, plus 18, Stamina, 18, plus 18, Recovery, 0. Asterisk Retribution, 0. Asterisk Free Karma Points, 68. As there weren't many worthy opponents, even though he killed all those monsters and people, he wasn't able to grow that much. All he earned were 18 free karma points from killing 6 2-star monsters. That was only because he received an additional 2 free karma points for killing mid-bosses, or else he would have only earned 6 points. And Choi Hyuk changed his items. He got rid of the items that increased his power and speed and pushed control. Because of this, his power and speed became 0. Of his newly equipped D rank items, 3 were new and he traded for the remaining 2. Control was a relatively unwanted stat, so it wasn't hard finding someone to trade. As they were all normal D rank items, the items Choi Hyuk earned weren't unique. He even had 2 rings of concentration. Ring of concentration, X2. Rank, D. Control, plus 10. You are able to use the skill, concentrate, once a day. For 1 minute, control increases by 10%. There is no additional consumption of stamina. Necklace of concentration. Rank, D. Control, plus 10. You are able to use the skill, concentrate, once a day. For 1 minute, control increases by 10%. There is no additional consumption of stamina. Longsword of desperation. Rank, D. Control, plus 20. Durability, 271/300. Shoes of a dancer. Rank, D. Control, plus 10. Your reflexes are slightly faster. Durability, 48/50. A set of items with only control. Choi Hyuk had decided on control after racking his brains over it. It is impossible to get a stat in my retribution to 300 by the 30th day. The number of monsters was continuously increasing. And the number of mid-bosses increased accordingly. However, as there were too many underlings, it was becoming more difficult to hunt down the mid-bosses. He needed 418 more points, but at his current rate of 18 points every 5 days, he would only earn 54 points. Killing those who aren't a match won't even give me the slightest benefit. At this rate, it would be impossible to use Soaring Slash. But, if he didn't have Soaring Slash, he didn't have a blade made of karma, and if he didn't have that, he didn't have an area attack, which meant that he wasn't able to make a breakthrough and decrease the number of monsters, and that meant it would be impossible to kill the Wyvern of Destruction. As a result, his last resort was enhancing his control. He had pretty much staked everything. Will it work? No, it has to. Up until now, it was best to increase his stats harmoniously. Control or endurance, as long as they were able to handle his power and speed, it was enough. What would he do with control that well surpassed his power and speed? But, Choi Hyuk's thoughts were completely different. The clue was provided by Baek Seoin. He said, I know, right? It's like the tutorial has finished. If you looked at it like a game, we should now be choosing our classes. Which means that we can increase all our stats like before. After reaching 2 stars, the increase in points rapidly decreased. Only 1 free karma point. His suggestion could be correct. That you shouldn't focus on every stat but choose to focus on certain ones. That meant that a control stat that exceeded power and speed was definitely useful. There was also another evidence. That was Choi Hyuk's senses. The more he increased his control stat, the more easily Choi Hyuk could manipulate karma. It was especially different when he exceeded 100 points of the 2-star stat. Now, he wasn't only able to control his power and speed. He was able to control his karma. Like this. Choi Hyuk focused on the karma in his arm. His arm inflated to twice its size. In that state, he punched a car. Bang! It wasn't pushed back but exploded as if it was hit by a bomb. As it wasn't satisfying enough, this time, he slammed a wall of a building with his palm. Thud! An entire side of a wall exploded. The impact from his palm was enough to visibly shake the 4-story building. Ah! However, Choi Hyuk's arm wasn't unscathed. An obvious result as the explosive force exceeded his endurance. Choi Hyuk's face distorted and retracted. The karma concentrated in his arm. It felt like his arm had fractured, but with his current recovery stat, he would naturally recover in 5 minutes. But Choi Hyuk didn't rest. This time, he held a sword with his left hand. Concentrate. The skill embedded in the necklace of concentration and the rings of concentration, concentrate. Each one would increase his control stat by 10% for a total of 30%. 148 control. In this state, Choi Hyuk once again attempted the skill. Soaring slash. Instantly, the karma in his body automatically moved. It moved beyond his hand and towards the sword. However, the result was the same. Once again, it wasn't able to reach half the blade before returning to its previous state. However, Choi Hyuk's original motive wasn't to succeed. He remembered the pathways and direction the karma moved in. Ho! He calmed his breath. I need to see results this time. Choi Hyuk personally moved the karma with his 148 control stat. Choi Hyuk, who remembered how the karma was pushed back when it reached half the blade when he activated the skill, squeezed out all the karma in his body and compressed it. He then sent it to his hand. The karma that was compressed to the point it was hard, tangled up as it made its way to his hand. Grkkk. It felt like his arm would explode. However, Choi Hyuk continued to push the karma. The karma passed through the handle of the sword and filled up the blade. And just when it reached the point the skill couldn't pass. Gah! Choi Hyuk used all his strength to push the compressed karma up. Karma shot up like a geyser. Bang, bang. It felt like fireworks were shooting out of his hand. And then... swish! Ah! Choi Hyuk clearly saw it. It was only for a split second, but a blue blade had formed. Karma that filled up the sword had emerged. And... Irk! A side effect. Exhaustion and injuries from forcefully pushing karma. Flop. Choi Hyuk, who had lost all strength in his body, collapsed. His hair was dripping with sweat. However, the tips of his lips curled upwards. His guess that he could make a blade made of karma without the assistance of a skill was right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26. Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 26, Wyvern of Destruction, 2. TL, Myoni. Edited, Obelisk. There were 7 groups who were allied with Choi Hyuk. 3 were very aggressive young Minji's troops, the Alliance of Comrades in Arms and the Knights of the Korean National Sport University. And although they lacked the explosive power of the aforementioned 3, the other 4 allies were robust: Shinmyeong Stronghold, Kangil River Park Stronghold, Seonsa Hyundai Park Stronghold, and lastly, Chonho Hyunhee Department Store Stronghold. These strongholds were a large-scale force centered around company employees and independent businessmen allied with students and people preparing for examinations. On the 16th day, all allied forces assembled at the Hyunhee Department Store. They had initially discussed the formation of a suicide squad, but the appearance of new rules made it so that they had to unite together. Additional rule. Every night, the number of monsters that arrive through the portal increase by 20%. Additional rule. After half a month, the monsters start to act in groups. Additional rule. Supplies reduce significantly every 10 days. The additional rules that seemed to test the limits of humanity. There were more than enough reasons to unite. To face the increasing number of monsters that will start to act in groups, humans had to be more tightly unified. And another deciding reason was the reduction of supplies, to be exact, the limited supply of the weakening barrier. Food could be handled with emergency rations, adjustments of rations, and from the stores that haven't been emptied out yet. The number of people was also decreasing. However, if the weakening barrier collapses, there was no way to fight against the hordes of monsters. Because of this, the more groups there were, the faster the consumption of these weakening barrier. There was a need to gather together and reduce the consumption of these barriers. So all the forces, a total of 130,000 people, started to gather towards Hyunhee department store. The reason they chose Hyunhee department store was simple. There was a healer here. There were a few large hospitals located in Kangdong District, Sungshin Hospital, Kyunghee University Hospital, and Hyang Hospital. On the first day, a game that was modified for these hospitals commenced. A rule was given to the medical team. You are unable to leave unless you kill 3 patients. A rule was given to the patients. You are unable to leave unless you kill someone. After confirming the fact that they really couldn't leave, chaos erupted. Still, no one immediately started to kill each other. Unlike the schools, the hospitals endured it a while longer. However, 4 days, that was the limit. It had been a while since the food supply had been emptied out. The scene of monsters wandering around at night. These people who were starving and stressed became extremely sensitive. The first to be killed were the critically ill patients who couldn't resist. The first time would be difficult, but the second and third were easy. In one night, the dignity they had kept all this time collapsed. The medical team grouped up and attacked the weak patients. It was the same for the relatively healthy patients. And they left the hospital as a group. The hallways were filled with screams and profanity. Those who wanted to kill and those who resisted, as well as those who wanted to stop them, tangled together. While the people who wanted to kill and the people who wanted to stop them got into a fight, an incident occurred and someone died. Eventually, someone had died. Bae Jin-man was a respected doctor. He wielded a baseball bat at his juniors and even those he could call his disciples who were pushing their way through the hallway. Bastards! You call yourselves doctors? At the criticisms and the resistance of the respected doctor, the doctors who were pushing their way through retreated. A reason being the swing of the baseball-loving doctor was quite impressive. After chasing the group away, Bae Jin-man entered the critical care ward he was looking after. He locked the door and moved the beds to block the door. The patients who laid on these beds looked at the doctor in fear. However, Bae Jin-man smiled. Don't worry. He looked after the patients. After 5 days had passed, only dropouts remained. Those who had ensured their safety by hiding. Those who were unable to kill others. More than 10 of these people were spread throughout the hospital as they held the guard against each other. Bae Jin-man exited the critical care ward and he took care of the remaining people. In a hospital without any food, he nursed these patients alone. After a week, a message appeared. Calculating your retribution. Type. Healer. Patients killed 0. Has continuously looked after the patients. Meets the requirements. Granted the guardian trait. At the same time, the around 20 patient he looked after turned into lights and were absorbed into his body. Every time a light was absorbed into his body, his retribution and karma increased. Especially his control and recovery stats. However, Bae Jin-man wasn't happy. In his eyes, he only saw the figures of the patients who had disappeared. So, tears welled up in his eyes. So they ended up dying in the end. He slumped onto the floor and bawled. A body that had not eaten or had drunk anything, he sobbed his heart out, but only a few drops of tears would drop at a time before drying up. And that was the birth of the only healer in Kangdong District. Guardian, Bae Jin-man's blessing has been cast. Get up! With his shout, a hazy light shined above the heads of the 40,000 people assembled in front of Hyunhee department store. La la la. It was almost as they could hear the music. Without realizing it, these people started to mumble to the tune. Though it was as hazy as a fog, the small lights above countless people's heads were connecting to each other. They felt a feeling of unity and fellowship that one would feel at a huge concert. They all mumbled and watched as these lights connected with each other. An exceptional scene that brought tears to their eyes. The skill, Get Up, was a support skill that would increase one's courage, awareness as well as their sense of camaraderie. As the skill was cast on tens of thousands of people, its effect was slight. However, as these people experienced the same scene at the same time, they did feel a sense of security and kinship. And one couldn't ignore the sense of comfort it gave them as well. To these people who continuously lived in a cruel environment with their lives on the line, the comfort felt from Get Up was much greater than expected. Just as the scene was about to end, the leader of Shinmyeong's stronghold, Kang Dong-soo, took the lead. He was chosen to be the commander of their first expedition. They had decided that they would form an expedition team every day and that the position of commander would switch between the leaders of the various allied forces. Kang Dong-soo shouted, "We have 13 days left. There are currently 19 portals left. Currently, around 40,000 monsters are pouring through them every night. The situation looks bleak. I even feel that our demise is imminent. However, will that truly be the case? Will our strength only amount to that? Is this all the strength we humans who rose to the top without hides or fangs have? Let's show them how strong we are. To them. And to those unknown bastards who created this fucking game. And above all, to ourselves. It is time to show our strength." Wah! Due to the high amount of karma, there was no need to use a microphone. Kang Dong-soo's words that were shouted from his guts clearly embedded themselves into each of the tens of thousands of people's ears. When the cheers hit their peak, Kang Dong-soo shot his hand up and shouted, "Remember! The shielders block the front. Then the spearmen stab and the swordsmen end it. Ranged attackers will stay behind the lines and follow the vice commander's orders. The detachment will support the crumbling front lines. Let's go! For victory! Wah! Vanguard!" At Kang Dong-soo's command, the vanguard charged forward. The area of the expedition was the point near 3 portals. It was the place Lee Jin-hee scouted in the morning. Countless monsters were gathered in the Amsadong prehistoric settlement site. The large-scale troops started their expedition to reduce the number of monsters and to destroy the portals. Crash! Humans and monsters were crashing into each other. After 17 days, the abilities of these people had increased insignificantly. On average, at least 2 stats had reached the 1 star. As they were still in the process of increasing all their stats, it wouldn't be long until all their stats reached 1 star. However, humans were still unable to face against the monsters one-on-one. Still, due to the use of a variety of tactics, 3 people show the power of 10. The only problem was that the monsters were using a variety of tactics as well. Ack! A 2m tall, 5m long crook charged forward. It was difficult for the shielders to block it. If the shielders were unable to endure and were pushed back, the whole line would break down. Then the bladed starving ghosts would that opportunity to slash at them with their long blades and the shadow teeth would penetrate their lines. Push them back. Push them back. If the monsters penetrated their front lines, they would stab with their spears, slash with their swords, and the returning shielders would push them back. It was an intense fight. There were areas where humans had the advantage. Due to their tall body structure, they were quite agile and were quite talented in using formations in group battles. However, as the monsters had much better stats overall, all they could do was not be pushed back and endure. Cook. A person's head was cut off by the blades of a bladed starving ghost, and that very ghost was stabbed with a spear. Even while taking losses, the vanguard was advancing 1 step at a time. Endure. Follow them. You can't fall behind. If we fall behind, the suicide squad will die. That moment, Choi Hyuk and a suicide squad made up of 100 members were doing their best to open up a path. A dream team made up of Choi Hyuk and only the most elite members of each of the 7 groups, excluding their kings. They were powerful members whose stats have all already reached 1 star. In addition to that, Choi Hyuk distributed the E-rank items he had collected up until now. The 100 members of the Suicide Squad were warriors who had the skills, karma, and the items to call themselves strong. And with Choi Hyuk at the front, they were a crushing force. In a triangle formation, they penetrated the main force and opened up a path. Then the vanguard would follow. Of course, that wasn't easy. Are we still not there yet? At this rate, we'll be exhausted before we even reach the portals. Lee Jinhee, who didn't slow down and slashed the necks of the bladed starving ghosts, asked with a tired expression. We have to go a bit further. We have to stand at the center of the main enemy forces. Baek Seoin explained. Currently, the main force was in a Hakekjin 1 formation surrounded by monsters. 10,000 members of the vanguard troops were treading forward, penetrating the enemy forces. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this place had 3 portals, but the strength of the monster army was formidable. It looked like there were more than 30,000 monsters. It was a number that the vanguard couldn't handle by themselves. Still, the main force was on standby as the vanguard tried their best to pierce into the center of the enemy forces. For that one moment, Choi Hyuk had finally reached the center and took out a weakening barrier scroll. Barrier, activate. At his shout, the scroll burned up and a snow-white cover spread out in a circle. Whoosh! The moment the cover passed over a monster, it would falter. In the case of the crooks that moved quickly, there were some that smashed their heads on the ground. As their physical abilities dropped to half in an instant, their movements became all tangled. Kang Dong-soo, who saw this from afar, smiled. However, he said in a teasing tone, "Ha, why does a fellow who doesn't have many men have so many weakening barrier?" While everyone was having difficulty with the amount of weakening barrier scrolls, Choi Hyuk, who had monopolized the supplies, had 10 weakening barrier scrolls. As soon as the Suicide Squad was formed, Choi Hyuk took out the weakening barrier scrolls not for defense but instead, for the offense. Like now. All troops. Charge. At Kang Dong-soo's command, the main force that was in the Hakekjin formation rushed towards the monsters' headquarters. The monsters that had their abilities reduced to half were not a match for them. As Kang Dong-soo started his charge, Choi Hyuk and the Suicide Squad started their real mission. Suicide Squad. Destroy the portal. Battle of speed. We ignore those who fall behind. Kiririk. His karma explosively compressed and expanded. The Predator's blade was splitting the monsters in 2. Swoosh. Stab. Stab. The spear thrown by a javelin thrower from the Korean National Sport University pierced 2 bladed starving ghosts like a kebab. Thud. Thud. Lee Jinhee lightly jumped up and, without intending to land on the ground, stepped on the monsters as she stabbed the foreheads of monsters. Bang! Baek Seoin's shield bash shattered the face of a large crook. The attack of the Suicide Squad had begun. 1. A crane wing formation developed by Admiral Lee Sunsun, who developed the renowned turtle ship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 27. Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 27, Wyvern of Destruction, 3. TL, Myoni. Edited, Obelisk. To hunt the Wyvern of Destruction, they needed to fulfill 3 conditions. 2 had to be satisfied by Choi Hyuk. The other one was added by Baek Seoin. Choi Hyuk compressed his karma and coiled it around the Predator's blade. The first condition was a blade of karma. 5 mid-bosses at the 2-star level reflected in Choi Hyuk's eyes. A shadow monster at Dusk Teeth looked to be the commander as it stood in the center, flanked by 2 mountain orcs and 2 bladed ghosts. There was an increase in mid-bosses along with the increase in monsters. Bang! 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 The two mountain orcs charged forward riding crook leaders. Choi Hyuk swiftly rushed in front of them. At the same time, he exploded the coiled karma wrapped around the blade's edge. The exploding karma spun around as it propelled itself away from the blade. Swish dash. A faint blade made of karma. In fact, it was more like a faint haze than a blade. However, its effect was surprising. The moment the oncoming crook leader was about to stomp on Choi Hyuk's shoulder, the predator's blade slashed out in a crescent. Slash. An exquisite arc made by a single blade. Just as the two mountain orcs riding their crook leaders at full speed and Choi Hyuk were about to collide, his blade slashed out a single time. First, the neck of the crook on the left was sliced along with its rider's waist, then the blade continued to draw a diagonal line from the chest to side of the orc on the right until the last crook's head fell. A slanted crescent was drawn. Leaving the crescent drawn by his blade, Choi Hyuk's body passed between the monsters. Thud thud. Pshhh. Black blood splattered out into the air and onto the ground. He took 4 down with one blade. If it wasn't for the karma-reinforced cutting force, it wouldn't have been possible. The karma gathered at the tip of the blade slowly contracted and returned to his body. The exhausted karma dulled as if filled with lactic acid. Choi Hyuk let out a short breath. The single slash consumed a lot of stamina. To the point it would have been better to just attack 20 times. Still, Choi Hyuk once again coiled the karma around his blade. To fight the Wyvern of Destruction, he had to polish this technique. It was already much more natural than before. His previous method of recklessly compressing karma and pushing it up his blade consumed so much stamina that he had lost strength in his legs. However, the situation became better when he started to coil the karma around his blade. It's still far off. To fight against the Wyvern of Destruction, he had to extend his blade by 5 and he had to be able to maintain it. He couldn't even begin trying to maintain it, but attempting to lengthen the blade was doable. More. Choi Hyuk wrapped more karma around his blade. Even during this time, his feet didn't stop moving as they dashed towards the monsters. Kwa! Kriya! The two-bladed ghosts screeched in an attempt to put pressure on Choi Hyuk. The wolf-like shadow slightly moved back. It looked like it was trying to avoid him. But Choi Hyuk was one step faster. Palalak! The karma wrapped around his blade unraveled. He consumed all his karma. The fight will end soon anyways. Choi Hyuk poured in all his remaining strength. Swish! The blade emitted a clear sound. The almost transparent haze of karma extended 1 past the blade. Slice. The extended blade sliced the two-bladed ghosts and even the dusk teeth that had moved back. The dusk teeth looked like it was a shadow, but as soon as it was split in two, its blood and guts splattered out as it collapsed. He split 3 monsters in 2 in a single exchange. Ho! Choi Hyuk let out a larger breath than before. His body felt heavy as if it was submerged in water. Quack! Die! Portal destruction complete. Sounds of fighting sounded out from everywhere. The battle progressed smoothly. Choi Hyuk slowly dragged his heavy body and stabbed the monster corpses. The predator's blade drained the monster's blood. Predator's blade. Rank, D, unique, growth type. Sharp and sturdy. The more blood it spills of strong foes, the stronger it will get. Durability, 726/1000. Evolution, 29/100. The second condition for hunting the Wyvern of Destruction was evolving the Predator's blade. Though he didn't know what kind of monster the Wyvern of Destruction would be, it was clearly stronger than the mid-bosses. Looking at the current situation, it looked like F rank was equivalent to no star, E rank was 1 star and D rank was 2 star. If that was the case, to fight the Wyvern of Destruction, which was at least a C rank, he needed a C rank weapon. Choi Hyuk indifferently gazed at the predator's blade as it drained the blood of its enemies and turned them into mummies. He still needed 71 more. Since I took out 7 today, at this pace, it'll be possible, but normally it would be hard enough trying to take down 2 a day, but now that there was an army it would be much easier. An expedition made up of 40,000 people that faced off against the monsters while the 100 members of the Suicide Squad made a path towards the portals. Due to this, Choi Hyuk had the time to fight while testing his Karma Blade in real combat. After calming his breath, Choi Hyuk saw items that had appeared between the dead corpses. They were items he was seeing for the first time. A transparent quartz rod and a wooden ball. When he closely examined it, information appeared. 1-person escape code. The owner of this code is able to escape on the final day. Dragon hunting weapon, vine cannonball. A cannonball packed with magic. Use it with dragon hunting weapon, extraordinary dragon cannon. Tough, thick vines will grow in the place of impact. They react to dragon blood and will bind the dragon. If a few overlap, they can make a dragon momentarily falter. Choi Hyuk, who examined the items, smiled bitterly. This is good news and very bad news. There were 3 conditions that needed to be met to hunt the Wyvern of Destruction. First was completing the Blade of Karma and the second was evolving the blade. Then there was the last condition. The additional condition that Baek Seoin said they absolutely needed. An army that would fight until the end. The addition of dragon hunting weapons was welcomed as they would be a way to fight against the Wyvern. However, for there to be a 1-person escape code, it was the worst. Just then, he heard Commander Kang Dong-soo's orders. Push. Push. Last one. Push with all your strength. Following Kang Dong-soo's orders, people used their last remaining strength and pushed against the monsters. They pushed with shields, stabbed with spears and slashed with swords. The ranks of the monsters collapsed and were hopelessly pushed back as their commanders had almost all been wiped out. There were even some that looked at their comrades before running away. These monsters that were slowly being pushed back had at some point all started to run away. Wah! The roars of the humans shook the ground. They used the last of their strength to bang their weapons together and slam the ground. Some were so agitated that they even started to chase the fleeing monsters. Stop! Stop the chase! Kang Dong-soo shouted. As they had surrounded the monsters with the Hakakjin formation, they definitely had the room to chase them. However, Kang Dong-soo decided to stop here. It was because everyone's stamina had reached their limits. If they were to fight in this condition, casualties would quickly pile up. People who were extremely exhausted paused and gathered their breath. There were some who held their knees and panted. They saw the scattered monsters fleeing in front of them. The people once again roared, forgetting their exhaustion momentarily. Lua! 4 hours of fighting. 3 portals were destroyed. 20,000 monsters were wiped out. On the other hand, 3,000 humans died and 2,000 were critically wounded to the point that their recovery stat would be of no use. It was a great victory. The Guardian Beijing man greeted the expedition in front of the Hyunhee department store. The first thing he did when they arrived was examining the wounded. He started to treat those who had critical injuries like cut limbs or split heads. There were plenty of people who had lost fingers, but they were pushed to the back. Pa! Light emitted out of Bei Jinman's hand as the wounded's arms and legs regrew. No matter how many times I see it, it's amazing. Li Jinhee, who was observing from afar, remarked. It looks like it's harder to regrow limbs than cut them off. I'm telling you, he treats hundreds of people a day. An exposition was tacked onto her admiration. They say that when he regrows limbs, he uses the retribution of the wounded. To regrow one limb, they say you have to spend 100 retribution. And a portion of the consumed retribution is used to help him grow. Really? It's still amazing. Well, he's the only healer. Even though I'm not completely certain, I bet he has more karma points than our leader? As he said that, Baek Seoin glanced at Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk was deep in his thoughts. Baek Seoin abruptly asked, "Is it because of the one-person escape code?" Choi Hyuk nodded. The one-person escape code was quite a serious problem. Originally the rule stated that only the troops who have obtained the escape code can escape, which meant that escape codes were only given to troops, meaning only those who had received the king title would be able to obtain them. A rule that made it so that the members of the troops cooperated with each other. That rule had become the foothold in uniting everyone's strength. However, in this situation, these one-person escape codes could become the poison that could destroy these troops. If one took extreme measures and ignored their assembly area and troops, couldn't they just hide on the outskirts of the war zone, Kangdong district, and use it when the time came? It felt a bit better knowing that the drop rate was low, but he couldn't help but trouble himself over it. There is no way I can kill the Wyvern of Destruction without an army backing me up. This fact was something Choi Hyuk was becoming glaringly aware of. Without an army, he might collapse trying to pierce through the monsters. However, a temptation that could break apart that army had appeared. And I still wasn't able to solve a bigger problem. Choi Hyuk closed his eyes in deep thought. Baek Seoin said, "First, it's not like we can do anything about the one-person escape code right now. Isn't there a problem we have to settle beforehand?" Choi Hyuk replied, nodding his head. "We have to persuade the kings." The other kings still didn't know Choi Hyuk's other objective. They were only told that the Suicide Squad's role would be to destroy portals and grab the Wyvern of Destruction's attention. They were under the belief that the Suicide Squad would keep the Wyvern busy until they obtained the escape code, and once they did, they would retreat. If that happened, Choi Hyuk, who planned on killing the Wyvern, would be isolated. Because of this, he had to persuade the kings. Either persuade them to kill the Wyvern together or at least make them stay and fight longer. However, there wasn't a suitable method. Was there any reason to put others in more danger and fight the Wyvern? I wish I could just kill them all myself. Choi Hyuk felt frustrated. He thought that he wouldn't have to painfully rack his brains over this if his opponent was instead an incredibly strong human-like monster. Too many enemies. And to fight against such a large opponent, problems he couldn't handle himself cropped up one after another. However, politics wasn't Choi Hyuk's strong point. Choi Hyuk looked to be in pain as he knitted his brows. Looking at him, Baek Seoin smiled. "Why are you worrying about it yourself when you have such great followers?" Baek Seoin tapped his own head. "I already had a plan when I said we needed an army." Choi Hyuk looked blankly at Baek Seoin. Now that he thought about it, the first one to suggest an army was Baek Seoin. He would obviously have some thoughts on this matter. However, Choi Hyuk, who never really had a friend, never had the idea of asking someone for help. He only tried to solve everything himself. So, to Choi Hyuk, Baek Seoin saying that he could do it was like a breath of fresh air. As if he was captivated, he asked, "How?" Baek Seoin replied right away. "The Crazy Night King." "Young Minji?" "Yes. We are going to persuade her." Baek Seoin revealed a hidden smile. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 28. Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 28, Wyvern of Destruction, 4. TL, Myoni. Edited, Obelisk. The slave king Song Si-min and Yoon Jirim. Young Minji had rescued Yoon Jirim, who was about to become an item during the bonus game, but even afterwards, Yoon Jirim had trouble getting used to fighting. However, these days, she was very bright. Young Minji found Song Si-min and Yoon Jirim talking in the hallway. They were so affectionate that they didn't even notice young Minji approach them. Young Minji briefly looked at Yoon Jirim's smiling face. It was the same smile she remembered. It was very beautiful, so unpleasant. Yoon Jirim. Oh? Minji? Yoon Jirim was surprised when young Minji called out to her. Song Si-min awkwardly greeted young Minji. Ahahaha, hello. Young Minji lightly nodded and replied, yes. Hello. And then, she immediately turned her gaze towards Yoon Jirim. Yoon Jirim was afraid of her. She couldn't even meet her eye and kept her head lowered. At her actions, young Minji became even more uncomfortable. She said in a strict voice. Yoon Jirim, lift your head. Yoon Jirim opened her eyes from nervousness. Young Minji stared into her eyes. Yoon Jirim didn't know what to do. Just as Yoon Jirim was about to break out into cold sweat, young Minji said. You doing well? Huh? Yeah, because of you. You say you're doing well? You're doing well, huh? Young Minji briefly thought over those words. And then, she coldly said. I heard you ran away last battle, but you're doing well? Yoon Jirim's gaze once again fell to the floor. However, young Minji didn't have the slightest thought of letting her go. Yoon Jirim, look up. Are you going to look away when you face monsters? Yoon Jirim couldn't lift her head at young Minji's words. Her chin was trembling. Tears were welling up in her big eyes. Young Minji only silently looked at her. Yoon Jirim and young Minji were in the same class 3 times. Although they weren't best friends, young Minji had quite detailed memories of her. During peaceful times, she was such a lovely girl with no shadows. One summer day, during middle school, Yoon Jirim told young Minji. Minji, you must be happy that you're so pretty. With an expression void of any jealousy. No, instead, as if she thought, for such a pretty girl to be my friend. She showed a boastful expression as she looked at her with a bright smile. That damn friendly smile. Young Minji was endlessly jealous of her beautiful smile. Even though she possessed such a smile, currently she was in a trembling state where she couldn't even meet her eyes. Because she was so absurdly weak, young Minji felt angry. Young Minji clasped Yoon Jirim's cheeks with her palms. Yoon Jirim trembled like a chick. A beautiful yet pitifully weak life that received endless amounts of love. Young Minji pushed her face together so Yoon Jirim's eyes had gathered. Yoon Jirim. If you don't kill, you'll die. Are you scared? If there's something you're scared of, kill it. Don't just tremble like a bitch. Do you think they are going to leave you alone just because you smile friendly or because you tremble? Unlike her usual cold self, she poured her emotions. Jirim. Nice Jirim. You have to live. Right? You have to make those damn things unable to kill you. Right? How long are you going to lean on others? Do you think men are going to help you until the end? Every time young Minji said, right? Her voice would get louder. Yoon Jirim only trembled. So, sorry. What was she apologizing for? However, Yoon Jirim apologized with a mosquito-like voice. Young Minji bit her lips once before moving back. You shouldn't apologize to me. Ha! Whatever. Then Song Si-min closely stuck to Yoon Jirim's side. Don't worry too much. I will protect Jirim. Step. Clank. However, the moment Song Si-min approached, young Minji reflexively took a step back. Chu Young-jin, who was behind her like a shadow, stepped forward with a sword in his hand. An awkward moment passed by. However, young Minji acted as if nothing happened as her face returned to its cold appearance. Song Si-min smiled even brighter to get rid of the awkwardness. Young Minji looked at Song Si-min before nodding with an expressionless face. It's a relief that the slave king will protect her. I am always thankful. No need. Instead, it is me who is able to live safely because of you. I'm glad then. Young Minji nodded her head and passed by the two. Even the moment she was passing them, she kept an appropriate distance. As she was young Minji who had taken the throne through spilling blood, besides Chu Young-jin and a few elites, she didn't give anyone her full trust. Especially if they were other groups, and even Song Si-min, who was her longtime ally, wasn't an exception. I say, she's one sassy queen. Song Si-min shrugged his shoulders before comforting the crying Yoon Jirim. Phew. Jirim. It was scary, right? The Night King was saying that because she was worried about you. Still, it was scary. Even I was about to piss myself. Still, it's okay. Song Si-min hugged Yoon Jirim as he patted her back whilst Yoon Jirim tried to hold back her tears. Hello. Ah, yes. Hello. Baek Seowon passed by them after giving them an awkward greeting. Song Si-min smiled with an embarrassed expression as he pulled Yoon Jirim closer to cover her tears. Baek Seowon started to move seriously on the 24th day. There were only 6 days before the game would end. He chose a time when it wasn't too relaxed yet not too constrained. It would be difficult if someone changed their decision, but there was enough time to adjust. It was a time Baek Seowon carefully chose. Though he boasted in front of Choi Hyuk, in reality, he had a lot of worries. Of course, he decided to leave it to his analysis. He believed that he could definitely persuade young Minji. However, weren't people unpredictable? Even his intuition was useless, as his intuition only activated when his life was in danger. So Baek Seowon's heart was beating furiously on his way to meet young Minji. Thank God. It was good that he coincidentally watched young Minji and Yoon Jirim's conversation. Baek Seowon became more confident in his plans. Why should I? So when young Minji said these words, he was able to keep his calm. Because we are able to save more people. Baek Seowon smiled calmly whilst young Minji frowned. Do I have to save people? A faint ridicule was blended in her voice. However, Baek Seowon replied with confidence. The number of people who haven't joined Hyunhee department store must not be small, correct? So, have you ever thought about this? As to where all the preschoolers and elementary schoolers are? Young Minji closed her mouth. A chilly expression appeared. He couldn't tell what she was thinking right now. But Baek Seowon recalled the fussy reaction she showed Yoon Jirim. Wasn't she unable to simply watch these weak people she despised? Even when she acted coldly in real life, he heard that she was always giving Yoon Jirim preferential treatment. And another thing. He remembered that she ordered to exclude those who were less than 14 years old during the slaughter she led. He had dug up a lot of rumors related to that incident. So Baek Seowon believed his words would get through to her. The proportion of adults in this assembly area is unusually high. There are barely any children. However, there were originally over 50,000 children in Kangdong district. When the game started, these children were at their preschool or elementary schools, and the majority say that they never returned home. Though there were a few who returned home or were left alone, but most of them never returned. Now, where do you think these children went? Did they all die? What is it you're trying to say? Lee Jin-hee discovered this when she went out for reconnaissance. There was a group that protected many elementary schoolers and preschoolers. Their leader said different rules were given to the children. Meaning, there was a way for these children to live. Though the detailed rules were different, anyways, the majority of the children hid in the sewers before the monsters started their attack. That leader was trying his best to find and protect these children, as they had all scattered. There wasn't a suitable method to find them all. These children will probably hide in the sewers until the end of the game. Now, let me ask you this. Would these children who are living in the sewers eating rats, be able to obtain the escape code on the last day? Young Minji was silent. With this, he smoothly connected the key and the sung. Then, with a sense of surprise, he would introduce the John 1. But, didn't we find a new rule? On the final day, anyone can transmit a rescue signal. Young Minji immediately refuted. At the same time, on the final day, the monsters will start a large-scale invasion. Baek Seoin shrugged his shoulders. Then, I guess it'll be hard for these children to live. They might pitifully send a rescue signal, but who would even care? At that moment, young Minji inwardly thought. Bastard. If Baek Seoin didn't say that, then young Minji would have been able to keep her calm. However, when he involved children in this, her imagination had already pictured children getting slaughtered by monsters. Throb. Her heart tugged as if a rough blade was pushing its way between her ribs. However, when she thought of how to rescue these children, she didn't know where to start. How many more did she need to kill? What did she have to do, and what did she have to sacrifice to persuade the other kings? Young Minji bit her lips. She replied mixed with bitterness. The children were distributed karma as well. There is no reason for them to be weak. They are no different from adults. Baek Seoin stared into young Minji's eyes. He could see her pupils trembling. Checkmate. He completed Kazunjin. And Baek Seoin was setting up Kyul. Really? Do you think that simply because children received karma that they would be able to fight like us? Maybe they will. Perhaps they will lift their shields and swords that are bigger than them and organize an army to fight the monsters. Since kids these days are scary. Baek Seoin's lips revealed traces of ridicule. Young Minji was silent for a while. Her mind was picturing the final day. Rescue signals shooting up from everywhere. Groups who ignored them and retreated with the escape code in their hands. Rescue signals shooting up behind them, those damn rescue signals, and the children, a scene where the children were being slaughtered by the monsters. Throb. Young Minji closed her eyes. Baek Seoin was suggesting that they should fight longer instead of escaping. But why? If they were to rescue on top of escape, they had to keep the Wyvern of Destruction busy longer. And didn't that responsibility fall onto Choi Hyuk and the Suicide Squad? Why are they putting themselves in danger? Don't tell me they really want to save the children? No way. No matter how she thought about it, Choi Hyuk wasn't such a kind-hearted person. Young Minji's mind became filled with confusion. However, the thing that was greater than the confusion. Throb. Throb. The pain in her chest. Damn it. Grit. Baek Seoin could hear young Minji grind her teeth. And at that moment she opened her mouth. So what is your plan? A smile appeared on Baek Seoin's lips. It was his victory. 1. Kisungjong Kyul Ki is the start of your story. Sung is the progression your story by increasing the listener's immersion. John is the change and reversal. Kyul is the end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29. TL, Empty Cube. Edit, Haku. Young Minji walked at a quick pace. A meeting with the Allied forces was held that night. Your motive is good, but do we have the time? The one who replied was the one who led the Alliance of Comrades in Arms, General Choi Hyuk. No one else said anything, but they all had the same thought. No one could say, I don't care if those children die or not, but. However, there were still 7 portals left. 55,000 monsters poured in every day. Even though they went on an expedition every day, the number of monsters were slowly approaching the number of humans. At this rate, they may not be able to reduce the portals to less than 5 by the final day. It was because the locations of the portals weren't specified. Even though Lee Jin-hee heroically went out for reconnaissance, there were days when she couldn't find a single one. Also, perhaps it was because he wasn't in immediate danger, but Baek Seo-in couldn't locate the portals with his intuition. If there were 5 portals remaining on the final day, there would be almost 100,000 monsters pouring in. However, if monsters appeared by the masses, they couldn't even imagine how difficult of a fight it would be. Also, that word was vague. Masses. Just how many were there to be called masses? As leaders of their respective groups, they couldn't help but become passive facing these conditions. Young Minji said, "This might not be the end." At those words, everyone directed their gazes at young Minji. The fact that the police and the military have disappeared, everyone is aware of this, correct? That was right. Right after the game started, for some reason, the reserve force and the police stations were empty. Do you remember the fact that games vary depending on their target? Then the police and the military. What kind of game would they have to play? Where are these people who seem to have evaporated from Kangdong district? The mood turned solemn at young Minji's words. It was already the 24th day. While living with their lives on the line every day, they didn't have the time to look at things in a broader perspective. A new, but obvious, question came across their minds. What was it like outside of Kangdong district? Everyone should know how the guardian Beijing man awakened as a guardian. At young Minji's words, everyone's gazes turned to Beijing man. He had his eyes closed, deep in thought. What we learned from this was that these games are much more complicated than we initially thought. At first glance, it might seem like we only need to kill and survive, but that is not everything. It's the same with the issue regarding children. Why did they give them a separate rule and make them live in hiding? Why is it that they are able to send rescue signals on the final day? Are these children really discardable? Young Minji made a slight pause before continuing. If the guardian disregarded the patients like other doctors, and if because of this, we didn't have a healer in Kangdong district, do you think we would have been able to retaliate against the monsters as united as we are now? Like I said before, there is a high chance that it won't end with us just escaping Kangdong district. In fact, couldn't these children actually be a key to survival? Silence fell. We have to save the children. Not simply to survive this place, but they will definitely be useful in the long run. Getting out of Kangdong district isn't everything. However, they weren't able to decide so easily. The cause became more resolute, but it wasn't concrete enough. It could be, but wasn't there also a chance it wasn't? This time, young Minji called out to specific people. Leader Kang Dong-soo. Aren't there a lot of parents under your command who have lost their children? I also heard that the whereabouts of leader Seon Jisoo is also unknown. There weren't many survivors who worked and lived in Kangdong district with children less than 14 years old. As there was an increase of dual-income families and younger couples who worked away from home, a lot of the parents were outside of Kangdong district. However, that didn't mean that they could ignore the number of parents in Kangdong district who hoped to find their children. As there was no way, they gave up and fell into despair, living in a world without their children. Young Minji provided specific motives to them with her comments. Of course, she had some bait prepared for General Cha Tae-shik of the Alliance of Comrades in Arms, who had an aloof expression, and the night captain of the Korean National Sport University, Ryu Hyun-sung, who was deep in thought. For this, young Minji had to take a loss. She bit her lips and decisively announced, "And my troops will spearhead the operation." The heads of these leaders instinctively raised. They looked at young Minji with surprised expressions. She had just volunteered for the most dangerous mission. "And I will not forget the people who helped me." As soon as she said that, the guardian Beijing man opened his eyes and stood up. He nodded his head. "I will stand next to you. I, too, will not forget those who help us." Choi Hyuk raised his hand. "I agree." Young Minji was known, even among the Allied forces, to be domineering. With one move, she had gained the support of the strongest fighting power, Choi Hyuk, and the only healer, the greatly influential Beijing man. These two had lowered their heads. Of course, Choi Hyuk was different. And she declared she would take the most dangerous role. They calculated. They wouldn't take any losses from helping them. It was also for a good cause. Since you are all so determined, of course, I need to partake in this. Wouldn't this also be patriotism? Hoo. I am ashamed. We will go with you. Starting with General Cha Tae-shik and the Knight Captain Ryu Hyun-sung, everyone declared they would participate in rescuing the children. Like expected, it was good to persuade young Minji. Baek Seoin, who stood behind Choi Hyuk, exclaimed to himself. Choi Hyuk turned around to look at Baek Seoin and nodded once. Afterwards, another discussion ensued. But isn't there another issue? The one-person escape code. This problem was a headache to the leaders who had gathered here. Since, in the perspective of these leaders, it was better for their groups to remain as they are than disperse. There also weren't many one-person escape codes either. It's a problem. However, there isn't a suitable method to handle it. There is no way to know who obtained an escape code. It seems like the only way is to brand those who use the escape code as traitors. Everyone nodded their heads at leader Kang Dong-se's words. Still, it looks like a sense of camaraderie is forming. They fought together and had always won. And they couldn't ignore the impact of Bei Jinman's blessings that were akin to large concerts. They had no choice but to use this to crack down on traitors. Okay. Everyone, make sure to do a roll call every day as well. Everyone agreed to General Cha Tae-shik's suggestion. That was the conclusion of important discussions. While the situation was becoming slightly disorderly, General Cha Tae-shik asked Choi Hyuk. But what do we do about the Wyvern of Destruction? The king without subjects was supposed to handle it, but if we try to rescue others as well, it will take a lot of time. Is it possible to keep it up for that long? Though we will try to clear out as many monsters as we can. Baek Seoin replied in Choi Hyuk's place. There's no problem. If there's a chance, we're planning on just killing it. Isn't that right, leader? Choi Hyuk gave a short nod. Wah-aha! As expected, the young are spirited. He laughed loudly, throwing his head back. No one believed that Baek Seoin's words were the truth. ***. The next day. The results of the meeting were announced. The forces under young Minji's command caused an uproar. No, why did you decide that all by yourself? The Pig King Ma Dongshik protested to young Minji. In the very least, aren't you supposed to tell us beforehand? Ma Dongshik's face had turned red. He was someone who cared about his safety to the point of even criticizing Li Jinhee for attacking his shadow teeth. As someone like that, he was unable to take this situation. However, young Minji's expression did not change. I am sorry I was unable to tell you in advance. However, this is something we must do. So why are you deciding this all by yourself? Good. Okay. Let's let the issue about rescuing children slide. Since I'm also an adult. But to be the spearhead? You mean just the troops under the crazy Night King, right? We aren't going to do it. Young Minji shook her head. Of course, leader Ma Dongshik's forces are included. It's including all 6 forces that are with me. A heavy silence. The other leaders who followed Ma Dongshik showed flustered faces. No, why? Why do you decide our lives all by yourself? Ma Dongshik was angry to the point of being unable to suppress it any longer. He felt this was irrational. Young Minji's eyes turned cold. She didn't look back. This would be the last time she would grab hold of them. Even if their solidarity broke apart, she had to make them go on this mission. That's right. However, everyone here owes me a life debt.
Young Minji stared at each and every king gathered here.
Pig King Ma Dongshik. Do you think you would have been able to block the invasion of Shadow Teeths without my intervention? Do you remember the 400 Shadow Teeths that were hiding near your assembly area while you sacrificed 3 people every night? Ma Dongshik momentarily flinched. It's the same for all of you. My followers have always fought on the front lines.
And there's no one here who hasn't benefited from this.
Do you think, without me, you would be able to join Hyunhee department store? And now you guys want out?
Young Minji's eyes were like those of a crazy bitch. These people who knew that she would indiscriminate purge the opposition when she was like this quickly avoided her eyes. It was the same for the agitated Ma Dongshik. It was like cold water had poured on him.
I went too far after becoming agitated.
He regretted as he trembled while tucking his hands. However, there was a single person who did not avoid her stare.
The slave king Song Simin. He, instead, was smiling brightly. Though it's a bit suffocating. I actively support you. Even though we're the spearhead, with the support of the weakening barrier and the support of the other troops at the back, we shouldn't have too many casualties. Above all, it's an honorable deed.
Young Minji's yes man.
It was definitely something he would say. Creak. Young Minji slightly nodded towards Song Simin before getting up.
Then she lowered her head.
Once again. I apologize. This will not happen again after this mission.
We are going to dissolve our alliance, and with an indebted heart, I promise I will wholeheartedly cooperate with you at least once.
An uncomfortable silence.
After creating an atmosphere that felt like she would kill anyone who opposed her, she suddenly asked for a favor.
Though they were taken back, they couldn't show it.
Shame, their hurt pride, fear, worries about the future, absurdity. With a mixture of these emotions, the kings under young Minji's command were unable to say a word. They had no choice but to do what the strong ordered them to do.
All right.
The kings exited the meeting room with stiff faces.
It wasn't acceptance but submission.
Young Minji was aware of that.
It's fine. Since this is the last time. Even if it was submission, it was fine as long as they moved.
As long as she could rescue children with these actions, it helped bring peace to young Minji's heart.
Anyways. Looks like I'll be able to sleep tonight. She had nightmares ever since her talk with Baek Seoin.
After all the other kings had left, the last one to stand was Song Simin.
He comforted young Minji. It's because everyone was surprised. I will try to talk to them.
After smiling friendlily, he hurriedly left.
Soon after. Dongshik Hyungnim, 1. I was so surprised. Don't be so stiff, and how about we go have a drink? The cheeky voice of Song Simin was heard.
The slave king Song Simin, who had accompanied her since Hanyang High School. He had fully revealed his unique sociability during this time. The size of his troops had increased and he had good relationships with other kings. He was a lubricant-like existence who complemented the cold young Minji.
Once even his voice became distant, a stillness overcame the meeting room. Ha!
Young Minji buried her head into the desk.
I'm tired. The 29th day.
There were 4 portals remaining.
A pitch-black night.
Everyone was sleeping except those on night watch.
Choi Hyuk stood alone on top of Hyunhee department store.
Seoul, a place that used to light up colorfully at night, however, now, no matter where he looked, it was pitch black.
There was no light brighter than the moon.
And because the moon was unexpectedly bright, he was able to differentiate the pitch-black darkness and the waves of the Hangang River. And there was another place that was emitting a faint light. Above Choi Hyuk's hand.
Wong, wong, wong.
A mysterious symbol that wasn't engraved on the predator's blade previously was emitting a light. A blade of karma had wrapped around the entirety of the blade. It wasn't the hazy appearance of the past. It maintained a transparent sword appearance while being fluid-like, as it flowed slowly.
It was 5 meters long.
Choi Hyuk slowly raised the predator's blade above his head.
Shaw dash. He lowered it.
Even though he was moving very slowly, the sound of it slicing the air echoed out from the rooftop. And the blade didn't disappear as it flowed leisurely.
Choi Hyuk smiled. The preparations to hunt the Wyvern of Destruction were complete. 1. Hyungnim is what a younger male would call an older male.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 30.
Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 30, Wyvern of Destruction, 6.
TL, Empty Cube. Edit, Obelisk. On the morning of the decisive day, an announcement was made at 6 a.m. Throne game plus survive and escape. In 2 hours, weakening barriers will be nullified.
Kings are able to send rescue signals.
Location of the escape code, Myeonjul Neighborhood Park. The Wyvern of Destruction has been summoned. 500,000 monsters have infested the entirety of Kangdong District.
Only kings or individuals who are not affiliated with any forces are able to obtain the escape code.
So difficult. He hadn't thought that they would nullify the weakening barriers. The number of monsters that were added was formidable as well. He estimated that, including the monsters they weren't able to kill, there were over 700,000 monsters. It was certain that this would be a tough fight. Choi Hyuk looked at the announcement and then armed himself before making his way to the rooftop. As soon as he stood on the top of Hyeonhee department store, he could see the hordes of monsters that filled Kangdong District. In the very least, it was fortunate that the weakening barriers were still working and that the newly invaded monsters were acting on their own and not in groups. When he looked towards the distant Myeonjul Neighborhood Park, he saw an enormous monster. It was the size of a 20-floor apartment building and looked like a tyrannosaurus with flames coming out its jaws and eyes. You think you can really beat that?
Young Minji stood next to him as she asked. Choi Hyuk glanced at her before replying.
Yeah. As if she wasn't satisfied with his simple reply, she made him promise. You must do it. Since you're the one who manipulated my damn personality. Since it's already like this, I'm going to save as many as I can. No matter how bad the situation gets, I'm not going to back down, so do it right. Young Minji was definitely unique. Even though she herself was strong, the ones who moved her heart were the weak. There needs to be at least one king like this, Choi Hyuk chuckled inwardly. Don't worry. That thing is going to die by my hands. He declared as if he wasn't affected by the imposing figure of the Wyvern of Destruction. Young Minji giggled. Choi Hyuk tried to recall if she had ever laughed. She did. In the past, when it was still peaceful, though it wasn't often, there were still times when she laughed. He seemed to recall that there were quite a few male students whose hearts fluttered at her laugh. However, this was the first time he had seen her laugh ever since the situation changed. You're strong. It's cool. The moment she said that, she wasn't the crazy Night King. She was simply young Minji, the 2nd year Class 7 president. It was as if a flower was blooming on this gray morning. Choi Hyuk saw young Minji wrapped in white light with his eyes of distinction. It was the first time she, who had always been colorless, had shown goodwill. See you later. Young Minji turned around and left, waving her hand behind her back. The one who had obtained the one-person escape codes moved in a systematic manner. One would be a traitor if he did it by himself, but if others did it as well, it would become a rational decision. 10,000 people secretly communicated with each other. What was more surprising was that no one knew that these 10,000 people organized a plan. There were some who knew but chose to let it slide due to friendship, and some who knew and might have been killed when they fought monsters.
Approximately 20,000 people had obtained the one-person escape codes, and among them, 10,000 had already escaped early in the morning. Those who found out were either killed or won over, and because of this, the 110,000 soldiers in Hyunhee department store had low morale.
Growling grrrk. Ka.
While these 110,000 gathered, monsters crowded around the outside waiting for the weakening barrier to nullify. They were like vultures waiting for rotten meat.
Pitter-patter.
At a time when they were gloomy, rain started to fall. Due to the transparent wall that covered Kangdong district, the rain did not drop onto the ground. Only, they heard the loud noises of raindrops hitting the wall and saw streams of rainwater flow down. They simply saw a sky dyed in water. Even the guardian Beijinman's get up wasn't very effective that day.
The existence of traitors that had left a huge impact on their unity.
It was already going to be a difficult fight, but now they felt like they were fools for remaining and were struggling with a sense of defeat. The 100 members of the suicide squad stood in front of the discouraged army. Beijinman had finished drinking a karma recovery potion and was preparing for another blessing.
This one was different from last time.
It was a blessing meant only for Choi Hyuk.
Karma grant. Beijinman poured all the karma he possessed into Choi Hyuk. Beijinman's powerful karma stimulated Choi Hyuk's karma.
Your power, speed, stamina, endurance and recovery have been increased by 100 each for 12 hours, but...
The message that appeared made Choi Hyuk's eyes bulge.
He had already heard Beijinman's explanation beforehand, but for it to be this impressive.
Now I can't do anything for the next 12 hours.
Beijinman, who had spent all his karma, said with a haggard face.
Good luck.
Choi Hyuk deeply bowed his head. He then raised his head and turned around to face the 110,000 soldiers. He raised the Predator's blade that had evolved to C rank.
Swish! A 5-meter-long blade of karma extended past the blade.
The symbol engraved on the Predator's blade emitted a light as if it was burning. Everyone gazed at the blazing blade and carved Choi Hyuk's figure into their memories.
Let's go.
Though he didn't say it in a loud voice, Choi Hyuk's works clearly rang out to the 110,000 people gathered in Hyunhee department store.
Bang!
Choi Hyuk kicked the ground and dashed out of the weakening barrier. There were a few monsters hanging around.
Slash! The 5-meter-long blade of karma split 10 monsters into 2. Boom!
Choi Hyuk slammed onto the ground with his momentum.
The asphalt cracked as if a cannonball had exploded. Let's go! For survival! Wah! First, the 100 members of the suicide squad charged forth.
Their roars were unbelievably loud.
Wah-ha! Behind them, the whole army shouted even louder than the suicide squad and charged forward.
With Choi Hyuk's actions, their morale had boosted a little. Their last battle for their survival had begun.
It was a battle of speed.
Before the weakening barriers became nullified, they used up the remaining weakening barrier scrolls unsparingly to open a path. Even though there were 700,000 monsters, they were scattered while the humans were united as an army.
The actions of the suicide squad were once again remarkable.
They drank karma recovery potions like water and used all their strength. After being tempered constantly for 30 days, the suicide squad members' karma levels were over 2 stars and were easily tearing monsters apart.
A non-stop attack.
The army of humans that charged forward at full speed while in formation were able to splatter the blood of the monsters that attacked individually onto the asphalt.
They arrived at the Myeonjil neighborhood park in about 30 minutes. The mood was good up until here.
It even seemed like their low morale had recovered. However, their spirits were crushed with a single blow.
Thud. Thud.
Their bodies bounced up from the sheer force of its steps.
Qualalala.
The wyvern of destruction looked up at the sky and roared.
The air shook and their hair fluttered. Crash.
It smashed its head onto Kyunghee University Hospital that was situated in front of the park. The building smashed apart as if it was hit by a rockslide. The high-spirited army stopped in their tracks. People fell in shock. Clack, clack, clack. Their teeth chattered and their weapons trembled. For such a large building to be smashed apart just like that. Carrick. And behind the wyvern of destruction, more than 100,000 monsters made their appearance. Ah. Fuck. I should have escaped. I also had a one-person escape code. Fuck. The soldiers lost their courage. That moment, a swish of a sword strangely grabbed their hearts. Swish. It was Choi Hyuk. Suicide Squad, prepare to charge. Support troop, deploy the extraordinary dragon cannon. His voice was clearly heard even in this commotion. However, these people who were stricken with fear couldn't react. Choi Hyuk frowned. Get a hold of yourselves. Bang! Choi Hyuk's karma-enhanced voice sounded out and smashed onto their chests like a cannonball. Only then did the support troops start to deploy the dragon hunting weapon, extraordinary dragon cannon. It was a 4-meter-long cannon-like object. Its silver barrel was packed with unknown engraved symbols. It didn't have wheels, but the bottom was rounded like crescents. It was unknown how it slid towards the direction it was pushed, but because of this, 2 people were able to push it with no problem. The support troop was the troop that operated the 20 or so dragon hunting weapon, extraordinary dragon cannons. There was a total of 80 people. Once they regained their senses, their bodies moved according to their training. Vine cannonball loaded. Loaded. Shoot when ready. Bang bang bang. The extraordinary dragon cannon spat flames. Bang. Bang. The cannonballs exploded on the wyvern of destruction's body. Vines grew from where the cannonballs hit and entangled its body. If a few overlap, they can make a dragon momentarily falter. This was the description of the vine cannonball. The wyvern, hit by 20 cannonballs, faltered momentarily. However, thud. Qualalala. The wyvern stomped the ground and used its strength. Rip. The vines ripped apart like paper and fell to the ground. Qualalala. Instead, it seemed like it only made it angrier. Continue to shoot, urged the support troop leader who used to be an artillery officer. The wyvern of destruction lowered its stance and advanced slowly even as the vines held it back. Choi Hyuk could clearly see its motives. It was planning on gathering its strength and breaking out in one go. It was clear that if that thing charged forward, their ranks would be smashed apart. I have to stop it. Who? Choi Hyuk took in a deep breath. The karma in his body twisted into spirals. He had obtained the secret method by repeatedly using the skill, soaring slash. Though he didn't meet the requirements to use it, he traced the movements of the karma until the skill failed. Soaring slash was a skill that elongated karma and released it like a whip. From there, Choi Hyuk imitated the technique of elongating karma, but he didn't stop there. He twisted the elongated karma into spirals. He sent the long spirals to the predator's blade. Pa-bang! The tip of the spiral unraveled and formed the blade of karma. However, before the karma completely unraveled, he recalled the unraveled karma back while twisting it. The elongated karma spiraled up from his hand to the blade, then back to his hand to form a single shape, and during this time, he kept twisting and unraveling the karma. A technique that required a ridiculous level of control. Its effect was as powerful as it was complicated. Swish! A 5-meter-long blade of karma formed from the predator's blade. The karma wrapped around the blade while unraveling and twisting itself. Even though the transparent energy was moving in a complicated manner, it still retained its shape. It looked calm on the outside, but it was filled with energy about to erupt. The energy of the Predator's blade, which had transformed into a C rank, mixed with Choi Hyuk's karma and flowed around the blade.
I can slice into it.
Choi Hyuk looked at his status for the last time as he resolved himself.
Choi Hyuk.
Power, 203, plus 76, plus 100, speed, 203, plus 74, plus 100, control, 0.
Endurance, 100, plus 100, stamina, 100, plus 100, recovery, 10, plus 100. Asterisk retribution, 0. Asterisk free karma points, 0.
His control actually hit 3-star.
He changed his equipment and put everything into power and speed.
He even used the difficult to find, enchant change scroll, to change his enchants to power and speed. Lastly, with Bei Jinman's Karma Grant, he was able to increase all his stats, excluding control, by 100. It seemed like the effect didn't apply to his control, which was a 3-star stat. This time, he examined the evolved Predator's blade.
Greedy Predator's blade. Rank, C, unique, growth type. Sharp and sturdy.
The more blood it absorbs of strong foes, the stronger it will get. Blood drain, absorbs the blood of enemies to replenish its owner's karma and heal their wounds. Able to absorb 5L of blood per second. Durability, 9998/10000.
Evolution, 0/100. The reason why Choi Hyuk didn't invest any points into stamina and recovery was because of the evolved Predator's blade. The new drain trait was the greatest present when facing a long and difficult battle against the Wyvern of Destruction. After finishing his inspection, Choi Hyuk saw the Wyvern's bulging calves. It looked like the thickness of its ankles was the size of a house. Choi Hyuk used its enlarged calves to speculate its anatomy. It wasn't something he was actively thinking of, but was an observation that extended from his instincts. And he figured out its weak points. If you were to look at it as a human, it would be its tendons and Achilles heel. About 10. Choi Hyuk dashed towards his first target. The Wyvern of Destruction was concentrating all its strength into its calves to break out of the downpour of vine cannonballs. Its vulnerable ankle concentrated with power. Slash. The blade of karma slashed out. Kyajajak. One swing of the 5-meter-long blade was enough to wipe out a 5 pyong room. Following Choi Hyuk's blade, its gray flesh split apart like a ravine and black blood gushed out. Kulak?
The Wyvern of Destruction immediately wobbled.
Thud.
As it wobbled, it hurriedly stomped its uninjured left foot. A single blow from an ant-sized human was able to make a monster the size of a high-rise apartment wobble. The people who saw this couldn't help but shudder.
However, Choi Hyuk clicked his tongue. As expected. I couldn't cut it off with one slash? Choi Hyuk had targeted its ankle tendon.
Its flesh was sliced into, but he was unable to cut its tendon.
If one time isn't enough, I'll do it until it is. Suicide Squad. The target is its left foot. Spread out and attack. Choi Hyuk's orders exploded out. The Suicide Squad spread out. At the same time, Choi Hyuk was a step faster as he charged towards the Wyvern's left foot. The flustered and hesitant Wyvern of Destruction. Bang bang bang. Flames shot out of the extraordinary dragon cannons above it. The Wyvern of Destruction's attention was wholly on the Suicide Squad. Young Minji didn't miss this opportunity.
All troops charge. Young Minji unsheathed her sword and bypassed the Wyvern of Destruction.
200,000 monsters were lined up in front of her. Charge! Charge! Do not fall behind.
The other forces were right behind them as they charged. Choi Hyuk, 100 members of the Suicide Squad and 80 members of the support troop vs the Wyvern of Destruction.
110,000 humans vs 200,000 monsters.
A gruesome war had begun.
1. 16.52
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 31.
Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 31, Wyvern of Destruction, 7.
TL, Empty Cube. Edited, Obelisk. Team 5. Go up.
At Baek Seo-won's shout, Team 5 of the Suicide Squad jumped up. However, there was one member who was too late.
Poo Kak.
The wyvern's swinging tail was like a train traveling at full speed, comparable in both its size and power. The member was crushed like a mosquito. The protect order from his armor and his 2-star endurance stat were useless. Fighting an apartment-sized monster was similar to fighting a calamity. Only when you looked up until your neck felt like it was about to break could you see its face and flaming jaws. To humans, fighting was looking at each other, gathering your spirits, and bashing into each other. However, what they were experiencing now were feet that fell down above their heads like a landslide. When the steep cliff turned around, its tail would come forth like a tsunami. That was why the role of the commander was very important.
Team 1. Team 3. To the left.
The Suicide Squad that was near the wyvern couldn't see its overall shape. All they could see was one leg and the tip of its tail. Because of this, the existence of a commander who stood at a distance was crucial. And Baek Seo-won was the right man for the job. Baek Seo-won grit his teeth as he performed his role as a commander. The reason for gritting his teeth was simple.
Fucking bastard.
It was because the wyvern was his sworn enemy that killed his parents. His anger had become even colder and sharper as he carried out his commands.
Team 7. Jump in. Left foot.
Team 7 charged in at his orders. The members of Team 7 lashed out at the wound left by Choi Hyuk's blade. They were all armed with blunt weapons. However, when they hit the wound, it only let out a slapping sound. It didn't seem like it actually hurt the wyvern.
Qua.
Except for when Choi Hyuk hit it with bloodshot eyes.
Bang.
The sound his iron mace made when it hit was different. Scraps of its flesh exploded out. And at its impact, the wyvern momentarily flinched.
Young Minji had thoroughly resolved herself for this expedition.
She had sent the strongest of her elites, Choi Hyuk, to the Suicide Squad. Choi Hyuk, who activated the innate skill, Berserker, was able to double his power and speed.
However, it was still far from being enough. Kuala Lock. Stomp. Stomp.
Shocked by the sharp pain, it stomped its feet like lightning.
Baek Seo-won's orders couldn't match its quick movements. 3 members of Team 7 became blood splotches at its feet.
But, the bigger problem was that the wyvern charged and attacked the main army. To the army, it was as if a fortress had suddenly fallen from the sky.
Bawning.
The large wyvern was swift as well. The moment one foot contacted the ground, it rotated its body and cleared its surroundings with a swing of its tail.
Crash. In an instant, more than 100 people became plastered onto the ground. Charge the ice cannons. Fire. Bang, bang, bang.
Light beams shot out of the extraordinary dragon cannons.
Crackle, crack.
The wyvern was, for an instant, frozen from head to tail.
Team 9. Assemble the extraordinary dragon battering ram. Baek Seo-won frantically ordered.
The members of Team 9 each took a barrel-like object from their handy bags and assembled them together. A long, thick spear was formed after connecting 10 of these barrels. The 10 members of Team 9 stood on either side of it and held it up. Dragon hunting weapon, extraordinary dragon battering ram, a spear made to slam into a dragon, was prepared.
It took 30 seconds to fully complete it.
Choi Hyuk had taken action to gain that time. He was the only warrior who could clearly see the wyvern's movements up close.
Qualak.
The wyvern of destruction tried its best to smash the ice that covered its body.
Crack.
As the ice started to crack and fall apart, Choi Hyuk jumped onto the ice.
Bang.
On top of the shattering ice, Choi Hyuk madly charged. Avoiding the avalanche of falling ice, Choi Hyuk stepped and jumped as he made his way up.
And just as the wyvern was about to lift its head and shake its body. Crack. A long, thin blade of karma swept at the wyvern's neck.
Because of his insufficient strength, he wasn't able to cut the nerve, but it was definitely painful.
As if hit by lightning, the wyvern jumped up and took a few steps back. Thud. Thud. Thud.
1 step, 2 steps, each step crushed a few tens of people, but the wyvern did retreat away from the main army. And Team 9, who held the extraordinary dragon battering ram, charged forth and slammed it into the wyvern's right heel.
Boom!
At the same time, the magic implanted in the extraordinary dragon battering ram exploded out. Instantly, the wyvern's right foot was pushed back.
It wobbled.
However, the thing swung its tail to regain its balance and, instead, shot flames at Team 9.
Blaze! Whack! Key!
One member was unable to avoid the flames and let out a wretched scream before turning to ash. Even the members who avoided the flames caught on fire, so they drank a recovery potion and rolled on the ground.
Grr!
The wyvern of destruction stared at the suicide squad who had spread out to avoid its flames.
It was 40 minutes into the fight.
During this time, they made it wobble and cry out, so it seemed to be injured, but the wyvern of destruction was quite unscathed.
Didn't humans cry out in surprise when they were poked with a needle? It wasn't very different for the wyvern. The wyvern was quite annoyed and angry. Thud. Thud. Slum.
It charged forward and ran through the suicide squad. It was unbelievable that an apartment-sized monster was able to move so quickly while swinging its tail.
Baek Seoin didn't even have the time to call out orders. Even the blocking attempt from the extraordinary dragon cannon came too late.
The suicide squad scattered to avoid it while the support troops switched the cannons to stealth mode, then spread out and hid.
Grit! Baek Seoin ground his teeth. Qua! The wyvern cried out.
But, even during this time, Choi Hyuk was faithfully attacking the wyvern of destruction. He was with Lee Jin-hee, making their way up its back.
Leader! Do I really have to do this? You said you wanted to conquer an apartment-sized monster. Ah, damn, that. Hold tight.
Choi Hyuk didn't even bother to listen to the rest of her excuses.
He raised the predator's blade extended with karma and sliced the wyvern's thigh. Qua! It slapped its thigh with its tail.
However, Choi Hyuk and Lee Jin-hee had already hidden inside its flesh that was dug out like a trench.
Whack! I almost became a flattened bean. Just hold tight and keep slicing. If we keep doing this, we should be able to slow it down. My sword probably won't even slice it well.
Leader, you should just do it. If I stay here, the ones outside are all going to die.
And look.
Choi Hyuk raised his blade to show a blade of karma that was as dim as a candlelight.
I don't know if it's because we're inside the monster, but it's unstable. If you understand, good luck. Choi Hyuk didn't wait for a reply and ran down the wyvern's body. Wah!
Fortunately, since Lee Jin-hee was experienced in parkour, she was confident in hanging on.
Wait. If I didn't know parkour, would I not have been dragged here in the first place?
With mixed feelings, Lee Jin-hee stabilized her body with her 2 feet and started to carve the wyvern's flesh. She first needed to create a stable foothold.
Ah, damn. The blade doesn't even cut. It's flesh. Well. Stab. Stab. Stab.
She let her anger out on the wyvern, but it only resulted in her hands hurting more. The main army thought optimistically of the Suicide Squad's fight since, from the beginning, their intention was to hold the wyvern back, not to kill it. Everyone besides Choi Hyuk thought that this was the case. Although there were times when the fight would splash onto them, it wasn't to the point where they couldn't handle it. It was still acceptable. Push. Soon the weakening barriers will become nullified. Kang Dong-soo shouted. 1 hour and 40 minutes had passed since the announcement had popped up. There were still 20 minutes left before the weakening barriers would become nullified. Though the Wyvern of Destruction wasn't affected by the barrier, they had to at least kill more of the 200,000 monsters before the barrier lost its effect. This desperation united them. It was the same for those kings under young Minji who didn't want to spearhead the operation. Bastards! Even the extreme self-preservationist, the Pig King Ma Dongshik, stood on the front lines with a shield and axe splitting monsters' heads. The student king Min Kyunchul charged forward with the elite troops and broke through the enemy lines. The king who used to hide in the assembly area and whine to young Minji supported their backs. They even created a retreat route for Min Kyunchul, who headed deep into the enemy lines. All of them had become warriors who were used to fighting. They fought together as one. The past 30 days might have helped them differentiate when they should be political and when they should be wildly fighting. Damn it! You're telling me I have to fight again after doing this shit? Fuck, just wait and see what happens if you forget your promise. Fuck! The Pig King Ma Dongshik loudly mumbled to himself so others could hear. With an irk, he pushed back a bladed ghost and embedded his axe in its head. Even two-star monsters became weaker inside weakening barriers. Hey, Hyungnim, are you at Sundara? Why are you like this when you were eventually going to do it anyways? It was the slave king Song Si-min who was shamelessly passing by. Song Si-min held a large shield and behind him stood Yoon Jirim with a determined expression. She held a two-handed sword that was as long as a spear. Why is she fighting next to the slave king when she's with us? An executive of young Minji's troops, Choi Hyuk, clicked his tongue. However, young Minji looked at it optimistically. Since Yoon Jirim became brighter and was even able to fight well when she was with Song Si-min. Song Si-min would block with his shield and Yoon Jirim would stab from behind. It looked like Song Si-min trained her well, as her unhesitating actions were quite good. While young Minji was vacantly looking at her, Song Si-min gave her a wink. Everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. Even the cowardly Yoon Jirim. Now that's more like it. Young Minji, who was sweating profusely in her helmet, smiled. 3 hours had passed since the war began. The humans had just obtained the escape code. They automatically obtained the escape code when they stepped into a suspicious-looking golden puddle located in the center of the park. Escape code obtained. A light came down from the sky along with the message. A small wing was added onto the king's unique symbols. In young Minji's case, a blazing wing appeared on the right side of the bloody knight. Who? Young Minji caught her breath and lifted her right fist. Wah! The escape code. For the past month, everyone only had the escape code on their minds. I have to leave this horrific Kangdong district. Who knows, it might be peaceful outside of Kangdong district. I wonder what happened to my friends. They had finally survived and grasped the escape code in their hands. The progress of the war was looking good. The army of 200,000 monsters had scattered and the Suicide Squad was still blocking the Wyvern of Destruction. 13 people had died in the Suicide Squad. If you looked at how there were no casualties for the last 2 weeks, it was a big loss, but in the grand scheme of things, it was quite small. Time to go back. That was the thought on everyone's mind. And reeing. Rying. With the sound of a siren, red lasers shot up from different places. Everyone knew without being told. Rescue signals. Were there still this many survivors?
Red laser shot up from all over Kangdong district. With the ominous sound of the siren and red flashes, young Minji's heart tightened in terror. Signals that erupted from everywhere. Cries for help. This was able to make young Minji feel like she was in hell. She couldn't delay it any longer. Let's go. Young Minji unsheathed her sword and took the lead. Ark. Ah, fuck. Even though the pig king Ma Dongshik ground his teeth, he still followed behind. He even shouted with great force. Let's go. To save everyone. The forces under Bei Jinman's command stood next to young Minji. They were the spearhead. The army of 90,000 who had survived the fierce battle advanced towards the nearest rescue signal. You better endure. Young Minji glanced at the suicide squad fighting the Wyvern of Destruction one last time before charging through the monsters. The fight was much harder than they had thought. The weakening barriers had lost their effect and they were completely exhausted after fighting for such a long period of time. They were diligently drinking potions, but there was a limit to that. Obviously, there were a variety of people who sent rescue signals. There were children who were hiding in the sewers, but there were also adults who hid in assembly areas only caring for their own safety and delinquents who hunted humans rather than monsters. The army quickly began to tire. It's too difficult to go around all of Kangdong district, suggested the student king Min Kyungchul. We already talked about this. The losses of our troops are the highest. And, honestly, I don't know why we need to spill blood for those pathetic bastards. Min Kyungchul said roughly while pointing to the rescued people. The children were fine, but there were guys who called themselves adults who were passive towards fighting. They only asked, so aren't we going to get the escape code? With obvious intentions. There are children. So let's just search half the district. This isn't something we can do with our strength. Even if we rescue people, they don't help with our overall strength. Frustrated, Min Kyungchul looked at Song Simin. He only shrugged his shoulders. Park Solam, who was young Minji's executive and dedicated supporter, stepped forward. As an ethics teacher, she received a lot of respect from students. Student King Min Kyungchul's words are valid. However, isn't this the time to use a bit more strength? Are there any forces besides ours who can rescue the isolated children? As she said that, another executive, Choi Hyuk, added in. The Crazy Night King's decisions haven't been wrong until now. The members of her troops who were with her since Hanyang High School had complete trust in her. Since she was the one who survived after taking down a countless number of strong individuals. It was these people who made young Minji's dictatorship possible. Young Minji's bodyguards. Their strength was extraordinary. Ha! Min Kyungchul only sighed. I'm sorry. I will definitely repay this favor. Young Minji sincerely said to Min Kyungchul. Min Kyungchul replied with a complicated expression. Do what you want. Their small break concluded. The troops once again prepared to march. The sky was still red. The sky was embroidered with red lasers and the siren continued to ring. Young Minji felt like she would go crazy just listening to the sirens. One's rescue signal would bring out a certain girl inside her. A girl covered with blood who didn't receive any help. A foolish bitch who waited for someone's help. She recalled the despair of a damned bitch. Young Minji felt like her mind was becoming distant. She couldn't stop it. No matter how shitty it was, she had to go save them. Minji, are you alright? That moment, Yoon Jirim approached her. Park Solam and Choi Hyuk, who always kept a close guard around her, were unconcerned with her appearance. Because of that. Here, drink this. When Yoon Jirim handed young Minji a water bottle, she was about to drink, and when young Minji grinned before gulping down the bottle, and even the next scene, they were all too natural. You fought well. Perhaps this was the first compliment she gave Yoon Jirim, and her last. Young Minji lifted her head to take another drink. Cough. Ha!
Young Minji felt like her throat was burning. A burning something spewed from her mouth.
Cough.
Bloody foam rose up from her mouth. She lost all strength in her legs.
Yoon Jiram? The ethics teacher Park Solon was taken back.
A long spear-like sword pierced through her throat.
Splash. Blood splattered into the air. It felt unreal. Ah! Yoon Jiram backstabbed me.
Only then did young Minji realize what had happened. The slave king Song Simin held the bloodstained longsword as he patted Yoon Jiram's head.
He shouted, "You can't let one bastard we discussed in the morning get away." Yoon Jiram stood next to him as she shouted at young Minji with bloodshot eyes.
"You told me to kill whatever I was scared of." It was the words young Minji had said to her. Young Minji wanted to reply, but her throat felt like it was melting and no voice came out.
"So I was that scary, damn bitch." Thump. Young Minji's body fell to the floor.
The rain-stained sky reflected in her eyes. There was no one who could help her.
So tiresome.
She thought about when she sent her one and only father to a mental hospital, and afterwards when she reported her uncle who had sexually assaulted her.
Even then, it was like this. Because there wasn't anyone who would help her, besides herself.
Her biggest enemy was her foolishness that was waiting for someone's help.
"You did good, bitch." It wasn't certain if she was saying that to Yoon Jiram or herself.
She wanted to say those words, but the sounds escaped through the side of her throat. Then she suddenly felt at peace. Whatever, the world's fucked up anyways, and her thoughts traveled to Choi Hyuk and the 100 members of the Suicide Squad, before cutting off.
Slide.
The troop that was known to be dominating even among the Allied forces. Young Minji's troops had somehow increased to 5,000 people, but now the bloody night that stood above their heads disappeared.
Retreat! Retreat!
And the forces under young Minji started to retreat.
This happened 4 hours after the war had begun. The exodus, mass departure, had begun.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 32.
Episode 2, Exodus/Chapter 32, The King Without Subjects.
TL, Empty Cube. Edited, Empty Cube. What? Just what happened? Just shut up and follow. We're all fucked. Young Minji died? Why? Ah, geez. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Ha! Song Simin betrayed her. Song Simin? But, what about her guards? He went past them? Yoon Jiram backstabbed her. Yoon Jiram? Ah, geez. Don't talk so loud. Can't you read the mood? But how does that make sense? Why would Yoon Jiram? No, is that even possible? Young Minji's endurance was pierced? Yoon Jiram's always around Song Simin these days.
She probably reached 1 star and young Minji's endurance probably didn't hit 2 star yet.
With stat buffs from items, do you think she won't be able to pierce that?
You can't even endure D rank, 2 star, weapons with 1 star endurance.
But still. What about her recovery stat? She specifically cut her throat. Blood was gushing out.
The speed of her brain shutting down was probably faster than her recovery.
Fuck. It's not like it's a game.
If your vitals are pierced, no matter how strong you are, you're dead. Because young Minji knew that, she always brought guards with her. Chu Young-jin going to the Suicide Squad probably had a lot to do with it. If it was Chu Young-jin, he wouldn't have taken his eyes away even if it was Yoon Jiram.
Fuck.
Her death was so sudden.
Shut up and get your mind straight. We don't have the escape code anymore.
That was granted to those with the symbols of the kings.
Ah, right. That's why, let's quickly follow them. You? Don't tell me you're going to stick to Song Simin? It's fucked up, but what can I do? Other troops are full and I don't know any of them. Song Simin is probably the best choice. Still. Hey. Geez. If you're going to be like that, why don't you just go to Kong Dong-su? Fuck. With young Minji's death, 5,000 people had lost the escape code. Young Minji's former followers had no choice but to defect to other troops, and around 3,000 followed Song Simin. People he had secretly planted beforehand had persuaded others. From the start, the majority didn't know what exactly happened, and those who did justified themselves. I gave you a chance. Didn't I tell you?
That she wouldn't listen to the whole half of the district. Shit.
Song Simin said while looking at the student king Min Kyunchul.
Min Kyunchul bitterly nodded his head.
Yeah. Young Minji's troops dispersed and many groups followed Song Simin's lead and broke away from the war.
This scene made other forces fall into a state of confusion.
What's happening in the front? Did something happen to the crazy Night King? Was it an ambush? Monsters? There's a hole in the spearhead.
To the forces who were behind them, it looked like the spearhead was ambushed and had become chaotic.
Just then, hordes of monsters appeared. Few tens of thousands.
This many wasn't a big deal, but with the chaotic spearhead, the hordes of monsters seemed larger and more overwhelming. They believed that what they saw wasn't everything.
The Sodders fell into a state of fear.
Their karma was almost spent, the ranks were disordered, and their spirits had hit rock bottom. A frightened army was no army. Just like the times when a few hundred soldiers armed with cannons and guns defeats an army of tens of thousands with melee weapons. Even if they considered that the fact they became stronger over the past 30 days, they were still ordinary civilians who had never killed not too long ago. They weren't able to calm themselves after becoming panicked. They just couldn't muster up the courage to fight. Commanders were also unable to understand the situation.
Damn, just what the hell happened? Just what happened for them to be routed?
Shit, if we take a wrong step, we'll all die.
Let's retreat.
The alliance of comrades in arms were the quickest to come to a decision. Once they decided to retreat, other forces started to follow suit.
A long line of groups started their retreat. No. If we retreat, what happens to the Suicide Squad?
Beijing Man proposed they help the Suicide Squad, however, the forces under his command refused.
Right now, we need worry about ourselves. Other troops are leaving. We can't be the only ones who go back. The group of humans couldn't come back after falling into a state of confusion. Like flames, chaos bred more chaos. There wasn't even a chance to do anything. It all happened in an instant. How did it become like this so suddenly? Even among Beijinman's troops, there were some who fled from the ranks.
They had already obtained the escape code.
They didn't fear becoming outcasts. If people fled, others would flee as well. Kangdong district was already bustling with monsters. Mass panic spread rapidly. However, Beijing Man didn't give up.
It was his personality.
We still need to go back. I'll even go back by myself. I'm sorry. The person who directed Beijinman's guards crammed Beijing Man under his armpit.
Beijing Man, who had lost all his strength after Karma Grant, couldn't resist.
Retreat.
Eventually, even Beijinman's troops retreated. If they properly understood what was going on, they would have gone to the Suicide Squad, but the situation had progressed so ridiculously. The support battalion who pushed back the surrounding monsters, the support troops who shot the extraordinary dragon cannons, and the Suicide Squad all fell into state of confusion. As the main army retreated, more and more monsters gathered nearby.
Of course, they didn't know why. Block them.
If the monsters reach the support troops, we're done.
The distinction between troops began to fade. It was a free-for-all. The support troops started to shoot cannonballs at the oncoming monsters and not the wyvern.
Even some Suicide Squad members turned around to block the monsters.
Fuck. We have to retreat. Call the king without subjects. He won't listen. That bastard's done for. There were even some troops who left Choi Hyuk, who was fighting the Wyvern of Destruction, behind and retreated. Hey! What the fuck? You can't leave in the middle of a fight. What about the king without subjects? I called him, but what can I do if he doesn't listen? Let him be. He said he'll hold the wyvern back.
Among the Suicide Squad, a portion stood next to Choi Hyuk until the end, and another portion, due to them holding the wyvern back, hurriedly retreated.
It was utter chaos, however, that didn't affect Choi Hyuk as he became more immersed into the fight. If I want to create an opportunity to attack, I need to move one step faster. Just as he thought this, Choi Hyuk discovered a new method. He tossed away his method of using karma like muscles. He shot a string of karma at a target and contracted it like a rubber band. After endless consideration, you have realized a new way to use karma. Retribution increased by 10.
Choi Hyuk didn't even read the message.
Swoosh.
Following the contracting karma, his body shot forward and his vision instantly shifted. His body was so fast that it left after images.
Crash.
The wyvern's foot stomped down too late.
Choi Hyuk sliced into the wyvern's ankle. I need to be faster.
This time, Choi Hyuk elongated all the karma in his body and coiled it up. The coiled karma circulated his body.
After endless consideration, you have realized a new way to use karma. Retribution increased by 30. Swoosh.
The coiled karma gathered below his feet and, like a spring, bounced Choi Hyuk high up into the air.
Swish.
He released karma around the predator's blade and formed a blade of karma.
His 3-star control stat let him freely manipulate karma. Choi Hyuk's movements slowly broke past his physical limits.
He wasn't in existence who moved with his arms and legs anymore and had become one who moved with karma.
Karma wasn't supporting his body anymore, instead, his body was supporting his karma.
The karma in his body continuously changed its form. At some point, Choi Hyuk had forgotten the world. His eyes didn't see the escaping Suicide Squad members or the ones who staked their lives to fight the monsters.
His ears didn't hear the shouts of Baek Seoin.
Choi Hyuk had completely erased everything besides himself and the Wyvern of Destruction.
Pabapak. Boom. Zip. Choi Hyuk's movements kept getting quicker.
Just when you thought he jumped up into the air, he was already on the ground, and when you thought he slashed the wyvern's left ankle, he was already hanging onto its right thigh.
Bat attack. Bam. Chi-yi. The wyvern's black blood continuously dropped onto the ground. It was a black rain.
However, the wyvern's stamina and recovery abilities were incredible, so the rate it was wounded and the rate it healed were similar.
Qualalalala.
The Wyvern of Destruction blew flames and Choi Hyuk actually headed into the flames.
The fog-like karma that was released from the predator's blade protected him from the flames. Pwah!
Choi Hyuk pierced through the flames and had jumped up to the wyvern's head, which was lowered to blow flames.
He stabbed its eye with a transparent blade made of karma. Kia! A frightening cry.
Blue flames surged out of its wounded eye. Choi Hyuk, who had been shaken by the wyvern's shaking head, landed on the ground and immediately drank a karma recovery potion. The karma that had become heavy and sluggish became taut once more.
Just like how Choi Hyuk's eyes only saw the Wyvern of Destruction, the wyvern only concentrated on Choi Hyuk. It vented its rage and resentment.
The moment Choi Hyuk was hit, the fight would end, but Choi Hyuk wouldn't give it the chance.
Black rain continued to fall. The asphalt dissolved and the dirt beneath melted into glass.
How many hours or days they fought, Choi Hyuk had forgotten everything. The more he fought, the more he admired the wyvern's strength. The bastard didn't fall. The wounds he inflicted had all healed. Its attacks were so swift and precise that his hair would stand on end even as he dodged it. So Choi Hyuk realized his own strength. His strength that was able to go toe-to-toe with the wyvern. A fierce joy wrapped his body. For a fight be this exciting. Choi Hyuk fully demonstrated his abilities. He found new ways to fight as he fought. He developed and utilized better methods of manipulating karma in real time. Fight. Let's fight more. Thump. Thump. His heart beat rapidly. The predator's blade sliced into its flesh. The blood that flowed from the wound was absorbed by the predator's blade. The already black sword became darker. As it absorbed the blood, the burden on his body and the exhaustion of his karma were relieved. Adding to that, Choi Hyuk drank another karma recovery potion. Ping. Then, he once again shot forward and carved the wyvern's thigh. A heightened excitement that made him feel as though he could fight for days. The cells in his body seemed to awaken. After a time, the wyvern's recovery started to slow. More and more wounds accumulated on the wyvern. Its blood flowed out like waterfalls. The clothes Choi Hyuk wore had become destroyed and a portion of his hair and brows had been burnt to crisp. The wyvern became sluggish, but that was the same for Choi Hyuk. The predator's blade's blood-sucking ability and potions were maintaining his karma and body, but their effect was slowly decreasing due to possible overuse. I have to cut its bones. Choi Hyuk felt it was time to win. Now, when the karma that filled the wyvern's body had weakened, could he cut it? No, he had to. If they continued to draw out this fight, the one to collapse first would be Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk calmed his breath. Stronger. As he resolved himself, he discovered a different method. He compressed his karma into his lower abdomen, the so-called dantian. He coiled and twisted all his karma and placed it where the dantian was located. The centrifugal and centripetal forces created by his karma opposed each other in his dantian. His karma wriggled like a newborn star. A beating heart of karma. You have discovered the fundamentals of the karma organ yourself. Retribution increased by 50. Choi Hyuk was unaware how ridiculous his current actions were. His mind was only filled up with thoughts on how to take down the wyvern. Choi Hyuk released a small portion of his condensed karma. The thinly stretched karma attached itself onto the wyvern's right leg. Its left leg was in the air, ready to stomp on Choi Hyuk. Bang, dot. The moment he was about to recall the release karma, he leaned his body forward. Pack. He disappeared, leaving an afterimage. It was like short-distance teleportation. Choi Hyuk's body closed in on the wyvern's right foot. He manipulated the karma in his dantian again. Bang! The karma released from his dantian was like compressed gas as it shot past his arms and out his sword. It returned the instant it shot out. Unlike the previous blade of karma that flowed slowly, this one was like a torrent, it accelerated as it shot out. Rip! The ligament of the wyvern's right leg was cut. Qualalala! The wyvern let out a cry. As if an enormous mountain was falling, it fell to its knees. Stepping on its thigh and back, Choi Hyuk jumped up to its neck. As it had already consumed a huge amount of karma, the karma that had protected its skin and bones had become faint. Choi Hyuk pushed the karma that was gathered in his dantian towards his wrist. Gwa! As he endured the pain erupting from his wrists, he swung his sword at the wyvern's neck. The moment he swung, a tempest broke out from his hands. The blade of karma spread out like the rays of a morning sun. Chop! Slash! The wyvern's head was as large as a 3-story building.
Boom! Its head fell to the ground. Its flesh was ripped and bones were shattered. An unbelievable achievement. Granted 200 retribution. Granted 100 free karma points. Obtained qualifications to be a sovereign 3/3. Granted sovereign trait. Congratulations to the king without subjects for his sovereign awakening. A sovereign is originally a position for those who command a massive army and leads a nation. However, the path of a sovereign is also reserved for those who overturn situations as a one-man army. This is the rule of the king without subjects. The most difficult trial the king without subject faces to obtain his qualifications to be a sovereign. We pay our respects to you who has tread that hardship. You are able to accept an unlimited number of followers. You have obtained the qualifications to be the representative of humans. As a reward for the corpse of the Wyvern of Destruction, the Flameling tribe's karma heart discipline has been passed down. A constant flow of messages. They weren't the frightening messages of the past. In fact, the sovereign awakening message was even courteous. Ha ha ha. Choi Hyuk couldn't contain his laughter. He flopped onto the ground laughing. A black hill was collapsed in front of him. Choi Hyuk had personally taken down that mountain, that enormous dragon. He laughed again. He was happy. It was the first time he had such an enjoyable fight, and it was also the first time he felt such a happy victory. Choi Hyuk looked up at the sky. The rain-stained curtain that covered the sky. The gradually fading wyvern corpse. Everything was pleasant. I won. I beat my opponent who I thought I would lose to. I was stronger. Choi Hyuk had never truly felt danger his whole life. When he fought 5 middle schoolers as an elementary schooler, and when he received a blow from Kong Miho before he was distributed karma, even when he first fought a crook, he never thought he would lose. However, this time was different. He fought desperately and won. Choi Hyuk himself didn't know that he was this strong. Wah-ha! Ecstasy surged out from deep within him as he let out a roar. He wanted to boast, and only then did he look at his surroundings. He wanted to share this joy. He was proud of and felt close to the Suicide Squad just because they had fought with him. He felt like he could even bombard them with kisses on their foreheads. A trait of the sovereign is that I can accept an unlimited number of followers, right? If it was possible, he wanted to accept them all as followers. He just wanted to. Since he was just so happy. However, he couldn't see anyone no matter where he looked. Everyone had died. Corpses of monsters and members of the Suicide Squad were scattered everywhere. Besides the panicked members of the Suicide Squad, support battalion and support troops who retreated, the remaining loyal members had all died in battle. However, it was hard for Choi Hyuk, who had forgotten his surroundings and was immersed in the fight, to figure out what happened. He only thought everyone had died. Everyone's dead? Lee Jin-hee. Baek Seoin. Choi Hyuk called out for his followers. As expected, there was no reply. All of a sudden, Choi Hyuk felt lonely. This was very unfamiliar feeling. Though he was victorious and had awakened as a true sovereign, he was still the king without subjects. Everyone's so weak. His bitter words echoed out through the corpse-filled ruins. Just then, a woman fell from the disappearing wyvern corpse. Cough. 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 What the? The woman who seemed to have passed out and had stood up while coughing was Lee Jin-hee. She had continuously chopped the wyvern's flesh inside its thigh. Choi Hyuk vacantly looked at her. Then, whoa! Looks like you won? Baek Seoin ran towards them from afar. As Choi Hyuk stared at him, I got a bad feeling and hid in the middle of the fight. Just in case you misunderstand, it wasn't just me. Did you know because of your fierce battle, even the nearby monsters fled?
The master of survival, Baek Seoin, laughed awkwardly. Choi Hyuk's lips reeled up to reveal a smile. Finally, there was one more survivor.
Grr.
Though Choi Hyuk didn't remember, there was a warrior who hung onto the wyvern's leg until the end, Shu Young-jin. Although his organs were injured after getting kicked by the wyvern, he was able to survive with the power of Berserker's regenerative ability.
Choi Young-jin slowly lifted his body. Ha ha. Choi Hyuk laughed. He didn't know what happened.
He didn't know why the Suicide Squad was annihilated, but, in any case, he wasn't alone.
This fact alone made him happy.
Choi Hyuk said with an embarrassed expression.
I won.
It was a voice filled with pride, like the ones of his fellow high schoolers. The king without subjects who everyone thought would die had survived.
Stronger than before. Author's note. 1. I am sorry I am late. It was hard to cut it into parts so it became longer. It's 8,500 characters. T to the power of T. 2. There were a lot of comments yesterday. I would like to think that it is because of the affection you have for my work. Looking at the comments about the setting, I came to the conclusion that my explanations were lacking. I elaborated a bit in this chapter, but I am unsure of how well it came out. There is one thing I would like to request. I would like my readers to refrain from using crude words. It is because there is no phrase more frightening to a writer than "don't read if you don't like it." Since I am quite mentally strong, I don't get very depressed from criticism. This is because I know that I won't be able to write beyond my writing skills even if I torment myself. Only if I can improve, I will try to do so, even if it is one step at a time. Thank you for all your suggestions and advice. 3. I slightly changed the motif of each episode. New Worlds was Battle Royale and Exoduses were the romance of the Three Kingdoms and Game of Thrones. The next episode is planned to be of the martial arts genre. Please look forward to some cool action scenes. However, this work will eventually be a story of a sovereign. Please look forward to that as well. 4. Once again, I am sorry for releasing this chapter late. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33.
Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 33, Break Time, 1.
TL, Empty Cube.
Edited, Obelisk.
Did you hear? They say people came out from Kangdong District. Really? Are they okay? Search for their pictures. They are so savage. Just what happened? Holy shit. They have swords and armor. Whoa. They say that people came out from Songbuk District and Mapo District too. Just what happened inside? That we don't know. Then I wonder if the missing military will come back? I don't know. Fuck, I just wish all this ends quickly. No one is able to do anything and the world is becoming a mess.
Choi Hyuk was completely exhausted, but due to Baek Seoin's intuition, they were able to escape without difficulty.
As soon as they escaped from Kangdong District, a message appeared. After a 3-day break, your mission will begin. To be happy about having a break or to despair at the fact that they had another mission. Ah, what? There's more?
Lee Jinhee, who was sort of hoping that everything would end after they escaped Kangdong District, kicked the ground in irritation.
Of course. Do you think they gave us this power for nothing? They probably gave it to us because there's some reason.
Said Baek Seoin as if it was obvious. However, his voice couldn't help but contain a bit of disappointment.
Shu Young-jin didn't say a word. The scene of the city in front of them was unfamiliar. This place is fine, stated Baek Seoin. Choi Hyuk nodded. Really?
When Choi Hyuk scanned the city, he couldn't help but think that perhaps his mother was okay after all. He's the king without subjects. As Choi Hyuk's group exited the transparent wall, the people nearby started to murmur. Choi Hyuk's group had escaped a day later than the others. It was partly due to the fact that they started late and also because they had to take a longer path to avoid monsters.
I don't see any policemen or soldiers. Baek Seo-won was right. They didn't see any military power that could maintain order. At least, the fire department seemed to have taken that role. However, they weren't able to properly control the situation. There was no way that civilians without any firearms could face warriors who had karma. Even if they tried to investigate what had actually happened, the survivors would get pissed off if they didn't receive food, clothes, living quarters, and other things. The kings of each group had gone to a meeting with the president last night and hadn't come out yet. Young Minji's words might actually be right. Choi Hyuk recalled young Minji's speculation that the police and military might be on their own mission. Just where were they and what were they doing? It could even be that the mission they would receive after the break would have something to do with them. Thinking about it, Choi Hyuk felt bad. It was expected. For young Minji to die and for her death to be so unpleasant. When Chu Young-jin first told him that young Minji might have died, Choi Hyuk felt his mind go blank. He was indifferent about the deaths of others until now. He didn't really feel sad. Perhaps his indifference was because he didn't think others as his equal, which was why their deaths never heavily impacted him emotionally. While the annihilation of the Suicide Squad did send ripples in his heart, he was more dispirited than sad. And everyone is so weak, loneliness. But young Minji's death was different. He couldn't believe it, and when he heard it, he was really shocked. It was because Choi Hyuk had accepted her as his equal. It wasn't because she was good at fighting, but because she was strong as a person. She was able to see things that he couldn't see and was able to move people in ways he couldn't. When he cooperated with her, Choi Hyuk felt his back was covered. For her to have died in vain, Choi Hyuk felt sad. He had thought that he would be able to continue to cooperate with her in the future. However, Choi Hyuk hurriedly forgot about his sadness, as there were much more pressing matters. What are you all going to do? Choi Hyuk asked them. I don't have anywhere to go. Baek Seo-won's reply. I'm going to come back after seeing my mom. Lee Jin-hee. I have nowhere to go. Chu Young-jin. Choi Hyuk nodded his head and said, I have to go somewhere, so I'll be back. Let's meet back here tomorrow or the day after. Where are you going? To find my mom. At Songbuk District. Ah. Baek Seo-won wordless grabbed Choi Hyuk's shoulder, hoping for the best. The group went on the main road between the tents. It became noisier where they passed. People who were walking hurriedly made way. Public officials who watched this tilted their heads in curiosity. Choi Hyuk occasionally felt fear and anxiety in the people's gazes. Yeah, you guys probably have a guilty conscience. However, he decided not to care about it now. His mother was first. Choi Hyuk separated from his comrades and kicked the ground. Bang! With a single leap, he was able to jump tens of meters. He got even stronger, said someone with a terrified expression. Wah! What the? The spectating public officials had lost sight of Choi Hyuk and were looking around frantically. In their eyes, it looked like Choi Hyuk had just vanished. When he arrived at Haiwa Station, he kicked the ground. Crash! The ground exploded. The surrounding people freaked out as they moved back, but Choi Hyuk didn't have the time to care about them. Fucking bastards. On his way to Haiwa, he was quite happy. The city was quite unscathed and the hope that his mother was still alive inflated in his chest. However, when he arrived at Songbuk District, he felt suffocated. A transparent wall. It was the same as the one he saw in Kangdong District.
It meant one thing: his mother had to participate in the game of death. It felt like his stomach was being scraped with a blade.
Would he even be able to find any news about her?
Would she have died without leaving any traces? His imagination went off and Choi Hyuk was about to go crazy.
He frantically looked for someone and asked, "Have you seen someone called Choi Mayan?"
She's in her mid-40s. When he spoke her name, a bitter taste rose to his mouth. His mother, who had cared for him as a single mother. This was why Choi Hyuk used his mother's last name instead of his father's without anyone's knowledge. The person who shared his last name.
His only family.
Even while he said her name, he was already partly in despair.
However, he received an unexpected reply. Choi Mayan. Choi Mayan? Ha? Where have I heard about her? Choi Mayan, mid-40s. Ah. Are you talking about the saintess?
This was the reply of the first person he asked. If there was the guardian Beijing man of Kangdong district, then there was the saintess Choi Mayan of Songbuk district. Choi Hyuk was able to find news about his mother without much difficulty. A ring of rebirth had appeared in Choi Mayan's office.
"Assistant Manager Kong, please come up."
Lee Kyung-soo, who was a new recruit, called out to Assistant Manager Kong. Though Assistant Manager Kong would beat and push Lee Kyung-soo around in and out of the company, physically, he was no match for the new recruit. While Lee Kyung-soo was over 180 centimeters tall and a martial artist who had practiced kickboxing since young, Assistant Manager Kong was a clumsy person who had just barely exceed 160 centimeters and had no history of playing any sports.
Why are you like this? Kyung-soo.
It's me, your Hyung.
I'm Assistant Manager Kong.
Thud, thud. As he approached the ring as if being pulled by something, Assistant Manager Kong pleaded for mercy.
"Shut up and just get up here."
Lee Kyung-soo had no thoughts of letting him go.
Swoosh.
Thud. However, a person pushed Assistant Manager Kong away and jumped up onto the ring.
A woman in her 40s. It was Choi Mayan. Ah. Chief Designer, why? Lee Kyung-soo, who had no intentions of killing a woman, fell into a dilemma.
To this Lee Kyung-soo, Choi Mayan sternly said,
"Don't do this. Even if you say that, there's nothing I can do if I want to live. And Assistant Manager Kong has nothing to say even if I beat him to death. Please go down." "Ah, you can't go down?" "Ah fuck, why did you have to come up?" Lee Kyung-soo was suddenly irritated.
He felt that he wouldn't feel guilty if he killed Assistant Manager Kong, but why did Chief Designer Choi Mayan have to step in? She had even treated him nicely up until now.
"Let's not fight." "Ah, then what do you want me to do? Do you want all of us to just die?" "Yeah. Let's do that." "What?"
Lee Kyung-soo looked at Choi Mayan as if she was crazy.
However, Choi Mayan tried to persuade him with a strong belief. "I have to kill someone else to live? Then does that mean I should live following the rules like a chess piece?" "No. We are not puppets. Instead of being forced and living as a puppet, let's just die as humans."
Her voice was low and her eyes were burning like embers.
Lee Kyung-soo was completely speechless.
After being momentarily at loss for words, he opened his mouth full of sarcasm.
"You do that. I don't want to die."
And as if he was a bit uncomfortable, he added,
"It's not my fault. One side has to die when they come up. I never called Chief out." Lee Kyung-soo swung his fist.
As he was trained, it was a blow that contained both karma and skill. However, Choi Mayan's reaction was quicker.
She avoided his fist, grabbed and pulled his arm and put him down. Crash. "UK? UK. Let go. I'm not going to let anyone fight." Choi Myan's technique was so exquisite that Lee Kyung couldn't get out no matter how he tried.
Every time he tried to escape, the pressure only became stronger. She was strong, but her skill was overwhelming.
What kind of woman?
Lee Kyung-soo, whose pride had taken a blow, tried even harder, but it was to no use. An hour had passed with them thrashing about.
A new word appeared above the ring. Draw. Ting.
Choi Myan and Lee Kyung-soo were both pushed out of the ring at the same time. People looked at this scene with dumbfounded expressions.
It was unreal. That petite chief designer Choi Myan, who never stopped smiling, suppressed a robust man to the point he couldn't do anything? However, even in this situation, there was someone who moved quicker than anyone else. It was assistant manager Kong.
The assistant manager Kong, who was about to die by Lee Kyung-soo's hands and was saved by Choi Myan, precisely that assistant manager Kong.
Min sorry. Get up.
He shouted out like lightning as soon as he entered the ring. She was the youngest and smallest cute female employee. Min Sori's face paled.
Move. Swoosh. Thud. But Choi Myan entered the ring again.
Even while panting, she suppressed assistant manager Kong for another hour.
Draw. 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 Ah. Really? Chief, why are you doing this?
As time passed, people started to get heated up.
They were hungry.
They wanted to go to the washroom.
They wanted to sleep.
However, Choi Myan kept her mouth shut. Even when her internals were injured and blood seeped up to her mouth, or when her hair was pulled out and the corner of her eye was ripped, or when her ribs were broken, she stubbornly held on and dragged it out to a draw.
I still have it. She faintly smiled.
When she was young, her father would often beat her mother. Choi Myan put her life on the line as she tried to stop her father. This was the only time when she had ever faced another person. Now that I think about it, Hyuk might have gotten it from me. When she thought about it now, it was possible. When she looked back at how she held her father back even as her body became bloody at such a young age, it was possible.
It was the same now. Even Lee Kyung-soo, who was known to be good at fighting, couldn't do anything to her.
And that was how 24 hours had passed.
24 hours have passed since the first match. No more time remaining.
A hidden rule has been applied.
Choi Myan, 11 draws.
7 people attempted to fight, 23 spectators.
Calculating karma, final victor Choi Myan. Granted a guardian trait. That moment, the 30 people who were left in the company turned into light. The shining lights flowed into Choi Myan.
Like the hospital, there was a hidden rule in the ring of rebirth.
Why?
However, she was unable to accept this result. She wanted all of them to survive, not just herself. Choi Hyuk heard this story in front of his mother's grave.
At Maranya Park, there was a burial mound made after removing the paved road.
In front of it was an enormous shield. The guardian Choi Myan sleeps here after saving Songbuk district was engraved onto the shield. It seemed the fact that she lived through the deaths of others always weighed on her mind, but the one who told him the story was one of her admirers. She, who had a guilty conscience for surviving by sacrificing the life of others, had used her life to save even more people on the final day.
When the Wyvern of Destruction appeared in Kangdong district, a flaming devil appeared in Songbuk district.
Choi Myan had held the devil back by herself. At first, her admirers didn't know how she was going to face the devil by herself. Only when they saw the frozen devil and her body collapsed on the ground did they realize she had used her self-sacrifice skill. The devil didn't die, but it was unable to move until everyone had successfully escaped.
To Choi Hyuk, it was very like his mother to die that way. Choi Hyuk fell to his knees in front of his mother's tombstone and howled in sorrow. Embarrassment and guilt overcame him. However, a rage beyond that was devouring his heart. Thump,
thump. Every time his heart beat, rage gushed out instead of blood. Though her admirers were gathering near his crying figure, Choi Hyuk wanted to break each of their necks. Why is it that my mother died and you lived? To Choi Hyuk, hundreds of millions of them were nothing to his mother's life. Nonetheless, he forcefully swallowed his rage. Weren't they lives his mother had died to save? However, the swallowed rage burned his throat and his chest. He felt like he would die. He wasn't able to breathe unless he settled this rage. Now that he thought about it, there was a great target to take it out on. Yeah, if the main army didn't retreat, then the suicide squad wouldn't have been annihilated. And who retreated the army? Who left the suicide squad out to die? Someone has to pay for it. This is just an appropriate payback. It was a decent cause. Grit. Choi Hyuk gritted his teeth as he stood up. The admirers who looked at Choi Hyuk with sad eyes all wanted to say something. However, Choi Hyuk left before they could open their mouths. As he jumped up onto the roof of the Arco Arts Theater, Choi Hyuk inwardly repeated 3 words like a spell. Get angry. Kill. Only then can you kill. 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 Kill them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34. Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 34, Break Time, 2. TL, Empty Cube. Edited, Obelisk. It was the same around the world. 5% of the global population experienced the game of death, and among them, only a fraction survived. All military and police personnel had also disappeared. There was a difference between how those who experienced the game of death and those who did not viewed the world. If one side had experienced hell for the past month, the other side had not. In their world, there was great cell phone reception and no ring suddenly appeared in their schools or offices. Only the military and police had disappeared. They lived in a world of common sense without the presence of karma or monsters. Of course, the absence of the military and police left a huge hole. There were even sayings that violence was the foundation of countries. Within specific regions, there was no way to create a country without being the strongest or at least one of the strongest. People followed a country's order because they had the power to forcefully penalize them. That was why the disappearance of the most fundamental foundations of creating a country, the police and military, left an enormous impact. However, the world didn't suddenly become lawless like in Mad Max and Fist of the North Star. There were some countries like that, but in the very least, Korea wasn't one of them. While it was chaotic, sufficient order was present that people still went to work. These normal people who never stood out. However, the ones who preserved this world were these very people. They wished for basic order as soon as possible. Normally they were invisible like air, but now that the lid was opened, there were plenty of them. While there were ruffians who wanted to wreak havoc, it wasn't easy against so many of them. Countries that had established themselves had the capacity to maintain order. At the end of the Han Dynasty, when Yijin, the 10 attendants and the Yellow Turban Rebellion ran amok, and even when Dong Zhuo, Lubu, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao caused a mess, the Han Dynasty did not collapse. It was like that in the past, and Korea did not collapse after a month without the police or the military. Though, to do so, the president had to suffer through quite the headache. The first thing he did was organize the firefighters, then he reorganized the public officials and made a new military force. But the weapons have disappeared along with the military. Get whatever's left over, and if that's not enough, arm them with clubs. And if there still aren't enough, create more. Start producing guns tomorrow, stat. Get your minds out of the gutter. Yes. Impose martial law and start recruiting reserve troops in order. Yes. While he was executing those plans, survivors appeared from the locked-down Kondong and Songbuk districts. They were areas covered by an opaque wall that made it impossible for them to look inside or even enter.
Areas that left citizens uneasy.
The president had the responsibility to look into the situation. He called the leaders of the groups over to the Blue House and held a meeting. As the leaders also had to understand what happened outside their areas, they willingly agreed.
Choi Hyuk sent Baek Seo-won a message. It was a skill he learned after awakening as a sovereign.
He was able to converse with his followers wherever they were.
You remember how you said you thought that the main army retreated?
Yes.
Did you find out what happened?
Baek Seo-won hesitated slightly. Choi Hyuk's voice seemed serious.
He seemed so menacing that it was worrying. However, he eventually opened his mouth.
The betrayal of the troops under young Minji's command. Especially the betrayal of Song Si-min and Yoon Jirim.
As it was already an open secret, it wasn't hard to find out.
So that's what happened.
Are they at the Blue House? Choi Hyuk hung up.
Baek Seo-won hurriedly called out to him.
Wait. What? Don't tell me you're just going to kill them right when you get there? Choi Hyuk didn't reply. He currently wasn't normal. He was simply going to the Blue House because they were there. He didn't have any plans on what he would do when he arrived. It was highly likely he would just kill them. He was silent. How many are you going to kill?
The kings who were under young Minji and Yoon Jirim.
And if there is someone who tries to stop you? Choi Hyuk didn't reply. However, wouldn't he kill them as well? Then what if the president stops you?
Grit.
Choi Hyuk ground his teeth.
His insides were boiling.
He started to breathe raggedly, before asking with a slightly trembling voice. So what is it that you want to say? It's fine that you want to kill them. But we need to at least follow the basic rules and procedures.
Rules and procedures?
There's something like that in a world like this? Then you have to make them yourself. Even if the result is the same, there is a difference between having the kings on our side and not. Please give me a day. I'll plan something out.
How?
Please wait. I'm on my way. Go to the Blue House with me.
Baek Seo-won appeared with a bag full of expensive liquor. Choi Hyuk didn't have any trouble entering the Blue House as the guardian Beijing man, General Cha Tae-shik of the Alliance of Comrades in Arms, the Knight Captain Ryu Hyun-sung, and others could confirm his identity. That night, in celebration of Choi Hyuk's return, they shared the liquor amongst themselves. Then they had a deep conversation with Baek Seo-won. He gained their sympathy while understanding the situation. The mood that night was excellent.
If there are kings from other areas I should notify, who would they be?
This was the last question that he asked before they were about to leave with bottles of liquor in their hands.
The next day. The meeting took place that day as well.
When the president confirmed that they had superhuman abilities, he had no choice but to try to gain their cooperation. He attempted to appoint them as generals so as to resolve the situation, and the meeting dragged on endlessly as they adjusted the specific details and discussed what they should do next.
So, what you are saying is that opaque wall could appear again?
Yes.
As someone who participated in the game, I feel that's possible. The game hasn't ended. In fact, there was even an announcement about a 3-day break. It ends tomorrow. By any chance, if the wall appears again, can the survivors hop over and help them out?
That's impossible.
We weren't able to re-enter once we came out.
This means that if new survivors appear, we need someone to control them.
Yes. That is correct.
The kings who spoke with the president had already been decided: Song Si-min of Kangdong District, Min Jarim of Mapo District, and 3 or 4 others. Besides them, the other kings only silently listened.
The reason was simple.
Their conversation felt so distant from their reality.
The break only lasted 3 days.
No one knew what kind of game would start afterwards. The majority of kings felt dizzy listening to their talks of trying to maintain order. In fact, General Choi Hyuk of the Alliance of Comrades in Arms' draft all-citizens plan seemed more realistic. Of course, the president's reaction to that was lukewarm. So, when Choi Hyuk came out, many kings felt excited. They were able to figure out that something was about to unfold from their talks yesterday night. Though they didn't know exactly what would happen. That moment was when the president was about to appoint Song Si-min to the role.
As Song Si-min was very cooperative, the president couldn't help but try to appoint him first. Then how does leader Song Si-min think about taking the role of maintaining order in the metropolitan area? I oppose. Choi Hyuk came forward. Choi Hyuk calmly and respectfully started to speak. The president probably is unaware of this, but inside that opaque wall is hell. Many kings nodded at his words. Monsters aren't the only problem. Humans killed each other frequently. This time, even more kings nodded their heads. Song Si-min was one of them. He betrayed his comrades and schemed to retreat by himself. At that time, he even killed the respected leader, Young Minji. On top of that, due to their reckless retreat, many people died in vain. The suicide squad who kept the final boss at bay was annihilated. Even I was about to die. The president was silent. Choi Hyuk asked him. You aren't planning on having these people, who fled and left their comrades behind, to take up office, are you? General Choi Hyuk added in. That's right. Loyalty is the most important thing during a war. The Knight Captain Ryu Hyunsung and Beijing Man chimed in. We oppose. The president read the atmosphere. He never thought that they would oppose him so directly. He was still the president. But that wasn't the end. There is also the grudge Song Si-min and I personally need to resolve. It would have been good if we could resolve it after the meeting, but since it looks like we're going to be here the whole break, I will just publicly resolve it now. Pardon? Just what? The president felt shivers down his spine. The situation was progressing strangely. However, Choi Hyuk wasn't looking at him anymore. Song Si-min. Hey, Choi Hyuk. It looks like there is a misunderstanding. Even in this situation, Song Si-min smiled friendlily. Choi Hyuk said one thing. Don't smile, fucker. Song Si-min's face stiffened awkwardly. And Ma Dongshik, Yoon Jirim, Min Kyunchul, and all the kings who were under Young Minji's command. I don't know why you killed her. But, you know, ... He placed his hand on the table as he stood up. Don't you think you need to take responsibility for the deaths of the suicide squad? While the kings who were under Young Minji's command could only blink, he continued. Come out. Let's end this our way. The tension in the room rose. His actions were beyond common sense. To act that way at the Blue House and in front of the president. If it wasn't for Baek Seo-in going around, explaining the situation and gaining their sympathy last night, someone would have already tried to stop him. However, the majority of the kings were taking a wait-and-see attitude. What to do? Some thought that Choi Hyuk's actions were too severe and couldn't understand him. But, they concluded that this was something that people in question needed to resolve. Though they were a bit dazed. Song Si-min spoke informally. What kind of crazy things are you saying? And in front of the president. If there is a problem, then solve it formally. Let's stick to the law and have a trial with a judge or something. However, his words were so feeble that it might have been better not saying them at all. The word that pierced through their current identity crisis. Law. Choi Hyuk instantly smashed apart that delusion. Law? Pwa ha ha ha. Choi Hyuk laughed out loud. An echo. The meeting room resonated with his laughter as if they were reinforced with karma. The chairs and desks trembled. The president's face became pale. This changed the mood.
The other kings were in a state of confusion up until now. Once they had escaped hell, a world that looked complete and scathed was revealed right in front of them. Different from inside where they were kings, the outside still had a functioning society and even a president. Their attitudes reflexively changed back to the ones from before the slaughter game. They felt embarrassed to come forward and they felt like they needed to respect the existing order and power. Because they felt like they had to act that way, they felt more awkward and frustrated. Those feelings were all blown away with Choi Hyuk's laughter. The other kings gradually started to laugh as well. The red haze that had obstructed their vision had instantly cleared up. The law, he said. How amusing that word was. The law, he said. Weren't they kings? Wahahahaha. The kings started to laugh, shaking their shoulders up and down. The president quickly understood the situation. Let tigers in. The people who were gathered here weren't people he could control. Even still, the president said. Wait, please wait. Leader Choi Hyuk. I understand your feelings, but please believe in the country. If there are any grudges, we will properly investigate and help resolve them. He knew that this was forcing it, but he had no choice. If he didn't do anything now, it was obvious that the survivors would disregard the role of the country. It meant that a country would form within the country. This was exactly what Baek Seoin was aiming for. The Knight Captain Ryu Hyunsung stepped forward. Just like the conversation he had with Baek Seoin last night. I'm sorry, Mr. President. However, this is something that occurred outside the country's reach. This is our problem and it is right that we solve it our way. They were immature words. It was like children fighting among themselves and saying, this is our problem. However, these immature words were primitive yet powerful. We solve our problems our way. At these words that seemed to lodge into their hearts, the kings nodded. The mood seemed to solidify. The president was pushed into a corner. The armed security guards nervously looked at the president. He held them back. Force them with firepower? That wasn't an option. Perhaps this situation was expected the moment they refused his request to unarm themselves. They didn't fear bullets. On the other hand, the president was extremely scared of their physical abilities. So this is it. Perhaps this was an inevitable result from the moment the military and police disappeared and tens of thousands of survivors flooded in. A world only for the strong that the government couldn't control. Their order. Choi Hyuk separated from the president and stared at Song Si-min. Don't spout useless shit and come out. Choi Hyuk said without a single trace of a smile. Or, should we see some blood right here? His menacing voice seemed to drip with blood. Fuck. I had no choice. Choi Hyuk shook his head. No, it's a very simple problem. He unsheathed his sword and aimed at Song Si-min. If you're right, then beat me, . That moment, the kings who didn't originate from Kangdong district felt strange. Including Song Si-min and Yoon Jirim, there were 8, on the other hand, wasn't Choi Hyuk by himself? Why was it that they felt so pressured fighting him? That secret was revealed soon after. Fuck, get him. Along with Song Si-min's frantic last-ditch effort, the other kings raised their swords. Soaring slash. Choi Hyuk swung his sword twice. The air rolled like waves. The waves followed a path and sliced the necks of the kings. As if drawing with a red paintbrush, the red blood spurted out and drew a long line before being absorbed into the black blade. Splash! The sound erupted afterwards. Their ears deafened as they heard a woo-woo-woo sound. Choi Hyuk was still standing on the exact same spot. The space around them became agitated and the king's neck slowly dropped onto the floor. A body that was leaned forward flopped onto a desk and its head rolled behind the chair. Cock. With a loud noise, 2 lines were drawn onto the wall behind the dead kings. It was so cleanly cut that they could clearly see outside.
Everyone's faces stiffened. No one had seen that technique before. With 2 slashes, he massacred the 6 kings who stood on either side of Song Si-min and Yoon Jirim. Ah! Ha! Song Si-min had a blank face. You ah! Yoon Jirim flopped onto the floor. Step! Step! Choi Hyuk stepped onto the conference room table. He then slowly walked towards them and stopped in front of them. Who should have died and who should have lived? Choi Hyuk muttered to himself. Song Si-min lifted his head and looked at Choi Hyuk. His eyes were blank as if they had been emptied out. PL, please. At the very least, you weren't one of them. Schlit. It was unknown when he stabbed his sword, but Choi Hyuk's blade was embedded into Song Si-min's neck. Kaya. Yoon Jirim's screaming expression remained as her head was lopped off. Choi Hyuk momentarily recalled the bonus game where young Minji had piggybacked her and had overcome the life-or-death crisis. His mouth felt bitter. Choi Hyuk lowered his sword and bowed his head to the other kings. I am sorry for causing you trouble. Then he bowed toward the president. Please forgive my impoliteness. But, I trust that you understand our situation, On the surface, it looked like he respected the existing power, however, their own rules apply to the survivors. This was the attitude Choi Hyuk put forward and the one the other kings silently agreed on. A new rule was being created at this very moment. The president didn't say a word. He, as well, agreed with silence. It all started then. If there was a dispute, it was resolved by a fight between the related parties. It had become a part of their culture. No outsiders tried to assert themselves into their relationship. 2 worlds had formed in one country. The world was changing at its roots with the return of the survivors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35. Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 35, Break Time, 3. TL, Empty Cube. Editor, Obelisk. The president treated the kings as VIPs and even provided them with accommodations. He thought that even if he wasn't able to control the survivors, he could at least cooperate with them. This was because many of the survivors had lost their way of life and he had the power to grant them that. Of course, he was currently caught up in a chaotic situation where he couldn't predict what would happen next. After all, there was a chance that all of humanity would have to play the survival game after the break. Why worry about the possibility that their way of life might be ripped apart like paper? The president was a realist who focused on what he could do right at that moment. He aided the survivors as much as he could and even treated the kings especially kindly. Choi Hyuk showered for the first time in a long while. The warm water, which endlessly wrapped over his body, felt luxurious. The smell of clean water, the ivory tiles, the steam-filled room, a faint scent, lighting, and even a soft towel. These sensations that he hadn't felt for a long time felt even sweeter and more unfamiliar, making him all the more sensitive. After donning a robe, he went out and drank an ice-cold drink from the fridge. He looked out the window. It was peaceful. As he became more relaxed, he recalled death. Shadows danced between the soft and fancy lights. Screams, pleading voices. The sensation of slicing into flesh. The warmth of blood. And the faces of the dead. Choi Hyuk repeatedly recalled the deaths of young Minji and his mother. He didn't personally witness their deaths. Perhaps it was because of this that his mother and young Minji's faces were overlaid on top of the faces of the dead. His heart felt chilly. He even felt that it was unfair. When he thought of young Minji, he imagined fireworks. A dangerous but brilliantly burning flame. She was fiercer than anyone. Her decisions were never on impulse. She troubled over it, suffered over it, and once she decided,
she was filled with determination. It didn't matter if she did good or bad, she lived dazzlingly. His mother was the same. Choi Hyuk remembered the bundles of design drafts that his mother would bring home. Occasionally, when she was stuck on a certain part, she would explain the sketches to him, flipping through each sketch one at a time. Then, if she suddenly thought of a good idea, she would tie her hair up and draw throughout the night. When Choi Hyuk asked, "What is design?" his mother would reply without hesitation, "Design is something that brings more compassion to the world." He would then fall asleep watching his mother work. That was peace. He didn't feel the same happiness that came from a rush of adrenaline, but it was a comforting peace. The one his mother always wanted to give him. To be calm rather than angry, and to be carefree rather than impatient. Stay still and just breathe. Slowly. Breathe in. And slowly breathe out. That's good. Listen carefully. What do you hear? This was something his mother would often say. Who? Like in the past, Choi Hyuk took a big breath and slowly breathed out. He silently listened. The world was noisier than one would think. The sound of the water from the shower. The vibrations of the fridge. Sounds from an unknown machine. As he calmly listened to the sounds of the bustling and lively world, his heart became peaceful. This was his mother's world. However, since his mother had died, this world had died and disappeared along with her. He felt this was unfair. Every living individual had their own unique personality. Young Minji's world, his mother's world, Choi Hyuk's world and Baek Seoin's world, none were the same. They were all so different when they lived, they were so different, but when they died, if they died, they all become the same. A mushy lump of flesh. Young Minji became just a lump of flesh? It was hard to believe. And when he thought about how his mother had become like that as well. Grit. An uncontrollable rage surged out. He had killed 8 people in the meeting, but that was only for an instant. His anger basically didn't settle in the slightest. He was angry. His veins bulged. The calm night had suddenly turned into a large phantom that haunted him. His blood burned. A world where his mother was dead. The animosity from living in such a world made it seem as though each breath he exhaled was poisonous. Every time he breathed the way his mother taught him, the poison just seemed to spread thicker. So, the reason for his unceasing anger was obvious. Choi Hyuk hadn't caught the main culprits. The ones who created this game. He hadn't even seen their shadows, let alone the names of the ones he needed to kill. There was only a single hint. Thump! His dantian formed from karma was beating. The karma in his body continuously flowed into his dantian before spreading out again. Each and every cell seemed to be burned by the karma and revitalized. This was a new discipline. The Flame Wing Tribe's Karma Heart Discipline. This was the reward he had received after killing the Wyvern of Death. That time it said, as a reward for the corpse of the Wyvern of Destruction, the Flame Wing Tribe's Karma Heart Discipline has been passed down. The reward for that gigantic corpse. He didn't receive any items other than this one discipline. Choi Hyuk focused on the Flame Wing Tribe name more than the discipline itself. That tribe, in the very least, wasn't human. What sort of connection did the Flame Wing Tribe have with the creators of this game? Were they the ones in question? Those thoughts were enough to drive him crazy. His rage was burning, but the amount of information he had was the size of a chick's tear. He was powerless. He had no way of satisfying his thirst. Choi Hyuk stayed up all night before finally falling asleep late in the early morning. The next day. On the last day of their break, Choi Hyuk met with someone connected to them. By Ei. It started with a buzz in his ears. Soon after, a message appeared. 10 minutes before transfer. Arm yourself. Choi Hyuk wordlessly armed himself. The Blue House provided him with casual clothes, but he wore the clothes he obtained from the supplies in Kangdong district instead. Brown pants and a thick ivory shirt. These clothes had a high resistance to monster blood. Regular clothes would melt at the contact of monster blood, so he wasn't able to wear them for a long time. When he put on the warrior boots, he heard the clanking of leather and steel, and when he wore the mountain orc's leather armor, he felt the tightness of the leather. The 3 swords he used to carry around had all shattered, and now he only had the predator's blade sheathed on his waist. Though he didn't get a lot of sleep, his condition wasn't bad due to his sharp and keen senses. He finished his preparations. His heart seemed to chill over. A question crossed his mind. What would it be this time? Just what was happening before the end of the break? Whatever it is. Choi Hyuk tightly gripped his blade. It was time. Transfer start. The moment he saw the message, it felt like he was being turned inside out. Instead of the world turning inside out, it felt more like his body was turning inside out. It felt like his insides were coming out of his mouth and becoming his skin, and his skin was receding inside him. Extreme dizziness and nausea overcame him. He couldn't see anything. He felt that something was moving, but he didn't have the mind to discern it. The karma in his body became wasted. They stuck together like melted plastic and scattered like boiling oil. Coo! Choi Hyuk flopped down and retched. He forcefully swallowed down the acid reflux again and again. Only afterwards did he see his surroundings. Steel. Steel and scales were everywhere. It might not even be steel. However, it was a metal that was as strong and cold as steel. Black and white scales that were the size of a human covered his surroundings and wriggled as if they were alive. The place was a scale-covered cavern. When he looked at the cavern, he once again started to retch. It wasn't only Choi Hyuk. 39 people, including himself, were staggering and retching. There were even some who actually vomited. After feeling like his whole body was turned inside out, he was in an unfamiliar place. Distance teleportation? No. Would the Earth have a place like this? Then dimensional teleportation? Either way, it was hard to endure this place even with his karma-reinforced body. Still, once he had gradually adjusted his body, he heard the noises around him. Thud. Thud. Kaya. He could hear crashing sounds as if a mountain was being shattered and a pitiful scream off in the distance. It's a battlefield. Choi Hyuk knew it instinctively. Clank. Cling. Clang. The metal scales on the ceiling of the cavern were split apart. The scales brushed against one another and emitted a sound of 2 swords colliding with each other. Immediately, he heard a loud howl from outside. Crash! An enormous being that was more than 4 m tall fell from the opening in the ceiling. Urk! It's a monster! Someone shouted. It was as he said. An enormous body, his wrinkly, gray face resembled that of a mountain orc with teeth protruding from its mouth. Choi Hyuk reflexively unsheathed the predator's blade. Not only him but others in the cavern also quickly steadied themselves and raised their weapons. Their swift movements indicated that they were all extraordinary. However, put them down. Growling. How the throat of the creature worked was unknown, but a mixture of a voice and a beast's growl came out of his mouth. The enormous orc's words echoed throughout the cavern. Though he said it in an unfamiliar language, Choi Hyuk had no problems understanding him. Blaze! At the same time, a pair of blazing wings sprouted out from his back, and with the appearance of his wings, a formless power suppressed them. The weapons that the humans had raised were forced down. It was no use even if they tried to resist. There was only one person who didn't lower his weapon, Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk resisted even as his blade became extremely heavy. The small karma heart in his dantian was crazily pumping karma, and he was barely able to keep his sword raised with that strength.
However, the tip of his blade couldn't help but tremble. The orc glanced at Choi Hyuk as if he was interesting. But he turned away and said to everyone, "Nice to meet you. I am Carrick, the great warrior of the steel battleship. I am from the proud race of giant orcs." Gore. Even though he was simply talking, their ears hurt due to his rumbling voice. The giant orc Carrick, who had overwhelmed everyone's spirits, continued to speak. "I'll just explain since we have no time. First, congratulations on passing the new recruit training. The 39 of you were the ones who awakened as sovereigns at the end and have gathered here as the representatives of the human race." They weren't simple words, the meaning of his words was sent into their heads. The sovereigns were able to learn that kings were in fact only trainees and were the preliminary stages of becoming a sovereign from Carrick's explanation. The only ones who had awakened as sovereigns in the whole world were these 39 people who were gathered here. Now, I will invite the guests who currently lack the qualifications. Thud. Once Carrick stamped his foot on the ground, hundreds of ghost-like figures appeared behind the sovereigns. They were the leaders of each country, even the President of the Republic of Korea was among them. They had puzzled expressions as if they were dreaming. Carrick said to them, "You lack the qualifications to execute dimensional teleportation. However, you have been appointed as leaders in your world. You are here as preliminary sovereigns. If you properly complete your mission, you will truly earn the position of a sovereign." The moment Carrick's voice resounded out, the disordered astral bodies of the leaders seemed to take an impact as they stiffened. They were unable to even blink as their gazes locked in on Carrick. He continued, "You humans received a consumables, deferred, judgment. You are as weak as they come, but due to some interesting cases, you received a deferred judgment. Among you, I heard that there was a king without subjects who became a sovereign. Very interesting. Sovereigns were normally those who led many people. In other words, it was almost impossible for a king without subjects to become a sovereign. Choi Hyuk's existence was a special case. He was so far superior to the others that they granted the human race extra points." Carrick's gaze momentarily fell on Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk didn't lower his sword even as he was sweating bullets. He was different from the other sovereigns who could only tremble their bodies and lower their heads. There are other interesting cases besides him. Carrick's gaze glanced over a few other sovereigns. A gray-haired, handsome middle-aged man was calmly listening to Carrick's words with his eyes closed and arms crossed. A young Latin woman scratched her thigh with an elongated sword as she stared intensely at Carrick. On the other hand, there was an old black man chuckling to himself with his head lowered obediently. Carrick glanced at them before continuing again. "Still, you are very lacking. You have been granted a 5-year grace period. During this time, if you do not have a satisfying result, you will all be fated to become consumables." Consumables, that was how they interpreted it, but his pronunciation of the unfamiliar language was hard to understand. The resonations of the word itself gave them a very frightening and ominous feeling. You have exactly 2 missions. Get stronger. And colonize. First, carry out the mission to the utmost of your abilities and get stronger. And give thanks to the exalted wings who granted you land to colonize. This is your last chance. Do not be the slightest bit negligent. Carrick first said to the 39 sovereigns. The first to completely colonize their area will be able to use the Blazing Wing Alliance's supply store. This is a privilege granted to you, the sovereigns representing the human race. Then he looked down onto the hundreds of human leaders. It's the same for you. The first to completely colonize their area without the help of a sovereign will immediately become a true sovereign and be able to use the supply store. A flood of unknown words swirled around them. However, there was no one who could reply. Carrick's overwhelming presence made these so-called representatives of the human race freeze. But Carrick only indicated he was busy. He paid no attention to their confusion as he prepared to end their short but grandiose meeting. Finally, I will answer a question. You.
The one Carrick stretched his arm out and pointed to was Choi Hyuk, who had kept his weapon raised until the end.
Cook.
Instantly, the pressure that pushed down on him disappeared. Choi Hyuk panted as his body wavered briefly, but he was still able to calm his breath quickly. Choi Hyuk slowly raised his weapon and looked at Carrick.
Ask you a question.
He was puzzled. He was suddenly transported to a weird place, then a monster suddenly appeared and talked by himself before saying he would take questions out of the blue.
Just what did he have to ask in a situation like this?
However, unlike his complicated mind, his lips easily found a question. Choi Hyuk instinctively swallowed back the question that was about to pop from his mouth.
It was appropriate.
It was the complete reflection of his interest. His heart revealed its claws by itself. But he hid those claws and politely asked,
"What do we have to do to meet the exalted wings?"
The existence, as Carrick had mentioned, the exalted wings. Choi Hyuk thought they were the main culprits.
The ones who created and started this game. The ones he most definitely had to kill. Carrick looked like he was amused at Choi Hyuk's question.
He replied, "The ones who have at least met them once were all at least mid-ranked warrior races."
However, your race doesn't even have a rank, let alone a mid-rank one. It's absurd.
For a weak warrior from such an insignificant race to want to meet such exalted beings, ask that once you completely escape your fate of becoming consumables.
Kihaha. That was the end. Carrick turned around, then, as if he forgot something, added in.
Also, if there are any tongues who dare call me a monster next time,
I'll pull them out. That's it. Now go.
With Carrick's words, he once again felt the sensation of his body being turned inside out. However, this time, Choi Hyuk didn't hunch over or retch, he stood still and endured the dizziness.
He even swallowed down the acid rising up his throat. He looked out at his distorted surroundings with bloodshot eyes. How much time had passed since then?
The next thing that he saw was the residence that the president had provided him.
It was early in the morning.
The world was gradually starting to become visible through the blue fog. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 36.
Episode 3, Age of Ghosts / Chapter 36, Break Time, 4.
TL, Empty Cube.
Editor, Obelisk.
Breakfast with the president. Some were, depending on their tastes, scraping the bottom of a bowl of pumpkin porridge, eating injialmi, 1, or even drinking sujiangwa, 2. A new announcement appeared. The throne game has completely ended now. King titles revoked. 1/3 qualifications of the sovereign obtainers are now leaders of 102 to 3 qualification of the sovereign obtainers are now leaders of 10,000.
What? In a single stroke, the breakfast became disordered.
Wow. What is this? Now it doesn't sound as cool.
A king, no, a leader of 10,000 dejectedly mumbled to himself. Choi Hyuk and the president, who could guess what was happening, exchanged meaningful looks. The breakfast ended in confusion and the president asked Choi Hyuk to stay behind for a moment. He confirmed the important information Carrick had given them by comparing each other's memories. This was also beneficial to Choi Hyuk as humans couldn't completely remember everything.
That mission, does it start tomorrow? That is correct.
We have to wait until tomorrow to know exactly what is going on.
The position humans are in and their objective, even those things are unknown.
The president nodded his head at Choi Hyuk's words.
Then he added.
A report arrived before breakfast. It said that there is a portal leading to a land in Uedo Park. Choi Hyuk was a bit surprised. The colonizing was a matter the giant orc Carrick stressed on. It seemed that it had already been initiated.
A portal. What is behind it? Why do we have to colonize? How dangerous is it?
As these lands he had only heard of really appeared, more specific questions crossed his mind. The president stared hard at Choi Hyuk, who was deep in his own thoughts, and asked,
Good luck on the mission. Are you planning on exploring the land?
Choi Hyuk nodded his head.
I'd probably have to. Considering Carrick's tone, it seems to be mandatory. The president nodded.
Then he looked at him with desperate eyes.
If you do explore, please give us some information about it. The only person I can lean on is Sovereign Choi Hyuk. I will do all I can to support you.
There were only 39 sovereigns in the world.
Among them, the only sovereign the president knew was Choi Hyuk, as he was the only sovereign in Korea.
The president felt burdened by the risk of an unknown land that they had to colonize. So he hoped that Choi Hyuk would explore it first and give him some information. Of course, if that was the case, it meant that Choi Hyuk would have to take the risk himself. Choi Hyuk felt that the president was a bit selfish.
Colonizing a new land. An unknown land. No one knew how dangerous it would be. Still. Okay. Choi Hyuk accepted the president's request.
He had to colonize it anyways, and Carrick's words implied that it would be impossible for sovereigns to cooperate with each other. If he could receive the president's support by doing something he already had to do, it wasn't bad.
Thank you. Thank you.
Choi Hyuk shook hands with the happy president. On his way back with Baek Seowon, Lee Jin-hee appeared wearing a baseball cap. She had just come back from visiting her hometown.
Are your parents okay? Baek Seowon asked carefully. Lee Jin-hee pouted.
They were so healthy.
When I said I was going back to Seoul, they said they would break my legs. Probably. Weren't they frightened? Well. It's not something you can avoid because you want to.
Lee Jin-hee shrugged her shoulders. She then looked up at Choi Hyuk.
Anyways, leader. I heard the news.
Choi Hyuk looked at her.
What did she hear? That he killed Son Si-min's group? No.
Looking at her careful expression, he knew what she had heard. She was talking about his mother's death.
It just happened that way.
Choi Hyuk slightly avoided her gaze and walked ahead.
He didn't want to show her his eyes, since it was obvious they would look sad. Anyways, let's gather for a moment. There's a lot to discuss. Choi Hyuk walked ahead swinging his arms. Baek Seowon and Lee Jin-hee followed behind him. Choi Hyuk's bedroom.
Choi Hyuk sat on his bed. Baek Seowon brought a chair to sit on, and Lee Jin-hee sat down with her legs curled up on his desk.
So 39 sovereigns. Consumables. And he said, congratulations on passing the new recruit training?
Baek Seowon brooded over Choi Hyuk's words.
Right. It was exactly as young Minji predicted. They are trying to make us into an army. Who are they? God?
As if it made her blood run cold, she hugged herself.
Choi Hyuk smirked and changed the mood. It became serious. Anyways, you all know what my goal is?
Getting revenge on them. Choi Hyuk didn't explicitly say those words. He felt that he shouldn't.
Though he didn't think they were listening to each and every conversation, it wasn't bad being careful, and he was superstitious that if he spoke what he truly desired, it would muddle his pure heart. There was even a saying, the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. 3. Wow. Lee Jin-hee let out a small shout.
Baek Seowon and Lee Jin-hee both understood Choi Hyuk's intentions.
So he's planning on getting revenge on the ones who created this game. This was why Lee Jin-hee let out a shout. Choi Hyuk asked in a low voice. You can probably guess, but this fight is going to be incomparably harder than the fight against the Wyvern, that fake dragon. Think it through once more. Are you still going to follow me? He said this prepared that they would separate from him. However, the two replied without hesitation. Didn't I say that if you kill the wyvern I will serve you as my king? What follower leaves his king? And I have a grudge against them as well. Baek Seoin said while fixing his posture.
On the other hand, Lee Jin-hee gently lowered her legs.
She tightly clenched fists above her knees. As expected, Hyung. I like that you think big.
She had an expression that was a mixture of nervousness and excitement. She started calling him leader when Baek Seoin nagged her by saying, "It's fine that you're close, but still you need to call him by his official title." The leader is the leader, not a Hyung. However, looking at how she reverted back to Hyung, it seemed her heart was beating wildly. He had sort of expected this.
Choi Hyuk nodded his head. Good. Then, let's examine the current situation.
The three put their heads together and started to examine their current situation.
First, he shared the traits of a sovereign. Sovereign. No limit to the number of followers.
Able to have long-distance communication with followers. Able to increase designated followers' stats by 10%.
No use on followers with higher retribution than you. Current retribution, 20, able to designate 102 followers. Right to colonize land. Right to use the supply store of the Flamewing tribe. Locked.
They say that the kings who had 2 to 3 qualifications to be a sovereign had been demoted to leaders of 10,000 and the buff that increased their followers' stats by 5% was removed.
In other words, they were nerfed.
Same with Choi Hyuk, the buff of the king without subjects, increase followers' stats by 20%, had disappeared as well. Instead, he was now able to appoint 102 followers and increase their stats by 10%, but this was also a nerf. It was a bit iffy since although he was now able to have an unlimited number of followers, he didn't plan on increasing the number of followers right away, so it was a nerf. Choi Hyuk asked Baek Seoin.
Then is there no point for people to join leaders of 100 or leaders of 10,000? That's not true.
They say troops will receive their own missions.
We don't know exactly what mission it is, it will definitely be better to do it together than by themselves.
Leaders of 100 can create a troop with 99 members while the leaders of 10,000 will be able to create troops with 999 members.
If we look at it like a game, then the leaders of 100 have the right to create a raid and leaders of 10,000 have the right to create a guild.
Also, since their members now have the ability to communicate over short distances, it looks like people will gather under leaders of 100 and 10,000.
Baek Seoin momentarily looked at Choi Hyuk before adding in. If there isn't a sovereign. Then Lee Jin-hee added. Leader. Aren't we going to recruit others? I hear other people are like recruiting thousands of people.
Choi Hyuk shook his head.
Though we do need to, we can't just accept anyone.
First, they need to be trustworthy and have the same goals as us, meaning they need to be capable as well. At his words, Lee Jin-hee seemed to become happier.
She praised herself. Yeah, we are quite capable. Lee Jin-hee.
Power, 0, speed, 48, plus 38, control, 30, plus 20. Endurance, 36, plus 36, stamina, 41, plus 36, recovery, 26, plus 20.
Retribution, 37. Asterisk free karma points, 68. Asterisk skill, speeding blade, high-speed breakaway. Baek Seoin.
Power, 40, plus 30, speed, 40, plus 30, control, 0. Endurance, 64, plus 54, stamina, 23, plus 18, recovery, 18, plus 18.
Retribution points, 49. Asterisk free karma points, 68. Asterisk skill, iron defense, instant pierce.
Due to the points they earned from fighting the Wyvern of Destruction until the end, both Lee Jin-hee and Baek Seoin were able to get all their stats to 2-star.
The skills they obtained until now were outstanding as well. They were definitely the strongest among the survivors from Kangdong District, excluding Choi Hyuk of course. That was why Lee Jin-hee's self-praise wasn't an exaggeration.
But Choi Hyuk smiled bitterly and shook his head.
You are capable, but it's still not enough. You need to get much stronger. Choi Hyuk. Power, 103, plus 76, speed, 103, plus 74, control, 0, 3. Endurance, 0, stamina, 0, recovery, 0.